Inside the villa, Chen went back to his room. There had already been a gaming pod installed inside. This was sent over when the bamboo was being delivered in the afternoon. As of now, every room was equipped with the same gaming pod. Chen had thought about not using it. Although he could now directly enter the second world, the gaming pod should be able to provide a layer of protection should he get affected by anything in-game. In the face of danger, at least he would still have a chance to start over. Therefore, Chen directly sat in the game pod and connected to the game system. With that, he entered the game. In the second world, Chen opened his eyes, and his surroundings were dark. It was still early in the night, and there were many players around. However, the dangerous Bear Ridge was still a restricted area that other players could not enter. At this moment, Chen opened his palm, and a golden scroll appeared in his hand. This was a teleportation scroll that he had obtained from the old village chief after entering the game. Ever since that happened, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Up until now, the value of this scroll kept increasing. It could be said that the price had risen to over $1 billion. Chen pondered for a moment and decided to give this scroll a try. It was time to go to White Fog City and take a look. Thus, he used the scroll in his hand. Suddenly, a magic array that was surging with magic power appeared under Chen's feet. Then, the scene before Chen's eyes was covered by golden light. A terrain within a radius of tens of thousands of miles appeared in his mind. It was as if he was looking down at the human world from the perspective of a god. Chen's gaze shifted around. He looked past the Bear Ridge and the Wolf Valley. To his side he could see the White Fog City past those places. It was a vast and boundless city. It was almost comparable to the peaceful town in the real world. It stood tall like an iron fortress. The most shocking thing was that it was not built on the ground, but the city was floating in the air. That was White Fog City? Chen was extremely shocked. His heart even beat wildly from this revelation. Use a teleportation scroll to teleport to White Fog City. The system rang out. Teleport. Chen did not hesitate and chose to teleport. Soon, the surrounding space became blurry. In the blink of an eye, Chen had crossed tens of thousands of miles and arrived in front of White Fog City. In front of him was the tightly shut gate of White Fog City. The surrounding area was silent. Chen frowned slightly. Could White Fog City actually be a dead city? It should not be, right? According to the old village chief and the chubby merchant from the Chamber of Commerce, this should be a very prosperous city. However, why was it so quiet here? Chen slowly approached the gates with curiosity. The large iron gate in front of him looked very old and heavy. Chen approached and pushed the gates hard. The sound of rumbling could be heard. It was as if the entire city trembled with it. Dense white fog covered the surface when the gates opened. Chen raised his hand, but he could not block the fog that made its way. A moment later, the fog dissipated. In front of him was a road paved with wide green stone slabs. One could not see the end of it at a first glance. Standing under the city wall that was dozens of meters high, one may feel small and insignificant. Is this really White Fog City? Chen was very confused. This did not look like a city at all. It was too dead silent, and not a single person could be seen. Chen continued to walk forward on the path given. Only the sound of his shuffling on the pavement could be heard on this desolate street. At the same time, in the real world, countless people looked up at the sky. In the real-world sky, the shadow of a city appeared. It was a city that was floating in the air and towering over many other buildings. It immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Holy sh**t. What is that? Am I seeing things? That's a city floating in the air, right? Could this be the legendary city in the sky? Ever since the second world opened, this world has become more and more strange with random things appearing out of nowhere. What city in the sky? Can't you see the city name? It's called White Fog. What the F***CK? It's White Fog City. When everyone saw those three words clearly, many discussions rang throughout the whole world. It had been more than a week since the server opened. All the players were still struggling outside the novice village. They had been searching for the legendary White Fog City this whole time. However, they had never expected that this White Fog City would actually appear in the real world. Damn, Is this really F***king real? I don't think so. This thing looks kind of fake to me. It looks like a projection of sorts. I think so too. However, would the Dragon Country not take action if such a big thing appeared in midair? What if it wasn't a projection? What if it was something that dropped from the sky? Everyone was talking among themselves. Meanwhile, in the building of the Dragon Building, the faces of countless people who knew about the truth turned solemn. According to what they knew, when the first building of the second world appeared in the sky, it would prove that other things were going to appear in this world. If I'm not wrong, someone must have entered White Fog City. Who is it? We don't know yet. We've already asked Duhei. It's not him. Could it be Lu Chun? Hurry up and contact Lu Yuan to ask about his whereabouts right now. A moment later, the news came back. I have news, it should be Lu Chun. According to Lu Yuan's reply, Lu Chun said that he wanted to increase his strength, but she didn't expect that he would want to go straight to White Fog City. In the room, Lu Chongping took a deep breath before he replied to the others. Find out Lu Chin's location right now. Everyone, move out. We must ensure Lu Chin's safety. If Lu Chin can succeed, then our Dragon Country will receive a huge benefit. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, all the people in the Dragon Building immediately went to work. Countless experts swarmed toward the villa where Lu Chan was. In White Fog City, Lu Chin walked for almost half an hour, and yet had not encountered anyone here. This city seemed to be abandoned or desolate. He could not help but feel lost. He did not know why this was happening. According to the old village chief, White Fog City should not be like this. Could it be that he came to the wrong place? It was impossible. Outside the city, there were clearly 3 words indicating the location of this place. White Fog City. Lu Chun shook his head. He did not plan to take it one step at a time. He quickly quickened his pace to see the city in its entirety first. In the next moment, he turned into afterimages. A moment later, he found an altar in the middle of the city. There was a sentence written on it, but he could not read it properly. Lu Chun frowned. However, at that moment, moonlight shone on the altar, and a flower moon mark appeared between Lu Chin's eyebrows. The altar seemed to have been activated from that gesture. Suddenly, an array of divine light blazed straight to the sky. The divine light reached the sky, and Lu Chun did not have time to react to the blinding light. The huge pillar of light shot straight up into the clouds and spread out layers of ripples between the clouds. What was going on? Lu Chun was stunned. There was not a single living person in such a large city. All he managed to find was an altar that suddenly emitted an inexplicable light. The golden light rushed into the night, and even White Fog City in the real world underwent a change. The entire world was paying attention to the city in the sky. A terrifying blaze of light rose from White Fog City. It swept through the clouds as if it was guiding a certain world to somewhere. Damn, what the F***ck is going on? Mom, come out and see what's happening right now. Oh my gosh, what's going on in this world? Such a sight shook everyone's hearts to their core. It was more intuitive than any special effects anyone has ever witnessed in any movie. On the other hand, the powerhouses of various families in the Dragon Country were all very solemn. Gu Yiming stood at the balcony of the Gu family's household. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the city in the sky above peaceful town. Bai, tell me, who do you think caused this? Elder Bai said indifferently, it can't be Du Hei. If I'm not wrong, the only possibility of someone pulling this off would be Lu Chun. It looks like the young master has made the right bet this time. Gu Yiming looked at the city floating in the sky and remained silent. After a long time, he said, that may not be true. This could just be the beginning of everything. In the south, the Shao family were just as vigilant about what was happening. Many of the Shao family's disciples were extremely shocked. Back then, even when the patriarch came out of seclusion, he did not have such an imposing manner. Could it be that Lu Chun really has such a great ability to do such things? In the Su family, an old man could be seen sitting on the balcony as he calmly drank tea. Beside him stood a slim and graceful young girl. Ziyuan, that Lu Chun kid is more powerful than I thought. The Gu family is already on the move and attaining his trust. You have to hurry up. Su Ziyuan bit her red lips and nodded. Got it, Grandpa. Many forces gathered from the event that was unfolding. Even the West paid attention to this whole fiasco. What's going on? How did the East manifest the city before us? What did they do to get this far? Find out who was the one in charge of making the Second World City descend into this reality. The Western countries scrambled in panic. The Second World City descending into this world meant a huge explosion of resources. Many energy resources that did not exist on this planet could help a country break through the shackles of technology. This was a great opportunity for anyone. If the Dragon Country were to take the lead, they would be unstoppable. Therefore, the entire western region became anxious. Amidst the chaos, Chen frowned and looked at the pillar of light in White Fog City. He vaguely felt a sense of familiarity that came upon him. Suddenly, the moonlight filled the sky. Then, a human figure appeared from the pillar of light. It was a humanoid creature wearing golden armor. Its skin was greenish-purple, and it held a strangely shaped weapon in its hand. The long handle looked like an ancient longsword, but it was not exactly entirely it as well. Suddenly, the armor turned into bouts of fish scales, almost as though it moved with the human's figure's every muscle movement. The appearance of this godlike person immediately caused the people in the entire world to go into a fit of frenzy. This must be the god of our eastern camp. Look at its armor. It definitely belongs to our eastern camp. You guys are being shameless. Your eastern camp has a hammer god. This god must belong to our Banzi country. Our country is the origin of the Eastern culture after all. You guys are a bunch of ignorant Easterners. That is a demon. In our Western legends, its skin is greenish-purple as well, and its eyes are long and narrow. That is the incarnation of a demon. The group of people argued endlessly. Meanwhile, in White Fog City, that mysterious existence slowly spoke. Are you a member of the Wolf Moon God's lineage who arrived here first? Chen raised his head. A trace of surprise in his heart appeared. This fellow actually could tell that he had some relationship with the Wolf Moon God. Thus, he opened his mouth and asked, "May I ask who you are, sir?" The man slowly said, "I am the general of the White Fog City in the Upper Realm. The White Fog City in the human world has not opened for 10,000 years. It is now quite dilapidated. Since you were able to arrive here, it would mean that you have the qualifications to become the city lord. From now on, the heavy responsibility of subduing 10,000 miles of demonic beasts and commanding a city will be handed over to you. However, before that, you need to pass a test. What is a city lord?" Chen was slightly shocked. What was so good about becoming the city lord of an empty city? He had doubts in his heart, but he still managed to ask, "What type of test?" The man raised the weapon in his hand and said, "You would need to defeat me. However, I won't use my full strength. Of course, I'll give you a taste of what it's like. The stronger you display your strength, the more benefits you'll reap from it." As soon as he finished speaking, the interface's attributes appeared before Chen. Guardian General of the Upper Realm. Level: Unknown. HP: 1,600,000,000. Attack: 160,000, continuously decreasing. Defense: 5,000, continuously decreasing. Magic defense: 4,000, continuously decreasing. Skills: Unknown. As soon as the attribute panel appeared, Chen's scalp tingled. What the F***CK? 160,000 attack power, 1,600,000,000 HP, 5,000 defense? How was he supposed to fight such a crazy monster? Meanwhile, the attributes of this Guardian General had also appeared to everyone else as well. At the same time, Chen's figure also appeared in the virtual image of White Fog City in the real world. Under the dozens of meters tall Guardian General, his figure was exceptionally tiny. Countless people recognized him with one look. F***CK. It's the great and amazing morning mist. I knew it. Who else could have easily reached White Fog City that quickly? It turns out that only that great person could do it. Wait, but can he really pass this test? He's basically going against a real god. F***CK. Even I feel despair. This is definitely a test that I can't pass. With 160,000 attack power, how would he even be able to block it? In White Fog City, the taller man slowly said, "Don't worry, as long as you can withstand 3 of my attacks and cause me to receive a certain amount of damage, I would consider it a success." As a general from the upper realm, he had absolute confidence in his power. "Of course, the more attacks you can withstand and the more damage I receive, the higher my evaluation of you will be. Now, the test begins." With that, the taller man raised his weapon. The huge weapon was like a huge pillar taken from the heavens itself. With a wide swing, it turned into an astonishing beam of light that fell towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not have time to think. He immediately summoned his pet. He did not care if Lan Weiwei could appear or not. She shared his HP with him. He needed Lan Weiwei's HP. After that, he directly activated his skill, Shield God. Countless people shook their heads. Even if this general took the initiative to reduce his attack power, it was still a full 100,000 attack power in one swing. How much HP did Lu Chen have to withstand such a hit? However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. 2 large golden words appeared above Lu Chen's head. Shield God. A transparent light shield rose up from the ground. It appeared directly in front of Lu Chen. It blocked the Guardian General's heavy attack. A loud booming sound could be heard, and the huge collision created a shockwave. A row of red numbers appeared above Lu Chen's head thereafter. -10,000. Lu Chen, who was standing on the spot, was safe and sound. At some point in time, a beautiful girl holding a panda appeared beside him. A string of red numbers appeared above Lu Chen's head. Everyone was shocked. Did Lu Chen's HP not be reduced by 10,000? How was Lu Chen safe and sound? What was going on? The game had only been online for less than a month, and the average player's HP should be at most a few thousand points. Yet, Lu Chen already had more than 10,000 HP. Moreover, his opponent's attack power was as high as 100,000 points. Yet, it was directly reduced to 90% by Lu Chen. Was this not a little too abnormal? F***CK, that morning Miss Dude really knows how to put on a good show. Whoa, who knows how many golden titles Morning Mist has? That was ridiculous. Shield God, Sword God, Blade God. How can such a person be allowed to have this many titles? Oh my gosh, that dude is absolutely insane. Is Morning Mist really that powerful? Yeah, of course he is, but who was the little girl beside him? Lan Weiwei's appearance attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, the various parties started to pay attention to her. They would not let go of anyone who could enter White Fog City. Lu Yuan's eyes widened as she looked at the girl hugging the panda. She was almost certain that it was Lan Weiwei. Lu Yuan's breathing quickened. She wanted to go to Lu Chen's room in the villa immediately. However, she was afraid of disturbing Lu Chen. Within White Fog City, Lu Chen looked at Lan Weiwei, who was beside him, and felt somewhat at ease. This girl still had a conscience and knew how to help him when in need. However, why did she bring Raleigh over? What was the use of this little fellow mascot? Lu Chen was slightly taken aback by Raleigh's presence. He also took a look at Lan Weiwei's interface. Ancient Ash Wolf. Owner, Morning Mist. Name, Lan Weiwei. Intimacy, 120. Level, 20. Battle form, attack, 5,000. HP, 100,000. Defense, 500. Magic defense, 500. Skills, Frost Domain, True Form Transformation, Ash Wolf's Fury. Lu Chen was shocked. This girl had actually entered into her battle mode. The 100,000 HP points on the interface made Lu Chen feel much more relieved. His HP was shared with Lan Weiwei's. The strike from his opponent just now had only taken out 1/10 of his HP right now. Within the light pillar of the altar, that existence slowly spoke. He looked ahead with a complicated expression and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen a pure ancient Ash Wolf." He looked at Lu Chen with a deep meaning and said, "Ash Wolf bloodline, Moon God's imprint, who exactly are you?" Lu Chen was silent. The burly man continued, "I'm looking forward to seeing how far you can go. You may make your move." When Lu Chen heard this, he said, "Then I shall begin with mine." As he finished speaking, a blue long sword appeared in his hand. Everyone stared at Lu Chun excitedly. They were all looking forward to seeing how far Lu Chun could go. After all, the opponent's defense was more than 5,000 points. This meant that if the damage that Lu Chun caused did not exceed 50,000 points, he would not be able to cause any damage to the opponent at all. The burly man also looked at Lu Chun with intrigue, as if he was looking forward to his performance. In the next moment, the golden font above Lu Chun's head suddenly changed. From Shield God to Sword God. This time, Lu Chun's interface was not completely covered. This allowed everyone to see the attack power on his interface. F***CK. What the F***CK am I seeing? An attack power of 9,250 points? Am we even playing the same F***King game with that dude? F***CK. One random slap from them would end my career in the game. No wonder he could kill all the White Alliance members in an instant. I would officially bow down to Morning Mist as my one true god. Hey you, Eastern players, don't be too happy with what he has. Having a 9,000 attack power, I'm sure that it won't even break the opponent's defense. A Western player opened his mouth, and only then did everyone react to what he said. 9,000 attack power was high, but the opponent had a true 5,000 defense. This bit of attack power might not even be enough to have chip damage towards Lu Chen's opponent. However, in the next moment, the number on Lu Chen's interface skyrocketed. It kept increasing from 9,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. It directly rose to 64,750 points in the blink of an eye. Everyone was shocked. None of them knew how powerful the Sword God's state was. Even the burly man in the light pillar was shocked. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for swordsmanship. Good, really good. Draw your sword, boy. Show me what you got. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said, Okay, I won't hold back. With that, the long sword in his hand turned into countless afterimages and slashed towards his opponent. Currently, Lu Chen's attack speed was at 16.5 points. Under the state of the Sword God, it could be increased by 8 times. In other words, he could now slash out more than 100 times in 1 second. However, that was his theoretical limit. If he really slashed out more than 100 times in one go, his body would definitely collapse first before giving out. Therefore, this time, he planned to slash out only 50 times. Because of the Ash Wolf King's sword, it directly cut through half of the opponent's armor. With Lu Chen's 60,000 attack power, each attack could cause 39,750 damage. Hence, the players all over the world knew something amazing was going to happen. The F***CK. How many times has Morning Mist slashed this attack? Whoa, and that was close to 100,000 damage, and this is under the condition that the opponent only has 5,000 defense points. Isn't that too terrifying to release right now? I feel like Morning Mist is basically invincible. I bet no one in the game could match his powers. I feel that you Easterners are breaking the rules. You clearly said one move, but he slashed so many times. Hee, you silly Westerner. He really did use one move. It was just that the other damage done was just the after effect of that one move. Why talk **T about it when you yourself can't imitate what he did? Let's not talk about this. I just want to know, how much damage did Morning Mist deal and how many slashes was it? Countless people looked at the general's HP bar, wanting to know how much damage Lu Chun had dealt in the end. Finally, the sword aura dissipated. Everyone's gaze gathered over. 1987, 500. Everyone's scalps went numb. Did he really manage to deal close to 2 million damage points in 1 second? He was simply a terrifying monster. What level was he truly at? The Guardian General should reconsider his next move now. Although this bit of damage was not worth breaking the 1,600,000,000 HP of the General, but it was terrifying enough. The Guardian General nodded slightly and said, Not bad. It's not easy for the Lower Realms White Fog City to have an expert like you. However, if I could take a guess, you haven't used your full strength yet, right? I see that you're still far from reaching your limit. When these words were said, everyone else was shocked. Was this not the full strength of Morning Mist? What in the world did he mean by that? Lu Chen generously admitted to what the general suspected. That's right. This body is just unable to let me slash out my limit. The general nodded and said, if you can form the body of the sword god, which is the sword saint, then you can bear this power. Take another move from me. If you can bear this move, I will give you a token each time you succeed. With this token, you can enter the upper realm sword pool. The general spoke in a deep voice. Although Lu Qian did not know what kind of upper realm sword pool he was talking about, based on his intuition, it definitely had something to do with his title of sword god. Thus, he said, well then, please make your move. As soon as he finished speaking, the general raised the weapon in his hand. The power it held this time was much stronger than the previous time. The entire light pillar was buzzing with energy. That kind of terrifying power caused the real world to tremble. The entire White Fog City even trembled along with it as well. Golden light shone brightly everywhere. The weapon seemed to have split heaven and earth apart. With that, it fell towards Lu Qian. This was definitely a skill move from the general. Information instantly appeared in Lu Qian's mind. Sky-cleaving strike. It causes a large amount of damage to the target. Ignoring the damage reduction of the opponent, there will be an 80% chance of it being fatal. Lu Qian was shocked. Although the damage value was not written on it, the damage it caused was definitely not less than the attack power of the opponent's panel. Moreover, it directly cut through the damage reduction of the opponent. Then, would his shield god's effect lose its effect when it came to protecting him? With 100,000 HP, he could barely deal enough damage with the addition of Lan Weiwei. However, the problem was that the damage dealt by the opponent's attack was probably more than 100,000. What was even more ridiculous was that there was an 80% chance of the attack being fatal. In other words, as long as the attack landed, there was an 80% chance of death for Lu Qian. Getting an instant kill was simply unreasonable. Cold beads of sweat appeared on Lu Qian's forehead. Even the people in the real world felt that it was much too terrifying to witness any further. The Guardian General's skills are too monstrous. How is he possibly going to withstand it? Although Morning Mist is strong, his level is still too low to withstand such an attack. I think that if Morning Mist is given some time to strengthen himself, he will definitely be able to defeat him. Hehe. The Easterners love to watch themselves get pummeled, isn't it? If you Easterners were given a lifetime to train, it would still be impossible for any of you to defeat him. Then, may I ask, is there an expert such as Morning Mist in your region? I don't think you'll be able to produce such an expert in your lifetime. Hehe. No matter what, the Morning Mist you worship and speak of will die in the next moment. The words of the Westerner made the hearts of many players sink to the bottom of the abyss. Even they did not believe that Lu Qian could withstand such a terrifying attack. Suddenly, a huge golden light enveloped Lu Qian. The sky shook from the attack. Lu Qian felt a bitter taste in his mouth. It seemed that even he could feel that was not able to withstand this attack. He raised the shield in his hand, and the word Shield God above his head was drowned out by the light. With a bang, a red number floated out from above. -946, 5886. Everyone sucked in a breath of air. A single attack dealt over 9 million damage. Was this the true damage dealt by a general from the upper realm? It was simply too terrifying. Countless people sighed inwardly from what happened. In the dragon building, many members of the dragon team also shook their heads slightly. Many of them pitied Lu Qian. It was not that Lu Qian was not strong enough, but this guardian general was simply too powerful. A damage of over 9 million damage was not something that players at this time could withstand. Many experts from the various clans felt both fortunate and regretful for him. What a pity, what a shame. If this brat can pass the test, then the power of the world will rest in our eastern region. Many people felt dejected. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Something's not right. Morning Mist's figure hasn't dissipated." As soon as these words were said, everyone shifted their gazes back. That's right. If an ordinary player received a fatal attack, their body would slowly disappear. Then, they would be teleported to the resurrection point and get resurrected. However, the Morning Mist's body did not show any signs of dissipating. What was going on? That's impossible. This Easterner clearly suffered over 9 million damage. How could he be fine? Could it be that he has more than 10 million HP? That shouldn't exist. Many Eastern players were also confused with what was actually happening. Meanwhile, in White Fog City, Lu Chen was also a little confused. He also did not understand why he did not die. Nothing made sense. It was not until he saw Raleigh on the ground jumping in front of him. A line of information finally entered his eyes. Your pet Raleigh has triggered the luck bonus skill. Congratulations, you are immune to this attack. Holy *T Raleigh. Lu Chen never thought that this guy could be so useful. This mascot was more than just a mascot. The Guardian General nodded his head in satisfaction and said, as expected, I was not mistaken. This is really the legendary Auspicious Beast. Lu Chen was a little puzzled and said, Auspicious Beast? The big man replied, it is said that auspicious beasts can ward off all disasters. It seems that this is true. Lu Chen looked at him with a strange expression and said, don't tell me that you used such a powerful move just to test this little fellow? The burly man smiled and said, that's right. Lu Chen's heart was heavy. He had said that the attack this time was completely different from the previous one. Could it be that he only wanted to see if Raleigh was really a legendary creature? If Lu Chen had known earlier, he could have just tossed it to him to study the creature himself. When the general saw Lu Chen's speechless expression, he knew that he had gone too far. He said, well, actually, in terms of the test, you've already passed it from the first time you made your move. Generally speaking, as long as you can break through my defense, you will be considered to have passed. Not only have you passed, but you have also surpassed me by much farther. This attack was carried out with my own selfish motives. How about this? I will give you a chance to attack with your full strength. I want to see just how high you can reach to your fullest potential. As he spoke, he casually raised his hand, and a red light landed on Lu Chen's body. Ding! You have obtained the bonus of an ancient god. You can now break through the limits of your body easily. Lu Chen was delighted. He remembered what the Guardian General had said. The higher the damage he dealt, the more generous the reward. Now that he could directly break through the limits of his body, he could use the Sword God's state without any scruples. Moreover, this was not just the buff from the Sword God's state. Lu Chen raised his head and looked at the big man in front of him. Thank you, sir. I shall show you what I'm really made of. As soon as he finished speaking, the two words Sword God above his head flashed. Bright golden light flashed above Lu Chen's head. Everyone was paying attention to his next move. Morning Mist is too terrifying. He didn't even die in battle. D*M. I want a pet too. It's so cute and dangerous. Whoa, it's even immune to damage. If such a divine pet were to be put on the market, it would be a sky-high price. Let's not talk about anything else. I just want to see how far Morning Mist can go. That's right. That big guy said that he would give Morning Mist a chance to attack with his full strength. Lu Chen held his long sword in his hand, and his eyes were solemn. One had to know that he did not only have the Sword God's state skill. He had obtained the power of the Ash Wolf in the palace of the ancient Ash Wolf. He was able to convert the moonlight that he had stored into a temporary attack power. During this period of time, Lu Chen was actually not idle. He had been constantly absorbing the moonlight. In the villa, the rate of absorption was even more terrifying. He did not need to take the initiative to sit cross-legged and absorb it. It would continue to increase no matter what. Thus, the attack power on Lu Chen's interface started to increase from 9,250 points to much more. It was increasing crazily step by step. Damn. Morning Mist's attack power interface is increasing crazily. I don't think that's his end, right? What were his basic stats? Everyone watched helplessly as Lu Chen's attack power panel began to increase. In the sky above White Fog City, a dark and cold purple moon appeared. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Lu Chen's attack power skyrocketed. 10,000, 20,000, 40,000. The final number directly stopped at 56,000 points. This was not the end. With the blessing of the Sword God's state, this number had to be increased by sevenfold. 392,000. Everyone went crazy. Nearly 400,000 point value. 400,000. What kind of concept was that? That would be absolutely terrifying. When the Guardian General saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. In the upper realm, with such strength, Lu Chen could become a powerhouse of a region. This guy's potential was too terrifying. However, this was not the end. Let us not forget, Lu Chen had the moon god's mark. Fighting under the moonlight would increase his attack power by 50% more. Therefore, when the players saw the number on Lu Chen's attack panel change again, they completely lost control. A 588,000-point attack power. That was insane. Even when the bigger man in the light appeared, his attack power was far from this number. In other words, Lu Chen was practically a godlike existence right now. His combat power suppressed everything else around him. Even the Guardian General felt a little incredulous. If he did not have enough confidence in his own HP, he would have prepared to adjust his defense to not die. Lu Chen held the sword in his hand. This time, he did not hold back. Under the sword god's state, he could increase his attack speed by 8-fold. Currently, his attack speed on the interface was 16.5 points. In other words, he could slash out 132 times in a second. The sound of the sword swishing could be heard. The world trembled with the energy of the sword being spread out. Countless sword auras enveloped the Guardian General in an instant. The sky was filled with a high red number. All the players were dumbfounded. Lu Chen's graceful movement with his sword made them want to yearn for his powers too. They would probably never be able to deal that much damage in their lifetime. Finally, Lu Chen stopped the sword in his hand. 776, 160, 00. Everyone saw the HP of the warrior being reduced by 77 million HP. That was absolutely shocking. One had to know that Lu Chen's current level was only level 15, attacking 77 million points per second. No matter how much HP this warrior had, as long as Lu Chen is given a little more time, he could theoretically kill him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Guardian General still stood his ground. Even with Lu Chen's high damage, his full-power attack did not cause his opponent 1/10 of the damage. However, just as everyone was thinking this, the general's expression suddenly changed. A huge red number appeared above his head. 320 million. The string of zeros behind that number almost made everyone unable to count. F***CK. So many zeros. How much damage did Morning Mist deal with his final strike? 10 million, 10,000 million. This can't be over 100 million, right? F***CK. It's really over 100 million and more damage? This is really terrifying. In White Fog City, the Guardian General looked at Lu Chen seriously and said, "You're very good. That sword attack just now almost cut off one of my arms. Your skill is so, however." As a general of the upper realm, he could see that Lu Chen's strength was extremely terrifying. He had never thought that he would be able to suffer such serious injuries in the lower realm. He was extremely satisfied with Lu Chen's attack. The White Fog City in the lower realm and the White Fog City in the upper realm were connected. With such a person as the city lord, he was very assured of how it shall stay. Hence, he nodded and said, "You did very well. You passed the test." As he spoke, he threw out a token from the light screen. "This is the city lord's token. From now on, this city will be under your jurisdiction. In this city, you are everything." Lu Chen reached out and held the token in his hand. In an instant, countless messages flowed into Lu Chen's mind. It seemed that he had some unknown connection with this city. And these, take them all. This is what you've earned after passing the test. As soon as he finished speaking, a bundle was given to Lu Chen. Before Lu Chen could remember to open it, the light pillar on the altar slowly rose into the air, along with that figure. The man's voice came from afar. "When you have the strength to open the altar again, we will meet again. When that time comes, I hope you can defeat me." The man's voice gradually faded away. Lu Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. That last attack had clearly satisfied the other party. That attack was also a skill that came with the sword god. Void Sword. There was a 1% chance of dealing 20% damage to the other party's maximum HP. Therefore, Lu Chen's final attack had only dealt terrifying damage of 320 million. The entire world was in an uproar. F***CK. What's going on? Did Morning Mist really become the city lord of White Fog City? The F***CK What's the meaning of this? Are we players going to seek refuge with Morning Mist? Whoa, this is getting more and more interesting. A city built by players? If that's the case, shouldn't we look for Morning Mist to change our job classes? Dear Lord, please protect us when we meet him. Okay, Morning Mist, hurry up and bring us to White Fog City. I'll even willingly beg for you to bring me in. Ha, I know how to beg too. Don't try to suck up to him. The eyes of the Dragon Country's higher-ups were burning with desire. Lu Chongping said, "From now on, Lu Chen's safety is the most important thing in the entire country. Whoever dares to threaten Lu Chen's safety would be seen as trying to destroy the Dragon Country. The higher-ups have already given the highest order. We can start our attack on the Shao family now." At the same time, in the capital of the other Western countries, the expressions of many of the higher-ups were extremely ugly. Apart from people like Lu Qian in the East, it made them feel uneasy. If they were to grow stronger in the future, how would they have any room to survive? I don't care what methods we use, you must get rid of this Morning Mist as soon as possible. Now, take action immediately. If we don't get rid of Lu Chun, the entire West will not be at peace. We must not let the Dragon Country become stronger. Right when everyone was having different thoughts, in White Fog City, Lu Chun began to reap his benefits this time. From that one fight, his system's notifications had been ringing non-stop from what he gained. In White Fog City, Lu Chen's notifications kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of experience. You are now level 20. Lu Chun was shocked. Did he really just increase by 5 levels in one go? Looking at the attributes that could be distributed on the interface, Lu Chun only increased his strength. This was his usual habit, unfortunately. Ding! Your Sword God title has been strengthened. Ding! Your Shield God title has been strengthened. Ding! Your Blade God title has been strengthened. Ding! Your Bow God title has been strengthened. Lu Chun was delighted by the continuous notification sounds. All his titles have finally received a full upgrade. He knew that every time these titles were upgraded, his strength would soar by an insurmountable amount. He took a quick look at his interface. Sword God. Your comprehension of the sword has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a sword-type weapon, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow along with your level. Sword Intent. When you use a sword-type weapon, it will burst forth with sword intent, and your attack power will increase to 700%. Sword God State. Your attack swiftness will cause irreversible damage. Items damaged by the God of Sword state cannot be recovered. Godly Speed. The speed of your sword attack is on a godly level. The attack interval will be greatly shortened. Attack speed has now increased by 800%. Limited to one attack, once it reaches the speed limit. Immune to side effects. Lasts for 1 second. Void Sword. The speed of your sword attack has reached an unfathomable level. There is a 10% chance of triggering this effect. Deals 20% maximum HP damage to the target. When this skill is triggered, you will be in an invincible state. The overall effect of the Sword God did not change much. However, there was an additional side effect of immunity for his godly speed. He could now use the theoretical maximum attack speed. This was a terrifying power to behold. It should be known that it was already very taxing for Lu Chun to use his normal attack speed. Now that he could use the maximum attack speed at least once, his explosive power would be on a whole new level were he to attack his enemies with it. More importantly, the probability of triggering the Void Sword had increased from 1% to 10%. This was undoubtedly a good thing. After all, Lu Chun had only dealt over 70 million damage to his opponent with his full explosive power just now. However, the moment Void Sword gets triggered, it could potentially take away 320 million points of his opponent's HP. From this, one could see that the Void Sword skill might be Lu Chen's main source of damage in the later stages of the game. Lu Chen took one glance at it and continued to look at the next title. Shield God. Your understanding of the shield has reached an unfathomable level. When you use any shield, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow along with your level. Indestructible. When you receive damage, you will be immune to 90% of the damage. Shield Backlash. Return 90% of the damage you receive to the enemy. Shield Spirit. You have a 1% chance to be immune to all damage. Lu Chun let out a breath of cold air. Although the shield god did not have any buffs, it now gained an additional shield spirit skill. This very skill has a 100% chance to be immune to all damage. This was a powerful skill to have. He could not help but think of Raleigh. If that little fellow could increase his chances of being lucky, that would mean he could basically be invincible in the future, right? At this moment, another title came into view. Bow God. Your understanding of bows has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a bow-type weapon, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow with your level. Accurate arrow. When you use a bow-type weapon, your attack is set to hit. Armor breaker. When you use a bow and arrow-type weapon to attack, you will dispel 90% of the target's armor. 7-star succession. You can shoot 7 arrows at once, and your attack power will be increased by 500%. Shattered stars. You can shoot a powerful arrow that ignores all the defense of the target, and it will definitely land a critical hit, causing 10 times the penetrating damage. This time, the Bow God's attack power had increased to 500%, and there was also a new skill, Shattered Stars. This was equivalent to increasing his own explosive power. Ignoring all defenses and having penetrating damage was extremely impressive. As for the remaining Saber God, he had 2 additional attributes. Blade God. Your understanding of the blade has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a blade-type weapon, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow with your level. Frenzied Blade. When you transform into the Blade God, your attack will definitely be a critical hit. You will have a critical hit immunity effect and receive a 400% critical hit damage bonus. Bloodbath Blade God. When your enemies exceed more than 100, your attack will become an area of effect damage of 100 meters. 50% of the damage will be converted into your HP. Swift Blade. When you use a blade-type weapon, you can deal 3 damage attacks at the same time. You can also use 60% of your maximum attack speed, regardless of your body's capabilities. Magic Blade. When you use a blade-type weapon, you can convert your physical damage into magic damage. Only having the Swift Blade's bonus was considered a big improvement. Lu Chun had yet to think of a good use for the Magic Blade skill just yet. However, the Blade God could be used to clear condensed monster areas. Therefore, it could be extremely useful for multiplayer battles. Next, the class that Lu Chun was looking forward to the most popped up. Dark Shura. Your understanding of darkness has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a hidden weapon, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow with your level. Shadow State. When you transform into a shadow, your body will be hidden into the void. Ordinary attacks cannot deal any damage to you. When you encounter special damage, you will be immune to it. Shadow Kill. When you use a long-range hidden weapon, your attack can surpass the opponent's armor. This attack will not deactivate the Shadow State. One-hit kill. When you use a close-range hidden weapon, Shadow State will be deactivated. Attacks will surpass the opponent's armor. Critical strikes, dodges, and shield blocks from opponents will be ignored. Deals 300% true damage. Secret Whisper. You can curse an enemy in the dark. This enemy will be cursed with the Curse of Darkness. When you deal damage to the enemy, there is a 50% chance of killing the enemy in one hit. This skill ignores all immunity effects. Cooldown time is 30 days. Lu Chun was shocked. The last skill was simply insane. Possessing a 50% true death? If this was not a godly skill, then what was it? Lu Chun calmed his breathing. After looking through the remaining titles, he slowly opened the package that the Guardian General gave him. The weight of the parcel was quite heavy. Lu Chun could not wait to know what was inside. The parcel was opened, and a golden flag appeared in front of Lu Chun. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the certificate to enter the Sword Pool. Sword Pool. The destination of the godly swords in the world. All the sword saints in the past would wash their swords here. Those who enter can choose a godly weapon in the Sword Pool. Sword Pool? The Guardian General of? The Upper Realm seemed to have mentioned it before. However, Lu Chun still felt that it was too far away to go to the so-called Upper Realm. He knew nothing about the so-called Upper Realm. However, he still kept the certificate just in case he could use it in the future. Then, he continued to look at the package. The Mysterious Gauntlet of the Upper Realm, Epic. Level requirement, 20. Vitality, plus 150. Strength, plus 150. Agility, plus 150. Intelligence, plus 150. Defense, plus 240. Magic defense, plus 260. Special effect. Increases 1% of your attack power every time you attack in battle. A piece of epic equipment. Lu Chen's heart was burning with excitement. This was the first time he had seen a piece of epic equipment. The level requirement was not too high. It was only level 20, and the additional attributes were very impressive, especially more so for the last special effect. Every attack in the battle could increase his attack power. This was the most terrifying thing he has seen thus far. If he attacked 100 times, everything should be doubled, right? One had to know that Lu Chen's current numerical base was already very terrifying. This additional effect was very impressive. Lu Chen carried on with the other items. White Fog City Lord's Scepter, Legendary. Level requirement, none. Special requirement, can only be used by the White Fog City Lord, growth type equipment. Vitality, plus 500. Strength, plus 500. Agility, plus 500. Intelligence, plus 500. Attack power, plus 30,000. Defense, plus 500. Magic defense, plus 500. Special effect. A piece of special equipment that only the White Fog City Lord may use. When the White Fog City Lord uses this equipment, all damage dealt in the White Fog City will be increased by 100%, and its attributes will be doubled. It also mentioned that the City Lord can control the movement of White Fog City. It's a piece of legendary level exclusive equipment. Moreover, the attributes of this equipment were ridiculously high. This piece of equipment alone was enough for Lu Chen to reap a bountiful harvest. No wonder the higher-ups placed so much importance on being the first to enter White Fog City. The City Lord's Scepter directly increased Lu Chen's attributes by 1,000 points. Moreover, if he was in White Fog City, the damage he deals with would be doubled. With this effect, Lu Chen's combat power can rise to another level. After that, the White Fog City series set equipment appeared in the package as well. White Fog City Lord's Armor, Legendary. Level requirement, none. Special requirement, can only be used by the White Fog City Lord, growth type equipment. Vitality, plus 500. Strength, plus 500. Agility, plus 500. Intelligence, plus 500. Defense, plus 1,000. Magic defense, plus 1,000. Special effect. Special equipment that only the Lord of White Fog City can use. When the Lord of White Fog City uses this equipment, he will be 99% immune to all damage in White Fog City. White Fog City Lord's Cape, Legendary. Level requirement, none. Special requirement, can only be used by the White Fog City Lord, growth type equipment. Vitality, plus 400. Strength, plus 500. Agility, plus 400. Intelligence, plus 500. Defense, plus 1,000. Magic defense, plus 1,000. Special effects. A piece of special equipment that only the White Fog City Lord can use. When the White Fog City Lord uses this equipment, the magic damage and magic resistance received by the White Fog City Lord will be reduced by 90%. White Fog City Lord's Crown, Legendary. Level requirement, none. Special requirement, can only be used by the White Fog City Lord, growth type equipment. Vitality, plus 1,000. Strength, plus 500. Agility, plus 500. Intelligence, plus 500. HP, plus 80,000. Defense, plus 1,000. Magic defense, plus 1,000. Special effect. A piece of special equipment that only the Lord of White Fog City can use. When the Lord of White Fog City uses this equipment, his HP will be shared with the city and he will recover 100% of his HP every second. White Fog City Lord's Boots, Legendary. Level requirement, none. Special requirement, can only be used by the White Fog City Lord, growth type equipment. Vitality, plus 500. Strength, plus 500. agility, plus 500, intelligence, plus 500, defense, plus 1000, magic defense, plus 1000, special effects, a piece of special equipment that only the Lord of White Fog City can use. When the Lord of White Fog City uses this equipment, he can be teleported to any area of White Fog City. White Fog City Lord's Ring Legendary. Level requirement. None. Special requirement. Can only be used by the White Fog City Lord. Growth type equipment. Vitality. Plus 500. Strength. Plus 500. Agility. Plus 500. Intelligence. Plus 500. MP. Plus 9,999. Defense. Plus 1,000. Magic defense. Plus 1,000. Special effect. A piece of special equipment that only the Lord of White Fog City can use. When the Lord of White Fog City uses this equipment, skills used in White Fog City will not have a cooldown, and the maximum amount of mana will be recovered every second. Note: all equipment will only receive attribute bonuses when the City Lord is in the city. Chen read all the equipment introductions in one go, and was immediately shocked. These pieces of equipment were amazing. According to the special effect on it, as long as he did not leave White Fog City, he would practically be invincible. When the various attribute effects stacked together, his damage would be ridiculously high. At this moment, Chen thought of the token that the Guardian General had given him. That was the token that he had obtained after passing the test. The token to become the City Lord of White Fog City. Chen quickly took out the token from his backpack. The system gave him a notification. Ding! You have passed the test to become the White Fog City's Lord. Should you choose to accept this title? Yes. Without hesitation, he chose the yes option. Soon, a title appeared on Chen's interface. City Lord of White Fog City. Type. Title. Level. 1. Vitality. Plus 500. Strength. Plus 500. Agility. Plus 500. Intelligence. Plus 500. Special effect. The attributes of the title will increase according to the prosperity of the city. The explanation of the title was very simple. The special effect was only one sentence. However, Chen saw that there was an owner at the bottom of the panel. He opened it and looked. White Fog City. City level. Bronze. Population. 1. Available positions. Magister. Holy Light. Paladin. Assets. None. City defense. 1 million. Magic defense. 1 million. City HP. 10 million. City garrison. None. City array. None. Chen blinked. So it really was an empty city. But how did he become the City Lord? After receiving the City Lord title, Chen chose to equip all his equipment first. After all, even if he was a City Lord in an empty city, as long as he wore these pieces of equipment, he would be invincible. When all the pieces of equipment were equipped, Chen looked brand new. Name: Morning Mist. Level: 20. Class: Hero, now able to change to War God. Titles: Sword God, Hidden, Shield God, Hidden, Axe God, Hidden, Blade God, Hidden, Bow God, Hidden, All-Round Master, Hidden, White Fog City Lord, deployable. Vitality: 4,265. Strength: 4,250. Agility: 4,205. Intelligence: 4,200. HP: 137,000. MP: 52,000. Attack: 82,000. Defense: 4,885. Magic defense: 4,885. Reputation: 1,000. The luxurious panel numbers were unbelievable to Chen. The attack power alone was already 82,000. If he were to add in all sorts of enhancements, he might even be able to kill the Guardian General in one hit. However, these attribute bonuses could only be obtained in White Fog City. Outside of White Fog City, his attributes would not be much different from before. However, this was not important. There was also a set of equipment that Chen had kept in his backpack. Although the attribute bonuses could not be compared to this set of equipment, the bonuses were still terrifying were he to equip that outside of the city. Lu Chen now felt as if he had become one with the city. Closing his eyes, he seemed to be able to feel the white mist floating outside the city. As the strong wind blew, he heard a rumbling sound. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling that he could now control the city's mist. Hence, he tried to control the mist with his mind. In the end, the mist that was floating in midair really started to move. However, the projection of the White Fog City in the real world did not change. On the other hand, the White Fog City in the second world could not stop roaring. Lu Chen controlled the White Fog City to slowly descend from the air. With that, he landed on the vast plain. Lu Chen opened his eyes again and felt that everything he had done was very magical. Ding! Your pet has leveled up. The system notified him, and Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Which pet? Is it Wei Wei or Raleigh? Lu Chen thought to himself. He quickly opened the interface to check. Ancient Ash Wolf. Owner: Morning Mist. Name: Lan Wei Wei. Intimacy: 120. Level: 25. Attack: 20,000. HP: 100,000. Defense: 800. Magic Defense: 800. Skills: Frost Domain, True Form Activation, Ash Wolf's Fury can be activated. Lan Weiwei's level had increased by 5 levels, and her attack power had increased to 20,000. Her defense and HP had also increased to gratifying degrees. As for the other skills, they had not changed at all. Next was her appearance. Lu Chen felt that Lan Weiwei seemed to have grown up a little. Did she seem to have grown up a little? Lu Chen wondered. Lan Weiwei blinked her googly eyes and tilted her head to look at him. Lu Chen shook his head thinking that he might be imagining things. However, to Lu Chen's surprise, Raleigh seemed to have leveled up too. Lucky, they are leveling up without even doing anything. Ancient Panda. Owner: Morning Mist. Name: Raleigh. Intimacy: 99. Level: 5. Attack: 1,000. HP: 50,000. Defense: 8,000. Magic Defense: 8,000. Skill: Luck Bonus. Luck Bonus provides a luck buff for 60 seconds. Has a certain chance to be immune to all negative effects and damage. Truly amazing. Lu Chen could not believe his eyes. This little fellow was insane. This little fellow was level 5 and already had 1,000 attack power. His HP even jumped to 50,000 points. Moreover, he now had an 8,000 point double resistance. Raleigh's attributes were just as insane as Lu Chen's. Lu Chen immediately gained a soft spot for Raleigh. After checking the attributes of the two pets, he changed several pieces of equipment. This was to prevent his attributes from dropping after he walked out of White Fog City. Lu Chen basically had 2 panels now. One was related to the White Fog City and had heaven-defying stats. The other was a panel that was equipped with legendary equipment and looked slightly normal. Below was the normal panel. Name: Morning Mist. Level: 20. Class: Hero, now able to change class to War God. Titles: Sword God, Hidden, Shield God, Hidden, Axe God, Hidden, Blade God, Hidden, All-Round Master, Hidden. Vitality: 1,800. Strength: 1,985. Agility: 1,857. Intelligence: 1,765. HP: 27,650. MP: 18,000. Attack: 19,850. Defense: 785. Magic Defense: 685. Reputation: 1,000. Lu Chen let out a breath of relief. He had gained a lot from entering White Fog City. However, there were also other concerning matters. White Fog City was suspiciously empty. The general from the upper realm had revealed that there were many terrifying existences in both the upper and lower realm. Everything was now filled with uncertainty and mystery. This includes his own very own White Fog City. When he was in the city, his attributes were basically higher. The more prosperous the people of White Fog City become, the higher the attribute bonus would be. There was even a potential of unlocking special skills. However, there was no specific standard for how prosperous the city could become. As of now, It could only be reflected in terms of population, money, and so on. Lu Chun began to frown. In that case, how could he increase the population of White Fog City? By attracting players to come into the city? This could be a possible solution. Right now, all the players urgently needed to go into White Fog City to change their class, including Lu Chun himself. However, there was nothing and no one in White Fog City. In order to attract players, the city needed to have NPCs that could change their class first. Right when Lu Chun was figuring out how to attract players to the city, the system's notification popped up. Ding! The host needs to recruit NPCs. Do you wish to recruit suitable NPCs to White Fog City using the tower? Amazing! There were such functions in the game. Apparently, the tower could search for NPCs and request for them to come to the city. Lu Chun decided to give it a try, so he walked to the tower. The tower that had just dimmed lit up again. Ding! Are you ready to recruit NPCs? Lu Chun immediately pressed onto the yes option. Please decide on the payment method. Option 1. Pay by gold coins. Option 2. Pay by special rewards. Lu Chun frowned. It seemed that recruiting NPCs required certain conditions. It made sense to pay them with gold coins in Option 1. However, for the second one, what did it mean by special rewards? Lu Chun could not understand. With such doubts, Lu Chun clocked onto Option 1 first. Ding! Please set the amount. Lu Chun thought for a moment. Previously, he had received 2,000 gold coins. So, he proposed 1,000 gold coins as funds for the experiment. In a blink of an eye, rays of light appeared in the tower, causing ripples in the air. After a moment, an old figure appeared. Young leader, the Upper Realm's Kaiser has come to seek protection. May I ask if you are seeking for a powerful mage? Lu Chun looked at the short old man, and an attribute panel appeared above his head. Name, Kaiser. Race, dwarf. Class, archmage. Level, 42. Vitality, 789. Strength, 354. Agility, 245. Intelligence, 1,142. Defense, 425. Magic defense, 578. Skills, Fireball, Spatial Seal, Frost. Grade, B. This NPC could not become a great mage and would not be able to help with class changes for players. With these stats, he would not be able to benefit the city much. Lu Chun looked at the attributes of the short old man in front of him and was not very satisfied. How is it that 1,000 gold coins could only attract this kind of people? This person was even worse than the village chief of the novice village. Lu Chun muttered and shook his head slightly. He looked at the mage in front of him and said, "Sorry, I'm not looking for someone like you right now." A hint of displeasure flashed across the old man's eyes. You should feel honored to be able to find a mage like me for 1,000 gold coins. Young city lord, your city has been run down. Only a mage like me who is in need of money would be willing to come here and help you. To be honest, 1,000 gold coins a month is not considered expensive at all for a quality mage like me. Lu Chun's eyelids twitched. What the F***CK, 1,000 gold coins a month? This mage might as well rob him dry. Lu Chun raised his hand, and the screams of the dwarf disappeared along with the wave of his hand. Lu Chun frowned. If he wanted to recruit someone such as that man for 1,000 gold coins, he might as well not take it. At this moment, he was reminded of the second option of recruiting NPCs. The special rewards method. Lu Chun scrunched up his eyebrows in confusion. What the H**LL was this special reward? With the mentality of giving it a try, Lu Chun tried to use the special rewards option to recruit NPCs. Soon, the light screen on the tower flickered again. Then, a young man wearing a black robe appeared. His eyes scanned the surrounded area as he gripped on a rusty iron sword. Young city lord, are you the one who intends on hiring me? Lu Chun nodded. The young man said, Perfect. I'm from the upper realm. I am Atzes. A pleasure to meet you. For my special reward, you would need to give me a chance to enter the sword pool, then I shall stay here. The time limit of my stay would be 100 years. In these 100 years, I will be at your disposal and will listen to your commands unconditionally. Lu Chun was a little tempted by his proposal. 100 years, that was not a short period of time. He quickly checked the attributes of this Atz's NPC. Name: Atz's. Race: human. Class: low-level sword saint. Level: 72. Vitality: 4,571. Strength: 4,365. Agility: 4,765. Intelligence: 4,521. Attack: 85,462. Defense: 2,246. Magic defense: 3,542. HP: 79,545. MP: 75,422. Skills: limitless. Grade: S. He could become a Sword Saint class change master. Chen was extremely shocked by his attributes. This guy's attributes were ridiculously high, and his grade was S-ranked. Moreover, Chen just so happened to have the opportunity to enter the sword pool in his hand. Actually, to Chen, with the title of Sword God, it did not matter if he could go to the sword pool. Moreover, he had gained the opportunity to change his class yet. Apparently, there were special requirements for advancing his special title. Coincidentally, he could also ask Atz's about this. He had noticed this guy's class being a low-level sword saint. He never expected that a sword saint could be considered as a class. Chen looked at the young man in front of him and could not help but nod excitedly. Okay, I promised that you would have the chance to go to the sword pool. After saying this, the young man confidently walked out of the light pillar. Then, the sword pool certificate in Chen's hand floated in the air. A few rules appeared and turned into two beams of white light, connecting the two players. With that, a contract appeared. Atz's then said, "This is a contract. Once it is signed, it cannot be changed." Chen nodded. Soon, the contract was signed. The certificate fell into Atz's hands. Chen also now felt an inexplicable connection with him. As long as he spoke, Atz's would listen to his orders unconditionally. At this moment, Atz's knelt down on one knee. "Respected City Lord, as your follower, Atz's, I am under your command." Chen said, "I need you to be my White Fog City's Sword Saint Master. Would that be all right?" Atz's said, "I'd be happy to, City Lord. However, if I may, could you allow me to make a trip to the Upper Realm first? I'll be back soon after entering the sword pool. This way, I may be of greater service to you when I return." Chen nodded. With the contract being signed, Chen was not afraid that he would not be able to return. This kind of contract should be formed by the will of this world. No one could violate it without experiencing severe penalties. Moreover, the stronger Atz's was, the more benefits his city would receive, right? "Thank you very much." Atz's was delighted from this. He stood up and directly stepped into the light again. "I will be back very soon, City Lord." Atz's walked into the light and quickly disappeared in front of Chen's eyes. After Atz's disappeared, Chen started to look for more NPCs. Once again, he chose the special reward option to hire them. The light flashed again. A young girl wearing a blue magic robe appeared in front of Chen. Her figure was stunning and her eyes were bright. "Respected City Lord, Linda, send my regards. If you are willing to let me research on your ancient panda for half a year, I will stay here." Study Raleigh? There was no problem with that. That guy was just a lucky mascot to Chen. Turns out Raleigh had more uses now that that little fellow could get people to stay in White Fog City. Soon, Linda's interface appeared. Name: Linda. Race: human. Class: water-type Grand Mage. Level: 82. Vitality: 2,453. Strength: 2,456. Agility: 7,454. Intelligence: 24,567. Attack: 3,545. Defense: 9,999. Magic defense: 9,999. HP: 42,351. MP: 321,322. Skills: Grand Magic, Forbidden Blizzard, Curse of Misfortune. Ratings: she could be the Grand Mage of White Fog City. Lu Chen gasped in shock. This NPC was really ridiculous. Her strength and other attributes were not that good, but she had an intelligence that was over 10,000 points. She even had high defense and magic defense. Lu Chen immediately agreed that he was willing to let her study Raleigh. He completely ignored the little beast complaining behind him and immediately shook hands with the NPC. Very soon, the two of them signed a contract again. Linda would only stay in White Fog City for a year. After finding a mage and a sword saint, Lu Chen used the same method to find warriors, archers, assassins, and so on. The Class Change Masters of White Fog City were finally all assembled after a while. Ding! Congratulations on recruiting the Class Change Masters in your city. City defense has increased by 100,000 points. City gold coins increased by 1 million. Lu Chen was shocked. The city defense being increased by 100,000 points was expected, but it came with 1 million gold coins? If this was in the real world, Lu Chen would be $10 billion richer. What a generous reward. Ding. The city is now sparsely populated. The city defense array cannot be activated. Do you wish to recruit craftsmen? After the system notified Lu Chen, he immediately chose the yes option. However, this time, he only used gold coins. These so-called craftsmen only needed 1 gold coin to be recruited. Therefore, Lu Chen directly recruited 10,000 craftsmen in one go. In an instant, 10,000 craftsmen appeared in White Fog City. The craftsman master was recruited by Lu Chen at a special price. Then, the city defense array blueprint was handed over to him, directly eliminating the cost of finding someone else to design it. After doing all this, Lu Chen chose to go offline. At this moment, on the official website of the Second World, information about White Fog City appeared. F***CK. What's going on? White Fog City is now open? After Lu Chen finished recruiting Class Change Masters, White Fog City's announcement of it being available appeared on the Second World's official website. White Fog City. City Lord. Morning Mist. Status. Open. Class Change Masters. Linda. Atzes. The information regarding White Fog City's Class Change Masters was extremely detailed. Countless players were completely dumbfounded by the array of options. I don't care. I want to change my class to Sword Saint. Being a mage is too weak. Hee, go play with your iron swords. Doesn't Master Linda look stunning? Her skin is fair and beautiful. Among you losers, being the Holy Light Wielder is the strongest. Everyone would need a Holy Light Wielder when fighting bosses in the future. This is ridiculous. Morning Mist really went from a player to a city lord just like that? I'm starting to wonder if he really is a player or an NPC in the game. The discussion about White Fog City opening up on the internet exploded. However, Lu Chen, who had gone offline, did not have the energy to pay attention to any of it. He knocked on Lan Weiwei's door and found that she was carrying Raleigh. From the looks of it, the two of them had just come out of the game as well. Lu Chen looked at the empty game pod in the room and sighed. The two of them must have entered the game directly and did not want to rely on the game pod anymore. When Lan Weiwei saw Lu Chen, her eyes lit up. She patted her belly and spoke demandingly, "I'm hungry." Lu Chen smiled and stroked her head. "Then I'll bring you to something to eat." Lan Weiwei nodded happily. Raleigh, on the other hand, was a little angry. It was obvious that the little follow was angry that Lu Chen had thrown it to Linda for research. Lu Chen ignored Raleigh's tantrum and brought them downstairs. When he reached the hall, they realized that something was wrong. He could sense that there were many people around and an ambush was going to happen to them. With that, all his sense immediately heightened and alert. At this moment, Lu Yuan walked in from outside. When she saw Lu Chen, she said in surprise, "Lu Chen, you actually left the game?" Lu Chen said warily, "Don't move. There are people around." When Lu Chen spoke, only then did Lu Yuan realize that Lu Chen had already discovered that the people in the organization are here. She said, "Don't worry, they're the higher-ups." Then, she took out her walkie-talkie and said, "Everyone, disperse. Lu Chen has left the game." Lu Chen asked in puzzlement, "What's going on?" Lu Yuan pointed at the projection of White Fog City outside the window and said, "Can't you just see for yourself?" Lu Chen turned his head and was startled. What the H*LL was going on? Why was White Fog City in this world? At this moment, Lu Chongping walked in with the members of the dragon team. Lu Chun, I'm sorry that I came here without informing you beforehand, but all this was for your own safety. Lu Chen ignored what Lu Chongping said. Instead, he pointed at White Fog City outside the window and asked, I just want to know what's going on with that thing. Lu Chongping looked around and said, this is not the right place to talk. Let's go back to the dragon building first. Lu Chen nodded in agreement before speaking again. All right. After saying that, he walked out with Lu Chongping and the others. The car sped along, and no one around dared to be in its way. They were all flood dragon cars, and there were many other armored vehicles that surrounded each of these cars on both sides. Not long after, they arrived at the dragon building. Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei had to carry Raleigh directly into the building as that little fellow refused to move an inch. Then, they took the elevator to the top floor. In a conference room, one could see that Lu Chongping looked solemn. White Fog City appearing in this world is because of you. Because of me? Lu Chen asked in puzzlement. Lu Chongping nodded. I should have told you that we recently had contact with our connections. They even revealed some new information to us. They said that important resources of Second World will slowly materialize in this world over time. Therefore, when the projection of White Fog City appeared in our sky, we knew that you must have been the first to enter White Fog City. Therefore, we surrounded your residence immediately to ensure your safety in case anyone intends of sabotaging your process. Please forgive us for this. Lu Chen waved his hand. It's fine. He understood that his entry into White Fog City had triggered a strange phenomenon. Moreover, this strange phenomenon could now be seen by the whole world. In order to ensure his safety, Lu Chongping had sent people to his home to protect him. However, if White Fog City really descended into this world, would he still get to be invisible? He remembered the bonuses of White Fog City and the special effects of those pieces of equipment. Lu Chun could not help but hope that that bonus part of the game could be transferred to the real world as well. He looked at Lu Chongping and said, I think the reason why I'm here isn't just because of White Fog City, right? Lu Chongping nodded and said, that's right. The appearance of White Fog City was within our expectations. However, their appearance was something we didn't expect. Lu Chongping pointed at Lan Weiwei and Raleigh. Lu Chun was not surprised. Sooner or later, Lan Weiwei's presence would be known by the higher-ups. He had long been prepared for this. Moreover, since the appearance of White Fog City, they must have seen Lan Weiwei in-game and in real life as well. Eventually, they would put two and two together. It was obvious they would speak up about it. He looked at Lu Chongping and said, I am sure that you guys have investigated upon this matter. Could it be that you have not found anything? Lu Chongping shook his head and said, nothing. It's impossible to exist in this world with no background information. The dragon country could not find anything on them at all. He paused and looked at Lan Weiwei. There's only one possibility. She's not from this world. In the room, everyone's heart trembled. She's not from this world? How could that be? Could this girl be from the second world? If that's the case, then things are quickly escalating to heights that they could not comprehend anymore. Everyone's eyes focused on Lu Chun. They hoped that he would give them an answer that would settle their nerves. Lu Chun did not try to hide it. Instead, he nodded affirmatively and said, that's right. Weiwei is indeed not from this world. She came from the second world. After saying that, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. How did you manage to bring her out of the second world? Lu Chongping asked in a trembling voice. This was an extremely serious matter. The second world was gradually combining into this world. If he could teleport people over, this would undoubtedly be a huge crisis, as it would mean that monsters could destroy this very earth that they are standing on. The beings of the second world were basically filled with terrifying destructive power. Lu Chen only spoke the truth and nothing but the truth. He directly said, I don't know either, but it could be related to the signed contract. A contract? Everyone was puzzled. Lu Chen nodded and said, that's right, a contract. He looked at Weiwei, patted her shoulder, and spoke to everyone around. Weiwei is my pet. Her true form is an ash wolf. After saying that, everyone looked at Lan Weiwei in disbelief. No one would have thought that such an obedient little girl was actually a wolf. The meeting room fell into a dead silence once again. Lan Weiwei blinked her eyes innocently. She did not understand what was happening at all. Lu Chongping's eyes widened. He pointed at Raleigh, who was in Lan Weiwei's arms, and said, "Then, what about this panda?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "That's right. This panda is the same as Weiwei. After signing the contract with this little fellow, he too mysteriously appeared in this world. In addition, I discovered that I can now enter the second world without using the game pod. Going into the second world without it is completely different from entering with the game pod. Plus, I can also summon the weapon I use in-game to the real world and use the skills I have in-game to the real world." As Lu Chen finished speaking, a golden light flashed above his head. The word Sword God appeared for everyone to see. With a flip of his palm, an aqua-blue longsword also appeared in his hand. His entire body was exuding a terrifying aura when it appeared. This gesture made everyone hold their breath in fear. Lu Chongping was dumbstruck. He had never thought that Lu Chun would be able to do such a thing. Good, very good. This is amazing progress. He was too stunned to speak of anything else except praises. Lu Chen's strength was equivalent to the strength of the Dragon Country and the strength of the East. No matter what his attitude was as a citizen, it would not change the fact that he is from the Dragon Country. With that in mind, Lu Chun could be seen as a powerful trump card for other countries to worry about. Lu Chen paced around the room with his weapon in hand as he spoke. All kinds of signs indicate that the connection between the second world and our world is greatly merging. I think it won't be long before the two worlds begin to merge into one. I'm sure that the white fog city in the sky and the phenomenon that happened to me can prove this case in point. Lu Chongping nodded and said, "Your speculation is correct. In fact, all the countries have been preparing for this very day." Lu Chen looked at Lu Chongping and said, "Then, after answering your questions, shouldn't I have some questions of my own? Or should I say, what should you tell me?" Lu Chen needed information to exchange in this situation. Whether it was the second world or the real world, he knew too little about everything that was going on. He felt like he was left in the dark. If Lu Yuan had not told him part of it and him guessing part of it, he would have lived in total darkness. Lu Chongping looked at him and sighed. "Well, it's time for you to know some things. Otherwise, it's not fair to you, and it won't be convenient for you in the future as well." Lu Chongping pondered for a moment and said slowly, "This world has supernatural powers. Lu Yuan should have told you about it, right?" He glanced at Lu Yuan in the distance and guessed from her expression. Lu Chen nodded and said, "That's right, but I forced her to say it. Don't blame her for sharing the information with me. To be honest, she's quite a responsible team member." Lu Chongping said somewhat embarrassedly, "We were just being cautious." Lu Chen said, "I know." Lu Chongping heaved a sigh of relief before speaking again. "It's good that you can understand. Then I'll continue with what I said just now. This world has had supernatural powers since ancient times. The martial artist experts in the East, the mages and knights in the West. For example, in Dragon Country, every family has a strong background. This is also the reason why the Dragon Country is monopolized by major families. Because their status and strength is too strong." Lu Chen nodded. He knew all of this. About 5 years ago, a secret realm appeared at the border between the Dragon Country and the Bear Country. At that time, the Gu family took the lead and led many experts from the families to explore the realm. There were more than 100 people in this group. The weakest one was at the heaven grade, and the strongest one was a legendary spiritual realm expert. After saying this, many people felt a chill in their hearts. A spiritual expert. An expert that only existed in legends. Lu Chun was just as shocked as everyone. He had a rough idea of his own strength. Before entering White Fog City, he knew that he could only barely surpass heaven-grade experts. He knew that he could not reach the level of acquired realm experts at all. With just one look, one could tell how terrifying the strength of any expert was. As for strong martial artist fighters in general, it was something that he dared not to think about ever. However, after entering White Fog City, he had obtained a huge improvement. In addition, he even had a series of title upgrades. He was now confident that he could fight against a master. However, he had never seen a master anywhere, so could not yet gauge his abilities and skills. Lu Chongping's voice continued on as Lu Chun pondered. That group of people went for about 3 months, but there was no news. That secret realm also slowly disappeared, and the masters of the big families were cut off just like that. It even triggered inner turmoil in the Dragon Country. Half a year after the secret realm disappeared, the will of the second world slowly descended. They began to communicate with the higher-ups of the world, sending out its will to descend. At the beginning, everyone was terrified. Everyone wondered why such an unknown existence wanted to descend. Could it be a disaster? Without rushing too quickly into it, the higher-ups carefully communicated with it for nearly 4 years. They decided that it didn't seem like an invasion. Instead, it seemed like it was asking for help. Its final message was that it couldn't hold on any longer and that the world had no choice but to only descend. It couldn't control it anymore. It had no choice but to activate the Second World's plan. Chen pondered. It sounded like the Second Worlds had encountered some difficulty. The Second World had descended into this world and then asked for help from this world. It descended into this world in the form of a game. It has even helped the humans of this world to modify their bodies. Chen nodded to show that he understood. He looked at Lu Chongbing and said, "Are there any images and information left behind from them? I want to take a look." Lu Chongbing nodded and then spoke. "Follow me." With that, he walked out. Chen followed directly behind him. They walked all the way to the top floor of the Dragon Building. After passing countless checkpoints, they finally arrived at a secret hidden room. Lu Chongbing turned on a device, and an image appeared in front of Lu Chen's eyes. It was an unknown object, like a disorderly ball of thread. Then, it made an irregular sound. Lu Chen could feel some kind of will from that sound. "Save me! Save me!" The voice rang out. This feeling, he felt, was similar to him voluntarily descending into the second world. However, at the same time, it was completely different. After a while, Lu Chen and Lu Chongbing walked out from inside. At this point, he completely believed Lu Chongbing's words. He looked at Lu Chongbing and said, "Then, what are your next moves?" Lu Chongbing pondered for a moment and then looked at Lu Chen and said, "We have a plan. In doing so, we would need your help." Lu Chen said, "Go on." Lu Chongbing said, "You should know that the existence of the aristocratic families has been hindering the development of the Dragon Country, especially the arrogant aristocratic families who rely on their countless expert fighters. They always look down on the entire organization. Therefore, we need you to eliminate some of the aristocratic families. However, the prerequisite is that you must have sufficient strength in order to carry out this mission." Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with desire as he replied, "You mean, you're going to make a move against the Shao family?" Lu Chongbing nodded his head heavily. Lu Chen knew that the day would come when the Shao family would be destroyed. He had also wanted to be the one to personally end the Shao family. However, he had never thought that this day would come so soon. Moreover, this method was actually proposed by the higher-ups. This was very intriguing. The reason why Lu Chen was a little surprised was that he had no idea how important he was. As a level 1 player, they knew that he currently owned 3 golden titles: Sword God, Blade God, and Bao God. As a newbie who could complete an insanely dangerous mission and capture a giant rabbit that was as big as a hill. As a player who could kill a boss that was a dozen levels higher as easily as drinking water. As a player who could bring a second world character out of this world. Most importantly, he was a person who could kill a god. What kind of protection did the country have to give to such a person? No one dared to imagine what this person could do. If nuclear weapons were the high-end combat strength of mankind in the past 100 years, then no one would doubt that one day, Lu Chen would replace the status of nuclear weapons and become the anchor to protect the Dragon Country. In the past, the Shao family used their power for personal gain, and the higher-ups had no choice but to turn a blind eye to it. Even if the Shao family forcefully took away Lu Chen's information and prepared to cause trouble in this world, the higher-ups of the Dragon Country still hesitated. They only took away Lin and Xiao Chuan, but did not immediately execute them. They did not want to escalate the conflict. This was both a protection method and a blow to the Shao family's ego. After all, the Shao family was the largest organization and the backer of the White Alliance. They had power over the economic lifeline of the Dragon Country. Even among the higher-ups, there were quite a few of them. Pulling out this malignant tumor of the Xiao family would very likely cause the dragon country to suffer severe injuries. However, the moment Lu Chen became the city lord of White Fog City, the higher-ups of the dragon country finally made a decision. Lu Chen had to be protected. The enemies outside the dragon country should be demolished. The malignant tumor within the dragon country should be removed. Although the dragon country was powerful, its position in the international world was not so great that it could monopolize over certain powers. Lu Chen was the greatest hope for the entire dragon country. When Lu Chongping and Lu Chen said this, the higher-ups had already started to take action. The higher-ups of the Xiao family in the dragon country were being strictly monitored, and they were not allowed to enter or leave at will. It was to ensure that they could strike a fatal blow and uproot the entire Xiao family to shambles. The one to pull the trigger should be by the well-deserved Lu Chen. Lu Chongping began to explain the specific situation of the Xiao family to Lu Chen. Those people from the White Alliance are mostly mobs. There's no need to pay any attention to them, especially when you killed them time and time again at the resurrection point. Their main bodies are also very weak now. They don't have the ability to fight back and won't dare attack you. Lu Yuan's eyes widened as she looked at Lu Chen, who listened attentively. She could not link this 18-year-old boy in front of her with Morning Mist, who had killed tens of thousands of people from the White Alliance, casually killed 8 golden-ranked officials from the White Alliance, and even robbed and killed Xiao Chuan 100 times. Her eyes faintly glowed with desire. This young man in front of her seemed to have a different kind of magical power and had created countless miracles. It was as if nothing was impossible when it came to him. Lu Chongping continued, "Previously, you killed the 8 golden-ranked experts. Similarly, they would not pose any threat to you. However, according to our understanding, the Xiao family should still have an expert hidden behind the scenes who had never appeared before. Because a year ago, there was a heaven-rank expert who wanted to go to the Xiao family to kill the head of the Xiao family, and his skills were far higher than Lin's. He had just barely touched the threshold of the acquired realm. According to our spies, the head of the Xiao family had been slashed twice, and the second slash had almost cut off his hand. At the most critical moment, a black shadow flashed by, and the assassin's head was separated from his body. An instant kill? Lu Yuan's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Chongping's expression was solemn. That's right. Most importantly, we don't know who that person is, what his identity is, or what methods he had used to be that quick. Lan Weiwei's expression was not one of kitty happiness anymore. Instead, she looked like a grown, mature woman when she spoke up. In other words, as long as we kill him, we can kill the Xiao family's patriarch and wipe out the entire Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family's patriarch doesn't have any skills to protect himself, right? Lu Chongping nodded slowly. That's right. In the past, whenever there was a need to fight, Lin would be the one to step in. And during the assassination a year ago, the Xiao family's patriarch's wrist, which had been slashed until it was a bloody mess, could not be recovered perfect. After saying that, everyone fell into deep thought. No one continued to speak. Everyone had seen how powerful Lu Chen's combat strength was, especially the scene of him killing Lin. Even the group leader of the dragon team could not help but sigh in admiration. However, everyone knew that the Xiao family had an acquired realm expert. If a heaven rank expert was the king of humans, then an acquired realm expert could be said to have already left the category of being a human. That person could be seen as the god of lands. Although Lu Chen was able to cut down the 320 million HP of the Guardian General in White Fog City with a single slash, everyone knew clearly that Lu Chen would not be able to casually unleash such a critical strike again. Otherwise, no one in the second world would be able to stand against Lu Chen. Even if the pre-heaven rank fighters of the Xiao family were not as invincible as the Guardian General in White Fog City, it would still be extremely difficult to finish him off. Lu Chen did not hesitate and directly agreed. No problem. I'll deal with that person myself. The rest of the pawns in that family will be left for you to clean up. Lu Yuan's expression was a little worried. Lu Chen, do you want to reconsider this decision? That is an acquired realm expert after all. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. There's no need. Even if I don't kill him, he will find an opportunity to kill me. Instead of waiting for death and guarding against it, It will still appear at any moment. It's better to directly strike and kill him first. Lu Yuan was speechless. Lu Chomping also nodded. All right, it's settled then. Tonight at 11 p.m. sharp, we will begin the operation. Late at night, moonlight cascaded the earth and the wind blew gently, as if it knew what was going to go down. Xiao family. Xiao family's head, Xiao Bai, could be seen in the hall. There were 8 people sitting below him. Their faces were filled with fear. Master, Lu Chen is too strong. Even if we join forces, we still can't defeat him. Another woman with a pale face said, I've been killed by him 10 times. I can't even walk properly anymore. Now, the young master has been locked up, and most of the members have left out of fear. Xiao Bai's face was gloomy. The White Alliance had more than 10,000 people, the largest in the entire Dragon Country. They thought that with this force, they would be able to rise up in the second world, but they did not expect to fall so hard and become a laughingstock. The most important thing was that the hearts of the people in the White Alliance had already shattered. Their own grandson had also been imprisoned. As the head of the family was about to say something, a message suddenly came from his cell phone. This message directly brought upon creases on his face as his eyes widened in fear. When he read the message, the veins on the Zhao's head of family bulged. He was so shocked that the phone screen started to crack from a tight, unconscious grip. After a full 10 seconds, he forcefully suppressed his anger. All of you can go back. These matters are not your fault. The 8 people below the man felt a sense of relief. Some of them even wiped the beads of sweat off their heads, bowed deeply, and hurriedly got up and walked out. Xiao Bai slowly closed his eyes and softly spoke. He looked as though he was speaking to himself. Elder Ling. At this moment, an old man appeared from a shadowed corner that would have been difficult for one to notice his presence. One could vaguely see that he was a short and hunchbacked old man, and one could assume that he was extremely weak. However, the fierce aura emitted from his body made people feel that there was a sharp edge and grit in the way he carried himself. The old and sinister voice spoke, If I make a move, it'll be the last time you'll ever get my assistance. Have you thought this through? Is it really worth it to use it to kill this brat? A burst of terrifying laughter ensued. However, Xiao Bai did not have the slightest bit of fear. Back then, our Xiao family found the right pills for you and helped you become an acquired expert. We hope that you can help us get through these difficult times. The first time was when my father asked you to kill the head of the Su family in order to reach the peak of the Dragon Country. The second time was a year ago when that heaven-rank expert tried to assassinate me. You saved my life. This third time, as long as you can kill him, you won't owe our Xiao family anymore. All right, then I shall help you with this request. As he spoke, the figure that seemed to be on the verge of death moved slightly and slowly merged into the darkness once again. It was as if there had never been anyone there ever. It was extremely strange. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, I didn't even have to take the initiative to look for you. You actually delivered yourself to my door. You can't blame me for this. After he finished speaking, Xiao Bai closed his eyes, as if waiting for Lu Chen's arrival. The hall was so silent that if a pin dropped, it could be heard. At the entrance of the Xiao family manor, iron doors towered high. This place, which should have been tightly sealed, was opened, as if it waited for Lu Chen to enter. Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei stood at the door, and the atmosphere was somber. Only the panda in Lan Weiwei's arms seemed to be unaware of everything. It held the bamboo and nibbled it bit by bit contently. This happy scene did not fit well with the current situation. The two walked in through the door. The manor, which should have been brightly lit, was now incomparably dark. If it was not for the moon that hung high in the sky shining the way, one would not be able to see anything at all. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Be careful, something is not right. Obviously, no matter how well the secret measures of the Dragon Country were done, it would be difficult to completely hide information from the Xiao family. The secret of this operation could have been leaked. They might have been expecting them already. However, it did not matter. In the face of absolute strength, all techniques were illusory. Moreover, as long as the moon still shone, it would be advantageous to Lu Chen. Lan Weiwei's ears twitched slightly. At this moment, her eyes flashed with a hint of green light. Her gaze was somewhat cautious as she held onto Raleigh tighter. I have a feeling that danger will appear from the surrounding shadows. Lu Chen nodded. If Xiaobai dared to wait for him in such a grand manner, then it means that he was extremely confident in being able to destroy him. How strong was an acquired realm expert? Lu Chen was eager to experience battling one, but he dared not to let his guard down. The two carefully walked towards the hall, on constant high vigilance. Only the panda in Lan Weiwei's arms ate happily. He even enjoyed himself in Lan Weiwei's arms. In the dark night, as an ancient wolf, Lan Weiwei's night vision was not hindered at all. Even Lu Chen was a little envious for that characteristic. If he could have such a strong night vision, then his assassination ability could be doubled. However, feeling the nourishment of the moonlight, Lu Chen was not afraid. After more than 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the hall. You're finally here. I've been waiting. Xiaobai, who sat on his seat comfortably, narrowed his eyes slightly as if he had just woken up. Lu Chen's eyes were solemn. I did make you wait for a long time. In the second world, when the Xiao family attacked me for the first time, I should have been the one at the resurrection point killing all the members of the White Alliance myself. Not only did Xiao Bai's expression not turn ugly, he even looked relaxed. He picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. The tea is good, but it's a pity that it's gone cold. Then, he raised his head and looked at Lu Chen. You're brave coming here knowing that you've become an enemy of our Xiao family. I know that you're very strong, but there's a limit to how strong you can be. Because your physical body has restricted your highest strength, there's no way that you can withstand great attack. If you're willing to join our Xiao family, not only will I let bygones be bygones, but I can also help you solve this problem. Lu Chen's gaze was slightly shaken. How was he going to solve the issue of his physical body holding him back? This offer was much too tempting. To Lu Chen, if the grudges he held were not severe, he might have been tempted. The opportunity that could allow him to unleash his full strength was no small feat. However, it quickly turned into a passing thought. Within a second, Lu Chen's gaze regained its calmness. If you said this from the start, even if it was to threaten me to find my real identity, I would be able to accept it. Now, after what you've done, it's too late to say things like these. When Xiaobai heard Lu Chen's reply, all hope he held in his eyes instantly disappeared. Even his gaze dimmed a little. He waved his hand and extinguished the few lamps beside him. His voice was desolate as he spoke. In that case, do you really have the courage to destroy our Xiao family? The moment the candles extinguished, the hall instantly darkened. With that, Lu Chen instantly felt a chill run down his spine and hesitantly stepped back. Suddenly, a pitch-black dagger flew right towards where Lu Chen moved from. This dagger seemed to not be made from normal metal. It did not have any luster. Instead, it moved like a shadow, making it hard for one to notice its presence. At this moment, a thread of cloth hung on the dagger and a light appeared when it slashed downward. Then, with a swing of the dagger going upward, it once again entered the darkness. There was no trace of it after it disappeared. This fluid assassination technique was extremely smooth, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Even Lan Weiwei, an ancient ash wolf, did not manage to react in time to such an attack. This terrifying speed and perfect assassination technique shocked her beyond compare. Most importantly, with her keen eyes, she did not notice that there was someone in the shadows. To be exact, this assassin did not rely on his shadow to hide his identity. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on Lu Chen's forehead. He thought that he still stood a chance against an acquired realm expert, but they did not mention that this expert was an assassin as well. He was familiar with this technique of escaping further away after missing an attack, but it was because of this that he understood how terrifying this assassin could truly be. If he was not mistaken, this assassin was able to be one with the shadows. What kind of supernatural power was this? Was this the ancient martial art technique that had once disappeared from the world? Was this the one and only legendary move from it? While Lu Chen was shocked, in a corner far away from the hall, a shadow appeared from the darkness around it. In the end, it turned into a hunched old man. The old man looked at the person in front of him as if he had seen something rare. Huh, little child, you're quite nimble. This is the first time I've missed in 20 years. You've hurt my pride. I'll have to kill you for that." The old man spoke indifferently. He talked as though he was going to step on some measly ants. The first time in the past 20 years? Lu Chun was confused. Lan Weiwei had already placed Raleigh on the ground to let him play by himself. Meanwhile, the faint image of a wolf's claw could be seen on her palm. The old man looked at Lan Weiwei's hand and his eyes seemed to emit a glow. This girl is special. She succeeded in transforming her hand into a wolf claw. It seems like a supernatural ability. If my guess is correct, you should be a wolf demon, right? In that case, looks like I've struck gold today. I'll have a demon core soon. Hearing these words, the coldness in Lu Chen's eyes became even colder. In his eyes, this assassin was already a dead man. Lan Weiwei had long lost her cute appearance. She looked at him coldly, ready to find a loophole to attack at any time. When Raleigh heard that the assassin wanted to take Lan Weiwei's demon core, he trembled in fear. Then, he mustered the courage to bare his teeth at the assassin to express his dissatisfaction. Xiaobai sat in the hall and let out a long sigh. "Well, there goes your opportunity to attack. Ling, how did you miss that shot? Do you know how difficult it was to rope him in?" Looking at Xiaobai, who was ridiculed the old man in the hall, Lu Chun still felt that something was not right. This old man was just an assassin. If he really did not care about killing Xiaobai, he would not be able to stop him at all. What exactly was Xiaobai relying on now? What other backup plans did he have? Without allowing Lu Chun to think too much, the old man once again slowly disappeared into the shadows around him. "Brat, you are worthy of knowing my name. I'm the first president of the Night Union, Ling Yin." What was surprising was that the old man's voice seemed to have echoed from all directions. Lu Chun could not figure out where the real sound was coming from. How did he do it? Lu Chun was reminded of Heiyu, who he had given the other party a teleportation scroll. Being the president of the Night Union, was he not? One had to know that the Dark Union had been somewhat fearful of Xiao Chuan back then. At the same time, he remembered some information that Lu Yuan had given him, including this person called Ling Yin. She even mentioned that this person came from an ancient martial arts aristocratic family. His entire family had been exterminated because they had offended their enemies. Only he, who was still young, was rescued and trained. Finally, at the age of 20, he assassinated all of his enemies and formed an assassin organization, the Night Union. Therefore, Ling Yin had completely established his name in the ancient martial arts world. He was known for his magical ability that could merge with the shadow, and it was close to impossible to guard against. No one in their right mind would dare provoke an assassin who could appear from his shadow and kill them at any time. Therefore, the reputation of the Night Union soared high. However, when Ling Yin was 50 years old, he suddenly disappeared, and no one knew where he went. The Dark Union had gone through a long period of turmoil and reorganization before it was directed into the right track today. Of all places to meet him, Lu Chun did not expect to meet him here. What made him feel troubled was that none of Ling Yin's targets had ever escaped. A one-hit kill was his signature move. No one would survive until he assassinated them. It was the same even if their level was higher than his. However, today was destined to be a long battle. Lu Chun and Lan Weiwei's came prepared. It was impossible to kill them in one hit. Lu Chun knew that Lu Chongping's troops were far away. If he needed them, he could shine a military searchlight that could illuminate a signal a kilometer away at any time. However, if that was the case, it was very likely that Ling Yin would not show his presence at all. Just as Lu Chun was thinking of a solution, Lan Weiwei, who was at the side, had already started fighting with the shadows. Black daggers kept appearing from the black shadows in all directions. From different angles, the daggers were aimed at her vital points. 1 second, the daggers were still in front of her, but the next moment, they appeared behind her. This ability to teleport in the shadows was very troublesome. Although Lan Weiwei's movements were agile and her attack power was as high as 20,000, she could not cause any damage to the shadowed attacks. On the other hand, Ling Yin's casual slash was enough to reduce Lan Weiwei's health bar by quite a bit. 3,500 HP, 4,678 HP, 14,534 HP, 3,429 HP, In less than a minute, Lan Weiwei's 100,000 HP bar had been reduced by half. If not for Moonlight's blessing, she would probably have died by now. This fighting pace was already considered slow for Ling Yin. After all, he usually hits targets with a single slash. In the distance, many members of the dragon team observed the fight. They were extremely anxious, but they knew that the matter at hand was not something they could participate in. With their strength, they would just end up becoming burdens in the fight. One of the team members said anxiously, "Why don't we use the specially made bullets to snipe him from a distance? It's not like we haven't sniped an ancient martial art practitioner before." Lu Yuan quickly denied this suggestion. "No way. That assassin should be Ling Yin, who disappeared for many years. Look at him. He's been fighting for so long, but his body has never left the shadow. The bullets won't have any effect at all. Moreover, they're moving too quickly. We might accidentally hurt Lan Weiwei." They all knew that Lan Weiwei could be fast enough to dodge the bullet. However, the problem was that if she gets distracted even for a second, she would be instantly pierced through. Ling Yin's dagger might normally cause thousands or even tens of thousands of damage, but if it really cut Lan Weiwei's throat off, it could be equivalent to a second world armor-piercing and explosive strike, directly taking Lan Weiwei's life away. While everyone silently pondered, Lu Chongping's earpiece suddenly rang out. "Get the dragon team to immediately spread out and surround the entire manor. Wait for my signal later. Turn on all the searchlights." It was Lu Chen's voice. Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. Initially, when everyone saw that Lu Chen was idle, they held heavy hearts. Can't morning mist break through this trap? However, now, when they heard his voice, everyone felt as if they had been reassured. Lu Chongping immediately assigned tasks to the team. Zhang Ming, lead 3 people and a searchlight to the high mountain 500 meters north of the manor. Chunliang, take 2 people and a searchlight to the signal tower 800 meters east. Lu Yuan was a little anxious. "What about me? I don't have a searchlight." Lu Chongping gritted his teeth. "Go to the Chunmao building in the north and immediately contact their general manager. Move all the commercial searchlights in their building to the top of the building. We need as many as we can get. Today, our task is to help Lu Chun as much as possible. Let's see Lu Chun kill that old man alone." As soon as Lu Chongping's order was given, everyone rushed to their destination without any hesitation. This battle was not only about the life and death of an individual, but it might even be about the life and death of the entire dragon country. Throughout the entire world, the beautiful country, the island country, the cold country, and the eagle country had all made great achievements. Beautiful country had relied on its outstanding technological strength and powerful financial strength to stand at the peak of the mecha field. There was once a top-tier warrior who used a mecha to kill a lord with a single shot. Island country was split into 2 major factions, ninjutsu experts and yin-yang families. They each used their own abilities to fight and relied on their unfathomable abilities to crazily fight monsters. Cold country had almost disappeared under the suppression of the country. However, the arrival of the second world game had made them rise up and become the top guilds. It was said that a priest of that country had arrived in a city and was ready to accept the test in the next few days. Eagle country has a unified system and an absolute specialized army. They were completely different from the motley crew of the White Alliance. Although they did not have the combat strength like Lu Chun, they had already become heavy fighters for attacking cities and plundering land with their army. If something went wrong with Lu Chen this time, the entire dragon country would fall behind by a lot. If they could not catch up with other countries, they would probably lose countless lives. This was something no one wanted to experience. Everyone moved very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, everyone was in position. At this time, Lu Chen finally moved. He switched to the sword god mode. If he was in second world, everyone would have seen a golden symbol sword god appearing above his head. His stats soared. His original basic combat power increased by 7 times from 19,850 to 138,950. When the moonlight shone in from the outside, under the moonlight's blessing, the moonlight fused into his body. After an enlightening feeling, Lu Chen's combat power increased by 50% again, reaching an astonishing 208,425. This was the combat power buff that came from the title. One had to know that Lu Chen's attack speed was already 16.5. Under the Sword God title, his attack speed increased by 800%, and he could now slash 132 times in a second. This also meant that Lu Chen could deal 27,512,100 damage in a second. This was close to 30 million. Such a strike was definitely not something the opponent could withstand. However, the problem was, how was Lu Chen going to break out of this situation? As long as the shadow was there, Ling Yin would be able to turn invisible. If he shined his light, the opponent would also shift away as the shadow retreated. No one could think of a solution. Xiao Bai, who sat on the throne, grew more and more confident as time went by. He was not worried that Ling Yin would fail. He also knew that as long as Lu Chen died, the country would not dare make a move against the Xiao family. After all, among the people who entered the acquired realm, the strongest was the ancestor of the Xiao family, who was at the spiritual realm. No one would dare offend a dead person from the Xiao family. If it was just a dead person in the second world game, no one would bat an eye. So much so in the real world, no one would care. When Lu Chen was ready to make a move, adrenaline pumped into his veins, readying himself. At this time, Ling Yin was fighting with Lan Weiwei. When he saw Lu Chen move, he returned to the shadows and disappeared without a trace. Lan Weiwei took a few steps back and stood under the moonlight. Lan Weiwei's was recovering rapidly. In less than a minute, she was back to full health. This gave Lu Chen some confidence in this situation. Lu Chen constantly sensed his surroundings. The area was dark and the wind blew silently. Other than the faint sound of the wind coming from outside, there was nothing unusual. The shadows on the ground seemed to hide countless killing intent, but no one could figure out where Ling Yin was. At the same time, Ling Yin tried to confuse him even more, and his voice came from all directions. "Kid, I have to say that your combat strength is really strong. Judging from your aura just now, you can definitely reach the peak of the mid-acquired realm fighter. If you were to meet other acquired realm experts, although you might not be able to win, at least no one would be able to stop you." That girl looked weak. I didn't expect her to react well and not be able to instantly be killed by me. Heh, I don't know if you have the same grit as her. Why don't I kill you in an instant first and then grind her to death bit by bit? Lan Weiwei looked at Lu Chen worriedly. She wanted to rush forward to help, but was stopped by a certain look from Lu Chen. He closed his eyes and began to listen carefully to the other party's words. Although the voice came from all directions, Lu Chen was still trying to figure out the main direction it was coming from. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. "You hid yourself very well. I really can't tell where you're from. Although, there is something wrong with your voice." Ling Yin's breathing paused, and then he asked, "Oh, tell me about it." Lu Chen said, "This hall is too big. There are echoes everywhere, but when I listened carefully, I found that only the echo in the southeast corner is the smallest. There is almost no echo. So, you must have spoken from there." Before he finished his words, Lu Chen charged directly toward the southeast corner and swung his sword fiercely. At this moment, even Xiao Bai's eyes became a little solemn. The high-level officials of the Dragon Country had investigated Lu Chen's situation before, so the damage that he had caused under the Sword God state could not be recovered at all. No one dared to bet whether this kind of damage would affect the shadow. The golden light of his weapon directly hit the southeast corner. The sword aura directly passed through and emitted golden light. The moment it touched the wall, it sliced through like butter. Without any hindrance, it passed through the wall. A bottomless crack appeared on the ground. Under the power of the Sword God state, even the shadow on the ground shook slightly. "You're much too arrogant, boy." Lu Chen's movements were indeed quick. However, as an assassin, Ling Yin's movements kept up with the motions. When Lu Chen swung his blade 132 times, Ling Yin did not dare to be careless at all. He immediately dodged and left. At the same time, he found a loophole and flashed out with his weapon. The pitch-black blade directly pierced through his skin, brushed past his ribs, and ruthlessly stabbed into his heart. Poochie. A bloodthirsty killing intent appeared in Ling Yin's eyes. It worked. His 3-time agreement to help the Xiao family was finally lifted, and he was free. More importantly, the number 1 person in the second world, Lu Chen, actually died in his hands. This was definitely a great honor to hold. Lan Weiwei's face instantly turned deathly pale, and her body suddenly trembled. Even Raleigh, who had been gnawing on bamboo all this time, stopped and looked nervously at Lu Chen. In the distance, Lu Yuan's heart seemed to have been violently tugged, and she could not help but shout, "Lu Chen!" Lu Chongping's fight was being played in the Dragon Country's conference room. At this moment, there were more than 10 high-level officials watching the scene unfold. Their heartbeats were raised manifold when they saw what happened. Ling Yin smiled cruelly. He tried to look for fear, helplessness, and fear on the other party's face. Everyone's hearts felt heavy. On the contrary, Xiao Bai, who was further away, could not help but reveal a look of joy in his eyes. The scourge that had caused the Xiao family to fall into disarray in the Second World and destroyed more than half of the members of the White Alliance to withdraw from the association finally died. Even Lan Weiwei, who would share the same fate as Lu Chen, felt a little uneasy in her heart. With such a serious injury, even if Lu Chen did not die, his strength would probably be greatly reduced. Everyone thought that Lu Chen was finished, but Ling Yin, on the other hand, wavered. This was because, in the next second, a hand firmly grabbed onto Ling Yin like an iron pincer, and he could not move. Ling Yin did not falter. Instead, a trace of a smile actually appeared on his face. He slowly raised the weapon in his other hand and directly chopped down the limb that grabbed onto him. Odd enough, Ling Yin felt goosebumps on his neck when he did that. He quickly used his other hand to pull out the dagger that was stabbed into Lu Chen's chest and swung it down again. This time, he did not charge at Lu Chen. He only hacked away at his arm. The opponent in front of him seemed like he could not be killed at all. The dagger had been stabbed into his heart, so how could he still be moving and alive? At this moment, the most ruthless decision he made was to cut off his arm to save his life. Blood splattered everywhere once he made that desperate choice. Ling Yin cut off his arm and immediately prepared to return to the shadows. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly raised the hand that held onto the severed arm. In an instant, searchlights appeared in all 4 directions at the same time. Not just the illuminated halls, but even the surrounding 1,000 meters were as bright as day. There was no chance for a shadow to appear at all. F***CK. Ling Yin finally understood what was going on. Whether it was Lu Chen being assassinated, grabbing onto his arm, or even cutting off his very own arm, every step was within his opponent's calculations. As for him now, without a shadow aid, he was probably only slightly stronger than a heaven rank expert. How could he beat his opponent? Escape was the only option. This was the only thought left in Ling Yin's mind. With that, his feet soared away like the wind. However, Lu Chen was one step ahead of him. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he directly slashed it across Ling Yin's neck. Ling Yin felt the whole world spin as his head fell onto the ground, dead. Due to Lu Chen's speedy move, his body had already run dozens of meters away from his head. The first president of assassins had just been murdered. Everyone was completely shocked by this scene. How could this be? Xiao Bai stared with widened eyes. He could not believe that his assassin had died this quickly. The people of the Dragon team were also incomparably shocked. This series of events had come too suddenly. They had just turned their light beams on when the other party had issued an order, but Ling Yin had actually died within that short time. The meeting room of the high-level officials of the Dragon Country was completely silent. Sitting at the very end, Gu Yiming, who had been brought in by the elders of the Gu family, swallowed hard and let out a gulp. Too many things had happened in the past few seconds, and the turn of events was quite a shock for everyone there. First, Lan Weiwei had been tortured by Ling Yin, who hid in the shadows countless times. Then, Lu Chen had found a loophole, but Ling Yin was already one step ahead. Suddenly, the tables turned, and Ling Yin had been killed. This series of reversals could be said to be the biggest roundabout event ever. It was amazing. Only Lu Chen understood how he survived. That was because after he had slashed 132 times with his activated Sword God state, he immediately changed his title to Dark Shura, which allowed him to be immune to damage once. Therefore, even when Ling Yin stabbed Lu Chen's heart, he was unable to cause any damage. This was also Lu Chen's second life skill. It was because of him activating Dark Shura that his opponent was unable to escape and complete the instant kill move. From an outsider's perspective, this battle ended in just a few seconds. However, only Lu Chen, who was in the middle of it, understood the dangers and everything involved. However, this time, Lu Chen now understood that even among acquired realm experts, he was a rather powerful existence. Lu Chongping's orders were transmitted through the earpiece after a moment of silence. Lu Chen, you can go back and rest after you're done. We'll clean up the rest. The so-called cleaning was to clean up the remaining members of the Xiao family. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Bai, his subordinates, or even the industry workers, they all needed to be dealt with separately. However, Lu Chen's reply was curt. I'm not done yet. Not done yet? Hearing Lu Chen's words, the members of the dragon team were somewhat puzzled. Ling Yin's head had already fallen off. Was there anything else that needed to be dealt with? In the hall, only Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei looked at Xiao Bai without the slightest intention of dropping their defenses. If the fight with Ling Yin was considered a 10, then Xiao Bai could be rated as a 100. If Lu Chen was not sure before, then Lan Weiwei's attitude towards Xiao Bai made him certain that this person was definitely not what was mentioned in the information they had before. He definitely was not an ordinary person whatsoever. At this moment, Lan Weiwei reacted like a wolf and slightly bared her teeth at Xiao Bai. However, she did exert the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, she looked a little cute. If it were not for the current situation, Lu Chen would have wanted to rub her head. Beside her, Raleigh, who had been eating on a piece of bamboo, took out 2 bamboo shoots from Lan Weiwei's pocket and hid in the furthest corner. This time, however, even when he ate the bamboo shoots, the little fellow's eyes were still fixed on Xiao Bai. He did not look relaxed one bit. Xiao Bai's face revealed a faint smile. He then clapped his hands together as the sound echoed throughout the silent building. Good. It really you morning mist. You've only trained for less than a month, yet you were able to kill Ling Yin, who has trained for nearly 100 years. Lu Chen was unmoved from his spot. He glanced at Ling Yin, who was lying on the ground. Did you just watch as I killed your subordinate? If this matter were to spread, have you ever thought of how much your Xiao family's reputation would drop from it? A trace of disdain actually appeared on Xiao Bai's face. Xiao family? Him? Part of the Xiao family? Ling Yin said that he would leave after completing the Xiao family's 3 requests, so why should I protect him? Moreover, this trash couldn't even beat you. He should just die like the trash he is. Lu Chen frowned. What do you mean? From the intelligence reports, not only were Lin and Xiao Bai classmates, but they were also comrades who had fought together in the past. The two of them had a relationship as close as family. Back then, Lin was always being humiliated, and it was Xiao Bai who had personally led people to wipe out others that got in his way. With such a history, how could Xiao Bai call the other party trash? Xiao Bai smiled coldly, and the wrinkles on his face creased. However, his entire aura instantly rose. A strong gust of wind shot out from his body and blew in varying directions. The strong wind blew Lu Chen's attire, causing the clothes to flutter wildly. The wall that had been cut open by Lu Chen's sword had finally collapsed. Lu Yuan looked at the hall in the distance, and her eyelids twitched. Yellow grade, black grade, earth grade, heaven grade. Xiao Bai's aura rose at a rapid speed from the beginning to the end. He did not stop at all. He has already broken through to the heaven grade. Xiao Bai is actually an acquired realm expert. Lu Yuan covered her mouth, and her beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Bai in disbelief. Lu Chongping's mood seemed to have worsened greatly as he spoke. It seems that things are about to get more complicated. Lu Chongping continued on. If he's just an ordinary acquired realm expert, why would the Xiao family hide it? With such an expert around, the Xiao family's status could have skyrocketed. Xiao Bai's strength seems endless. Has he reached the peak of the acquired realm? Lu Yuan found it hard to believe. If the acquired realm was hard enough to achieve, the peak of the acquired realm was an existence that could absolutely crush other ordinary acquired realm experts. If the first president of the Dark Union, Ling Yin, faced an expert at the peak of the acquired realm, he would definitely not have the slightest intention of assassinating him. Instead, he would flee as far away as possible. As expected, Xiao Bai's condition had risen to almost the peak of being in the acquired realm. Although his speed had slowed down, he did not stop at all. Lu Chen and the others felt the pressure Xiao Bai exerted onto them increased as made his way. Prior to this, Ling Yin and Lan Weiwei's combat strength were not that far apart. It was just that his methods were eccentric, just like how Lan Weiwei, who was still in her ancient wolf form, faced Lu Chen. If it was not for the fact that Lan Weiwei had used a powerful skill, she would probably have been killed by Lu Chen as well. However, her special skill was still on cooldown and could not be used immediately again. Otherwise, Ling Yin might not have been a match for Lan Weiwei, who had high attack and defense points. After all, Lan Weiwei's bloodline can continuously be upgraded after she receives the Moonlight's blessing. Once she enters a berserk state, she might be able to barely enter the early stages of the acquired realm. However, Xiao Bai was apparently different. His aura had already reached the peak of the acquired realm, giving people a great sense of pressure. Although Ling Yin had given people a great sense of pressure before, the feeling that Xiao Bai exuded was completely different from Ling Yin. If Ling Yin gave people the feeling that he was like a dangerous poisonous snake, then Xiao Bai was like a ferocious tiger that only had murderous intent. As everyone was shocked by Xiao Bai's sudden change, an almost inaudible but also exceptionally clear sound suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. It was as if a glass had suddenly shattered, or the sound of an egg cracking. The sound was extremely soft but extremely sharp. As the members of the dragon team were looking around in astonishment, someone shockingly discovered that the hair on Lu Chongping's arm had all stood up. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes stared into the distance. He was so shocked that he could not speak for a long time. After a full half a minute, he growled at everyone and gave an order. Everyone, retreat at least 2,000 meters from here immediately. Pay attention, run as fast as you can, and don't look back. The others who were from another location could no longer wait for an order when they heard that noise. They hurriedly took out their communicative devices and asked, "Leader, should we gather somewhere else?" Lu Chongping did not even have time to pack his equipment. He directly dragged the two members beside him and ran out without caring about their lives. "Leave all your equipment, don't bring any with you. With Xiao Bai's location as the center, run to a place at least 2,000 meters away. That's Xiao Bai. He's a spiritual realm expert." Lu Chongping's roar could be heard from every walkie-talkie. Everyone felt as though the temperature around them had dropped by tens of degrees when they heard him. A spiritual realm master. If an acquired expert could dodge bullets and weapons, then a spiritual master would definitely be invulnerable to any attacks whatsoever. Ordinary pistols could not penetrate their defense at all, and their attacks were stronger than a missile launch. This kind of fighting strength was incredible and could be considered the top of the country. Each spiritual realm expert was considered a national treasure, and they were the people that the country would focus on protecting. The focus of protection also meant strict surveillance and defense. In the Dragon Conference Room, the high-level officials of the Dragon Country looked at everything in front of them in great shock. Perhaps ordinary people would not care about that slight sound, but everyone present was sure what that sound meant. This was precisely the symbol of an acquired expert stepping into the spiritual realm, cocoon breaking. The higher-ups were all stunned. Originally, some of them watched and commented on the battle anxiously. Some people nodded their heads in satisfaction because the Xiao family had been destroyed and Lu Chen had risen. Some people even smiled and drank their drinks happily as they prepared to leave after the meeting. The moment the sound of cocoon breaking was heard, everyone stopped moving. The secretary, who was still refilling the tea for everyone, gripped the teapot so hard that their knuckles turned white. After that, he remained motionless like a wooden figure. He did not even notice that the tea had spilled out of the cup. A large pool of tea flowed onto the table. After that, it flowed onto the outfit of another long-bearded old man. Only when the old man realized that something was burning him, only then did he come back to his senses. "Should we ask the chief to send out the great elder of the dragon team immediately?" Another executive immediately replied, "I agree. When an unknown expert appears, we can always ask the great elder to come out and then report to the chief, who is first in charge." After all, this matter had gotten way more serious than we expected. We must contain it as soon as possible, The Dragon Team was an important combat team that only the higher-ups of the Dragon Country knew about. Even the reserve members were at least second lieutenants, and their strength was at least a late-stage yellow-grade expert. The leader of the Dragon Team, Lu Chongping, had the strength of an early-stage heaven-grade expert. However, only the top higher-ups who truly understood the Dragon Team knew that after every leader of the Dragon Team retired, they would become part of another Dragon Team run by Zhang. Lu Chongping was certain that there was an acquired realm expert in the country because of this. However, he did not know that the first elder of the Dragon Group had the strength of a spiritual realm expert. He was also the only acquired realm expert in the country who had not entered the mystic realm. The difference between an acquired realm expert and a spiritual realm expert was extremely huge. Lu Chen was definitely not a match for the other party. The third chief in charge, who sat in the first seat, furrowed his brows tightly. His eyes continuously flickered, and then he said in a steady voice, "There's no need. Report it to the chief that is first in charge normally and deal with it according to the procedures of newly discovered spiritual realm experts." But there is no but. This is an order. The third in charge took a deep breath and continued speaking. Even if we find the first in charge now, it will take at least 2 hours to get to the Xiao family. This time could be enough for Xiao Bai to kill Lu Chen hundreds of times. It'll be meaningless. As he said that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. In the hall, Xiao Bai's phone rang. Xiao Bai glanced towards the sound and picked up the phone. His voice was a little gloomy as he answered, "What's the matter?" In the past, whenever the third-in-charge chief called the head of the Xiao family, the other party's attitude would be on good terms. However, today, everything has changed. Xiao Bai no longer needed to pretend to be kind anymore. The third-in-charge chief was obviously dissatisfied with the change in the other party's attitude. "I hope that you can give him a way out. You should know the importance of Lu Chen to our Dragon Country." "Of course I know." Xiao Bai's voice was emotionless as he spoke with a blank face. As long as Lu Chen is around, the Dragon Country will rise because of him. And his growing curve could be enough for the Dragon Country to crush all the other countries in the world. However, Xiao Bai paused for a moment. "I also know that Lu Chen is a sworn enemy of our Xiao family. If he leaves this place alive today, you will no longer have the Xiao family by your side. I have given him a chance, more than once, in fact. Since he didn't want it, then he should just die." With that, the phone in Xiao Bai's hand shattered. Then, with a raise of his hand, a gust of wind formed into the form of a tiger's claw as it directly charged towards Lu Chen. When Xiao Bai made his move, it looked just an ordinary attack, but it was definitely a killing move for Lu Chen. That strong wind looked like a tiger's claw carried a faint whistling momentum as it was directed towards Lu Chen. Killing intent surged as it got closer and closer. This kind of killing intent could be clearly felt by even the higher-ups that sat in the meeting room through the cameras in the extreme distance. This kind of killing intent had even condensed more and more. The third chief looked at the other party hanging and gritted his teeth fiercely. Xiao Bai has to be eliminated, or else he would be a great disaster for the Dragon Country. "Quickly, get the first elder to the meeting room." Following the order, someone immediately invited the first elder to the meeting room. In less than a minute or two, the first elder arrived in the meeting room with a strong presence. "What are you all doing?" There was a spiritual realm expert hiding in the country this whole time, but no one knew? "I don't know what all of you are doing, but you've made a big mistake." The first elder came in with a walking stick and a spear. Although his position was not as high as the third chief, he did not care about statuses and spoke his mind. This was due to the appearance of a spiritual realm expert that was enough to bring a crisis to the country. The third chief dared not to express any dissatisfaction because the first elder was the guardian god of the country. He only had a helpless look on his face. "First elder, let's not make haste. Let's focus on Xiao Bai's situation first before pointing fingers, all right?" The matter was urgent. The first elder shut his mouth. Instead, he looked at the screen and narrowed his eyes slightly as he spoke to everyone around. As you all know, he has been an ordinary person for so many years and has never shown any great strength. It is obvious that he should be a pseudo-spiritual realm expert right now. A pseudo-spiritual realm expert? All the higher-ups were puzzled. No one had ever heard of the term pseudo-spiritual. The first elder nodded slightly. That's right. I have never seen this realm before either. However, I once discovered the existence of this realm in an ancient book. If it was an ordinary expert, without a special training technique or treasure, it would be impossible for them to hide their training all the time. However, if they trained using some unorthodox evil techniques, in order to avoid getting themselves killed, they would often support a training technique that could hide their training tactics from the very beginning. Only when one day they truly entered the spiritual realm and released their training knowledge would they be able to fully display their skills in front of outsiders. However, he is only at the spiritual level right now and doesn't have the corresponding strength and battle experience. Thus, he can only be called a pseudo-spiritual realm expert. When these words were said, the higher-ups all understood what he meant, but everyone still had tense shoulders. At the same time, the secretary mentioned some new information to Lu Chongbing and then to Lu Chen. In the hall, when Lu Chen faced Xiao Bai's powerful attack, he immediately felt an abnormal sense of danger. He dared not to hesitate at all and immediately dodged the attack. On the wall behind him, a tiger claw mark that was as tall as a person suddenly appeared. It pierced through the wall and directly shattered a room dozens of meters behind him. Lu Chen turned his head to look at the marking and noticed that it was a clean hit. This was an indication of an extremely high training level. Lu Chen did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated the Sword God title again and attacked Xiao Bai with 132 slashes. Damage of close to 30 million directly struck in front of Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai himself was vigilant. He raised his hand and punched out with all his strength, directly dispersing Lu Chen's attacks. The remaining power did not pose any threat to him at all. However, this attack did indeed make Xiao Bai apprehensive. His opponent was clearly only at the acquired level, yet he was actually able to stand on equal footing with him. However, after this attack, he was certain that this kid would not be able to keep up. In the next moment, Lu Chen, Lan Weiwei, and Xiao Bai directly engaged in battle. Wolf claws, tiger fists, blades, and swords interweaved, turning the entire hall into ruins. Occasionally, attacks were missed as it destroyed the countless buildings nearby. At the same time, everyone that was around retreated. Of course, the dragon team was constantly controlling these people from the outside. As for whether to detain these people or give them preferential treatment, it would depend on the outcome of this battle. The title of Blade God and Sword God continued to rotate above Lu Chen's head. However, it did not seem to be of much use to Xiao Bai. The high load of the battle increased the pressure on Lu Chen and Xiao Bai. Lan Weiwei, hold on. After saying that, Lu Chen immediately flashed and jumped out of the battle. Lan Weiwei could not withstand the pressure coming from Xiao Bai alone. Her body suddenly burst out with a bright light, and she directly transformed into the ancient ash wolf. Lu Chen looked at Lan Weiwei in surprise. After Lan Weiwei transformed into a human form, she once again transformed into the appearance of an ancient ash wolf. This was also her skill, true form transformation. When transformed into the ancient ash wolf king, all attributes are increased by 50%. Moonlight shone down and entered Lan Weiwei's body. This power coursed through her bloodstream as she bared her fangs. With the blessing of the ancient Ash Wolf King's bloodline and the Moon God's blessing, Lan Weiwei's combat strength had more than doubled. Ancient Ash Wolf King. Owner: Morning Mist. Name: Lan Weiwei. Intimacy: 150. Level: 25. Attack: 20,000. Increases by 50% when transformed into the ancient Ash Wolf. Increases by 50% with the Moonlight buff. The total is now 40,000. HP: 100,000. Increases by 50% when transformed into the ancient Ash Wolf. Increases by 50% with the Moonlight buff. The total is now 200,000. Defense: 800. Increases by 50% when transformed into the ancient Ash Wolf. Increases by 50% with the Moonlight buff. The total is now 1,600. Magic defense: 800. Increases by 50% when transformed into the ancient Ash Wolf. Increases by 50% with the Moonlight buff. The total is now 1,600. Skills: Demonic Flame, Frost Domain, True Form Transformation, Ash Wolf's Fury, Moonlight's Blessing. Demonic Flame. The ancient Ash Wolf King spits out terrifying demonic flames, causing 8,000 physical and magic damage per second to the enemy in front of it. Frost Domain. Creates a frost domain, slowing down the enemy's attack speed and casting speed by 50%. True Form Transformation. When transformed into the ancient Ash Wolf King, all attributes increase by 50%. Ash Wolf's Fury. The ancient Ash Wolf King awakens the sleeping bloodline in its body, greatly increasing its own attributes, and has a chance to obtain an additional skill. Moonlight's Blessing. Under the moonlight, all attributes increase by 50%. Under the moonlight and the True Form Transformation enhancement, Lan Weiwei immediately unleashed her full firepower. Frost Domain was activated. Xiao Bai's movement speed was reduced by half. Ash Wolf's Fury was activated. Her sleeping bloodline was instantly awakened. A new skill was awakened. At this moment, a new skill suddenly appeared on the interface in front of Lu Chan. Soul Tracking. When this skill is used, it can leave a mark deep within the target's soul. It can track up to 3 people. The mark will remain for 3 months. This skill can be shared with the owner. Lu Chen's eyes lit up when he saw this skill. When the soul tracking skill appeared, Lu Chen got more and more excited. This skill may not seem as powerful as the True Form Transformation or Moonlight's Blessing. However, to Lu Chen, it was definitely a very useful skill, especially for enemies that like to run away or hide themselves, like Ling Yin. Once he can find an effective way to attack, it would be useless no matter how invisible an assassin could be. If any enemy escaped thousands of miles away, then Lu Chen would be able to find the enemy no matter where they went. It could be a weapon to kill and seek revenge on others. When Lan Weiwei transformed into the ancient Ash Wolf King form, everyone in the dragon team and the conference room widened their eyes. Although some people knew that Lan Weiwei had come from the second world, only a few people knew her true identity. When she appeared, everyone finally confirmed that she was definitely the boss that had disappeared from the Wolf Valley. However, everyone quickly realized that she was far more powerful than the video that had circulated on the internet. Many people in the dragon team widened their eyes. They did not expect that such a cute girl could turn into such a menacing wolf. This scene was witnessed by many people. Although everything was hectic, including the scene of the house collapsing, no one thought too much about it. After all, who would have thought that there would only be a few people fighting in such a huge battle? Although people had discovered that their skills were transferable from the second world, there were still very few people who could not transfer it yet. There were even quite a number of people who went back to the resurrection point as they tried to bring their skills out of the second world. Their strength was only equivalent to those who trained regularly or knew a little martial arts. When this wolf appeared, everyone was shocked. What the H*LL is going on? Did I really cross over from the game after waking up? I didn't enter the gaming pod. What's going on? That's not right. There shouldn't be a cell phone in the second world. Moreover, the place where we woke up is indeed the real world. That wolf. Why do I feel that it looks a little familiar? Doesn't it look a little like the silver boss of Wolf Valley? That silver boss? Stop bull *ting me. If you say that this is the boss of Wolf Valley, I won't believe it. Doesn't it look different? That's not right. This wolf looks a little like the one that Morning Mist fought. Wasn't there a video on the internet of Morning Mist defeating the silver boss of Wolf Valley? F***CK. You're right. The color of its fur looks exactly the same. Stop bull *ting. That one is obviously much bigger than the one that fought with Morning Mist. Definitely. I remember that the wolf had a faint crescent between its brows back then. This one has it too. No way. Did it level up? But why is it with Morning Mist now? Please watch your words. It's not an it, it's a she. What? At this moment, a player named Entertaining Dinosaur suddenly appeared. I have a shocking piece of news for everyone. Everyone, do you still remember Morning Mist having a cute girl by his side? I remember. I remember that cute girl with big eyes. She looked like she was in love or something. If it wasn't for her following Morning Mist, I would have chased after her. Didn't that cute girl call Morning Mist brother or something? Then, Morning Mist is my brother-in-law? *T, that's my brother-in-law. Entertaining Dinosaur immediately interjected. Alright, All right, stop arguing. When that girl first came out, I was nearby. At that time, I remembered her calling him master. What? I would never dare touch her. I'm afraid to get killed by Morning Mist. I don't want to go back to the resurrection point. So I guess Morning Mist is into these kinds of things. I want to call Morning Mist master too, though. When entertaining dinosaur overheard that, he choked. Get lost. When the ancient ash wolf appeared just now, I was observing it with my binoculars from a kilometer away. I saw that cute little girl transform into that wolf. F*CK. What's going on? Is this for real? Although the contrast between cute and scary being the in thing now, this is just too much. F*CK. I remember now, I flirted with this girl who seemed to be called Lan Weiwei. Then, I was slapped back to the resurrection point. So, I actually offended a silver boss. Props to you for trying though. F*CK. F*King H*LL. I've offended Lan Weiwei too. I was planning to go to White Fog City to change my job. What should I do? Will I be slapped to death? You're thinking too much. I'm sure she's killed so many players. Do you think she'll even remember you? Seeing Lan Weiwei's appearance as the ancient Ashwolf King, the game forum instantly exploded. The officials and some large factions were shocked that people from the second world could actually enter this world. The ordinary people were shocked that the Ashwolf King appeared in front of them. Lan Weiwei looked like a small mountain, and no one could believe that such a small girl turned into such a huge wolf. Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei caused a huge storm of public opinion, but they did not know all of this went on because they faced a larger crisis. Xiao Bai's attack power was too strong. Any one of his attacks made it difficult for Lan Weiwei to block them. If Lan Weiwei had not transformed into the Ashwolf King, she would have been defeated long ago. Even so, her health bar continued to drop tremendously. Moreover, even if Lan Weiwei used all her firepower, she could not hurt her opponent at all. The defense of a spiritual master was too strong. The difference made Lan Weiwei feel somewhat weak. If not for the Frost Domain being able to reduce the opponent's speed by half, Lan Weiwei's HP would have been emptied long ago. At this time, Lu Chun was not idle either. The moon in the sky gradually turned from white to purple. The moonlight sprinkled on the ground and shone on Lu Chen's body. His attack power soared crazily. Plus 30,000. Plus 60,000. Plus 100,000. With the support of the moonlight stored in his body, his combat power directly surged towards plus 140,000. It did not stop either. With the support of the Sword God state, his attack speed increased by sevenfold. It directly reached 1,120,000. At this moment, Lu Chen already felt physically strained. After all, he had not really completed the class change, so his endurance power was very limited. Even though his attack speed was enough to unleash 132 slashes, his body absolutely would not allow it. He slashed out nonetheless. He had to try his best. With that, 72 slashes ensued. In a second, he directly unleashed 81,160,000 combat power. At this moment, even the great elder of the dragon team in the meeting room could not help but take a deep breath. If it was him, he knew he would not be able to block such a fierce attack. Although Lu Chen managed to hit the Guardian General with 320 million attack power, that was because of his skill that could take out 20% of the enemy's health with a single slash. However, the chance of triggering it was actually extremely low. The actual attack power was only less than 400,000. Now, Lu Chen has managed to slash out more than 80 million combat power, 20 times more so than before. In addition, he was in this world now, not in the game world. Everyone, especially the members of the Dragon team present, truly felt what it meant to have such power to destroy the world. Although the higher-ups were unable to feel that kind of aura on the spot, from the first Elder's reaction, Xiao Bai probably would not be able to block it either. Although Lan Weiwei had already transformed into the Ashwolf King, the worry shown on her eyes could still be seen. With a loud sound, the originally dilapidated hall turned into rubble. A deep pit the size of 100 meters had even appeared. Everyone's hearts raced from what happened. The members of the Dragon team even let out a loud sigh. With this, even if Xiao Bai did not die, his fighting strength would probably be greatly reduced. However, only Lu Chen's eyes were still filled with deep worry. He still did not let down his guard. Because when he made his move, Xiao Bai's lips revealed a hint of a smile. Lan Weiwei, who was at the side, had already picked up something that rolled on the ground and quickly threw it further away. After that, she stared at the center of the deep pit with concern. The sound of unhurried footsteps could be heard from the thick smoke. Shame. It's a pity that my mirror was used on you. A black shadow gradually appeared. Not only was Xiao Bai unscathed, even his clothes were untouched. Xiao Bai's lips curled into a smile as he casually threw the silver mirror from hand to hand. Lu Chen glanced at it. This mirror looked somewhat damaged, but it was able to withstand 80 million critical hits. This kind of item could almost be classified as a divine weapon. You fool. Everyone says that the acquired realm attacks could be godlike, but in front of a spiritual realm expert, that is nothing. This is because ordinary attacks cannot even break the protective barrier of a spiritual realm expert. As for your 80 million damage attack, I'm afraid you won't be able to use it a second time, right? Now, it's time for you to die. Xiao Bai's eyes suddenly turned vicious. His body arched slightly, and a tiger-shaped figure appeared on his body. It looked exactly like Lan Weiwei, who had transformed into the Ash Wolf King. However, Lan Weiwei had transformed into a physical form, while Xiao Bai one looked like a phantom. However, his aura was more than 3 times stronger than before. He immediately pounced forward. In less than a tenth of a second, he arrived in front of Lu Chen. When that happened, Lu Chen unleashed a critical strike. His body did not have the strength to resist the attack, however. He did not even have the speed to escape. At this moment, under the purple moonlight, a huge wolf leaped high into the air. As it descended from the sky, a huge pillar of light filled with purple energy shot out from its mouth. Demonic flame. With the buff from her true body and the moonlight's help, the damage of this move reached 16,000. Moreover, it dealt both physical and magic damage. Although it was far from being strong enough, the distance between her and Xiao Bai was quite far. Lan Weiwei could only use this method in order to protect herself from a distance. Xiao Bai could not even be bothered to dodge the attack and directly tanked it head-on. In return, a scream came out of Xiao Bai's mouth. Lu Chen was stunned by the noise and hurriedly stepped back. Her attack had close to 20,000 attack power. How could a mere 16,000 attack power make Xiao Bai react like this? At this moment, Xiao Bai felt as if his soul was being burned. The pain was unbearable. Impossible. That beam of light just now clearly only had an insignificant attack power. It did not even have the possibility of stopping him in his tracks. How could it make him feel such pain? The first elder in the meeting room shook his head in confusion. What was going on? At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly understood that when the few of them fought earlier, they only had physical attacks. Even if he had used 80 million attacks, it was still a physical attack. Could it be that in this world, spiritual masters could only be immune to physical attacks? Thinking of this, Lu Chen directly changed his title to Blade God. Blade God. Your understanding of the blade has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a blade-type weapon, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow with your level. Frenzied Blade. When you transform into the Blade God, your attack will definitely be a critical hit. You will have a critical hit immunity effect and receive a 400% critical hit damage bonus. Bloodbath Blade God. When your enemies exceed 100 amount, your attack will become an area of effect damage of 100 meters. 50% of the damage will be converted into your HP. Swift Blade. When you use a blade-type weapon, you can deal 3 damage attacks at the same time. You can also use 60% of your maximum attack speed, regardless of your body's capabilities. Magic Blade. When you use a blade-type weapon, you can convert your physical damage into magic damage. In an instant, the attack power of the original 19,850 points instantly increased by 4 times, reaching 79,400 points. Under the effect of the Swift Blade skill, even though Lu Chen was very weak at the moment and was unable to unleash his maximum attack speed of 16.5%, his attack speed could ignore the burden on his body, and he could still unleash a critical strike. That was a 9.9% chance. Therefore, within a second, Lu Chen's attack could reach 786,060. The attack of nearly 800,000 combat power was exerted under the effect of the magic blade. All his attacks were converted into magic attacks, a total of 49 times more damaging than the demonic flames that Lan Weiwei used just now. Lu Chen launched this combo. Xiaobai had never been attacked by magic before. In addition to his lack of combat experience, the demonic flame had already thrown him into a panic. In a hurry, Lu Chen took advantage of this situation and attacked. No, this can't be. Miserable sounds came out from Xiaobai's mouth. At this moment, he did not even have the strength to stand. He could only crouch onto the ground and wither. However, gradually, he did not even have the strength to crouch. If it was not for the faint undulation of his chest, everyone would probably think that he was dead. Lu Chen carefully walked forward step by step and saw that the other party's breathing was very weak. It did not seem like he was faking it. However, at this moment, Xiaobai hugged himself tightly. He was trying to endure the intense pain and tilted his head. He looked at Lu Chen in the distance and laughed bitterly. Haha, the whole of the dragon country actually destroyed our Xiao family by a brat like you. However, do you think you can take me down so easily just like that? He took out a scroll from his hand. Immediately, Lu Chen's eyes widened. That's not good. Lu Chen could tell at a glance that that thing was actually a teleportation scroll. The Xiao family indeed had a deep foundation. They actually managed to conceal such an item. However, there was no time to stop him at this moment. Lan Weiwei, the distant wolf, immediately understood what the other party meant. An incomparably complicated mark immediately appeared on her forehead and entered Xiaobai's body at the speed of light. Soul tracking. Xiaobai's face turned slightly pale, and his gaze was vicious. Brat, I'll wait for you at the Western Castle. One day we shall meet again. In the dragon team, Heiyu's eyes suddenly turned stern. The one who killed his child back then was at the Western Castle. That meant that the B***starred Xiao Bai actually colluded with people from there. Finally, Lan Weiwei could not hold it in any longer and directly used her demonic flame skill once again. When Heiyu heard this name, the knuckles on his fist turned white as he trembled on his spot. Although he did not immediately go to take revenge, he had never given up on the idea of it. If it were not for his lack of strength and his worry that his other members would follow him, he might have already made his way to the Western Castle. Lu Chen was not too sure about what happened in Heiyu's past and did not bother asking. Lu Chongping's voice appeared in his earpiece. Lu Chen, you might not know about this. Heiyu was originally a member of our dragon team. In another mission, his daughter died in the West. And the person who killed her daughter back then was someone from the Western Castle. In order to take revenge, he had no choice but to leave the dragon team. His daughter's death had always been very strange and suspicious. There wasn't even a corpse left behind. Although the higher-ups had used a lot of connections and resources to investigate the situation, the clues that they had a lead on would always be inexplicably cut off. It was as if all the plans made within the organization were being shared by others, and all the evidence was wiped out in advance. It was precisely because of this reason that Heiyu had left the organization and joined the Dark Union. After many years of hard work, he became the leader with his outstanding assassination ability and outstanding achievements. After many years of chasing, he finally received information that the murderer who killed his daughter came from the Western Castle. But the stronghold that organization had over others was extremely huge. It was far from what the Dark Union could compare to. Over there were no less than 3 acquired experts among them. There is evidence that the person that is first in charge in the Western Castle is most likely a vampire count. His strength is even greater than our first elder. Lu Chen was slightly shocked when he heard this. If that was the case, the Western Castle's influence was so strong that it was even stronger than some of the top forces in the country. Xiaobai was obviously someone who worked with the Western Castle. That was why he chose to escape to that place. Then, with that thought, he closed his eyes and began to sense where Xiaobai had gone. Somehow, it was as if the entire world was right in front of him, and he was like a giant that stood on top of the sky, overlooking the entire planet. With a simple thought from Lu Chen, the entire virtual planet began to rotate slowly. After almost half a circle, it stopped. The planet rapidly enlarged and finally locked onto a specific place. To be exact, it locked on to a specific person. It was Xiaobai, and he looked like he was struggling to survive. Although Lu Chen could not see the situation on the other side clearly, he was able to find Xiaobai's location. Were he to be strong enough, he might have been able to do some proper damage to that man. However, he was afraid that if he used a teleportation scroll as well, considering the state that he is in, he might get killed. Lan Weiwei, who was far away, finally returned to her human form and handed Ling Yin's pitch-black dagger to Lu Chen. When Lu Chen received the dagger, he seemed to have received some sort of message. However, he was too tired to investigate further, so he decided to go back and take a good rest before continuing on this mission. The rest of the mess would be left for the dragon team to deal with. Lu Chen felt like he stretched his capabilities thin. He was overworked. He returned to his own manor and immediately fell asleep on his bed. Although he had the moon god's blessing, Lu Chen had reached a deep level of mental exhaustion. He had to rely on sleep to replenish himself. That was the only way to recover right now. When Lu Chen woke up again, it was dark out. He slept for a whole day. He stretched his back and felt better, his energy replenished. He came to the room where the gaming pod was placed. At this moment, he discovered that besides his and Lan Weiwei's gaming pod, there was an additional one. He looked around and saw Raleigh holding onto a bamboo shoot and rolling around inside. The Gu family was indeed diligent. It seemed that they were worthy of his trust. However, he knew that he had to stop collecting pets knowing how much of a hassle everything could be. Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly at the thought of this. Without saying much, Lu Chen, Lan Weiwei, and Raleigh entered the gaming pod and entered the second world. The moment they entered the second world, a series of notifications rang in Lu Chen's ears. Congratulations on raising your level by 5 levels. Congratulations on obtaining the Origin World's weapon, the Shadow Dagger. Analyzing the Shadow Dagger. Analysis complete. The Shadow Dagger is classified as a gold-grade weapon in the second world. When using the Shadow Dagger, the weapon has an additional hidden attribute, increasing its attack power by 500%. With the Shadow Dagger, it can blend into any given shadow and cannot be found by the enemy. Passive skill. When not attacking, it weakens the enemy's physical attack by 99% and weakens the enemy's magic attack by 50%. Holy *T. Lu Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration. This attack-type weapon could actually have a hidden effect. It was no wonder that Ling Yin wanted to constantly hide in the shadows. It was because of the effect of this dagger. The ability to weaken the enemy's physical attack by 99% was amazing. This skill, coupled with his Dark Shura title, could turn many tides in his favor. If he did not attack, then he would weaken the enemy's attack. If he attacked, then the effect of hiding would be extremely high, and his attack power would be increased by 500%. It was definitely a divine weapon. Before Lu Chen rejoiced from such an item, another piece of news popped up. Congratulations on obtaining the Sky-Piercing Mirror, Fragment. A gold rank weapon. The Sky-Piercing Mirror can withstand an attack of 100 million damage, or it can withstand an attack of 10 million magic damage. It is a one-time use weapon. Note, the Sky-Piercing Mirror is currently in a damaged state. If you wish to repair it, you will need to find a gold-ranked blacksmith to return it back to its original state. Another gold-ranked weapon. This weapon was a true life-saving equipment. Although its magic attack defense was not as high as the physical attack defense, it was enough to withstand most bosses' attacks. If Lu Chen had not broken the Sky-Piercing Mirror with a single strike, he would not have had the chance to use his magic blade to finish off the other party in the later stages. He had to know what rank the blacksmith that he had found was. After that, a series of numbers appeared once again. Whether it was attack power or other attributes, they had all increased to a certain extent. Lu Chen opened the interface. The first thing he saw was Raleigh's information. Ancient Panda. Owner. Morning Mist. Name. Raleigh. Intimacy. 110. Level. 10. Attack. 1,500. HP. 80,000. Defense. 12,000. Magic defense. 12,000. Skill. Luck bonus. Luck bonus provides a luck buff for 60 seconds. Has a certain chance to be immune to all negative effects and damage. This little fellow only eats and eats all day long, but managed to level up by 5 levels? This could make those new players who practiced hard every day cry in pain. Raleigh, who sat at the side, seemed to see Lu Chen's confused face and gave him a disdainful look. Lu Chen immediately understood the meaning behind it. Why work hard when you can just work smart? Lu Chen was shocked. This was 2F King logical, was it not? For a moment, he could not refute such a saying. Then, he looked at Lan Weiwei's profile. Lan Weiwei's status had also improved. What was going on? Lu Chen had not been online for 2 days due to him passing out from exhaustion. However, it seemed that someone hacked into his game and leveled up his pets. Lu Chen admitted that after the earth-shattering battle yesterday, his combat experience and combat strength had indeed improved. However, he would not be so arrogant as to think that he was some sort of fated wonder. Could it be that the strength he obtained in the main world could be synchronized with the second world? But if that was the case, then when the second world descended, the first elder and Xiaobai, these spiritual experts, would probably be invincible right away, right? Would that mean killing bosses could be as simple as eating and drinking? The only explanation could be that only after the second world descended would the increase in strength obtained in the main world be counted in the second world. However, in the main world, everyone's improvement speed was constant. Even a peak expert like the first elder would not have gained much of a change in just a month or two. Even if he wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible, he would definitely decide to go to the second world first to train. Only someone like him lacked the experience to fight experts in the main world. Thus, when he fought Ling Yin and Xiaobai in the main world, there was a huge increase in his strength, which was displayed on the interface in the second world. Thinking up to this point, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly shrank. According to this logic, in the real world, Xiaobai, whose strength had been suppressed to that of an ordinary person, had now become a pseudo-spiritual expert. After this battle, he could even become a true spiritual expert. Then his strength could probably measure up to the Guardian General that overlooked White Fog City. That was terrifying. When the White Alliance had been developing wantonly in the Dragon Country, Xiaobai had not been there at all. This meant that when he first entered the game pod, he had not been in the Dragon Country at all. If there were no accidents, the next City Lord would soon appear. If Lu Chen had known this would happen, he would have directly borrowed the item that he had given to Heiyu from the Dragon Country's higher-ups. That way, he would have 2 in his possession. He could have directly teleported to Xiaobai's side, killed him, and then teleported back to the Dragon Country. Back then, he had been careless. He had not expected that such a huge hidden danger would be left behind. Should he use the ability of the Secret Whisper skill from his Dark Shura title? Dark Shura. Your understanding of darkness has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a hidden weapon, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow with your level. Shadow state. When you transform into a shadow, your body will be hidden into the void. Ordinary attacks cannot deal any damage to you. When you encounter special damage, you will be immune to it. Shadow kill. When you use a long-range hidden weapon, your attack can surpass the opponent's armor. This attack will not deactivate the shadow state. One-hit kill. When you use a close-range hidden weapon, shadow state will be deactivated. Attacks will surpass the opponent's armor. Critical strikes, dodges, and shield blocks from opponents will be ignored. Deals 300% true damage. Secret Whisper. You can curse an enemy in the dark. This enemy will be cursed with the curse of darkness. When you deal damage to the enemy, there is a 50% chance of killing the enemy in one hit. This skill ignores all immunity effects. Cooldown time is 30 days. Although there was a 30-day cooldown period, once used on an enemy, the enemy would be cursed forever. Plus, there was a 50% chance of dying. However, after some consideration, he decided to not act on this. Xiaobai was already considered a defeated general. If he could defeat him once, he could defeat him a second time. Moreover, rather than using his skills on such a defeated general, it would be better to use them on the next powerful boss, such as the Guardian General of White Fog City. Improving oneself was always the way to go. Somewhere further away, Not only did the White Fog City's guardian general suddenly sneeze, he looked around, but found nothing. Lu Chen shook his head, clearing his mind of distracting thoughts. He looked at his interface again. This time, he had improved by a lot. Your Sword God title has been strengthened. Your Shield God title has been strengthened. Your Blade God title has been strengthened. Your Bow God title has been strengthened. Your Undead title has been strengthened. Your Dark Shura title has been strengthened. Name: Morning Mist. Level: 25. Class: Hero, now able to change class to War God. Titles: Sword God, Hidden. Shield God, Hidden. Axe God, Hidden. Blade God, Hidden. All-Round Master, Hidden. Vitality: 2,500. Strength: 2,356. Agility: 2,381. Intelligence: 3,012. HP: 38,030. MP: 23,000. Attack: 24,860. Attack speed: 18. Defense: 1,050. Magic defense: 1,200. Reputation: 3,000. White Fog City Lord said, every attack in battle can increase a player's attack power by 1%. In White Fog City, all damage caused will be increased by 100%, and the attributes will be doubled. You can control the movement of White Fog City. In White Fog City, you will be immune to 99% of all damage. Magic damage received in White Fog City will be reduced by 90%. The player's magic resistance will be calculated on White Fog City. HP will be shared in White Fog City and will recover 100% HP every second. Can be teleported to any corner of White Fog City. Skills used in White Fog City will have no cooldown and will recover 100% maximum MP every second. Item: Teleportation Scroll X1. Class change to Sword God Scroll X1. Shadow Dagger X1. Sky-Piercing Mirror, Broken, X1. Ancient Wolf Transformation. You can summon a full moon regardless of the terrain and climate when howling. It will also deal 500 light attribute magic damage to enemies under the moonlight every second. Moon God's Blessing. You have been blessed by the Moon God. You can use the moonlight to recover your status and remove negative attributes. When you fight under the moonlight, you will receive a battle strength buff. The specific buff will increase with the user's affinity with the moonlight. Current affinity: 65. You will receive a 50% attack bonus in battle. Light magic resistance: plus 50%. Note: when the affinity reaches a certain value, an additional special effect will be unlocked. You can now store Moonlight 0/100,000. When Lu Chen saw the increase in his attributes, his entire body went numb. Although his battle this time could be said to be a narrow escape, it was really worth it. With those two weapons alone were enough to consider this battle a win. His various attribute bonuses had also received a huge increase. However, what caught Lu Chen's attention the most was that his reputation value, which was originally only 1,000 points, now had suddenly reached 3,000 points. What was going on? Other than fighting, he did not do anything else. He had no idea what was going on with the real world outside. What a surprise! The cute girl next to Morning Mist is actually a silver boss, the ancient Ashwolf King. That's awesome. This time, I'm completely convinced. I just want to say on behalf of everyone else, Morning Mist is amazing. Morning Mist, can I have your number? As long as you take me through the job transition process, I can accompany you for a month. You don't have to come to me. I can directly teleport into your city. Morning Mist, I want your number. I can accompany you for half a year. Get lost, you're a man. What are you getting involved in? Everyone, calm down. Look in the mirror and see how big the gap is between you and Lan Weiwei. Well, that might not be the case. If you're tired of eating vegetables, you would want to eat delicacies if given the chance, right? I'll take whatever he wants to offer. Before that, I have a question. The path of White Fog City from Bear Ridge has been opened, but the white fog has not dispersed. Same question here. I saw a lot of people walk around in the white fog and come out. Some people did not even come out. Has Morning Mist not opened the gates of White Fog City yet? The battle that Lu Chen was recorded and shared to others. thus causing his popularity to skyrocket. These videos quickly spread out, and the response on the internet was extremely strong. Everyone began to join in the discussion. Not only did the officials not stop it, they even intentionally or unintentionally spread the news that Xiao Bai had betrayed the country and that the entire Xiao family and the upper echelons of the White Alliance had been contained. The message being sent to the citizens was controlled as well. Originally, Lu Chen was only seen as a strong person, but now he was seen as a messenger of justice. Not only did the game players hold Lu Chen in high esteem, but even the children also regarded him as their idol. Of course, there were very few people who could provide Lu Chen with 3,000 reputation points. They had to be fanatical or pious. In White Fog City, Lu Chen had just arrived, and the huge castle was already well prepared. All kinds of class change masters were ready, and there were a total of 10,000 craftsmen. He even saw the NPC who had first accepted his tens of millions of rabbits. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Chen with a smile. He let go of the granary and walked towards him. City Lord, look, this is the rabbit that I bought from someone back then. The prices were very low, so I could buy plenty, and it was enough for our city to eat for several years. Take some. The fat merchant's face was full of joy. He even reached his hand out for Lu Chen to shake. To be exact, he was not aiming for Lu Chen's praise, but for the White Fog City Lord's set. He did not realize that the city lord in front of him was the youth whom he had ruthlessly bargained with before. Lu Chen's face was stoic. Lan Weiwei, who was at the side, vaguely understood the situation. She ended up covering her mouth and snickered at the fat merchant. However, Lu Chen did not blame the other party as he was just an NPC. Moreover, he was now his subordinate. Good, well done. Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. He only managed to utter a few things that did not have any meaning. This made the fat merchant even more excited. I knew that you would definitely need this. City Lord, I've also received some other things. Do you want to take a look? I was worried that you'd punish me for purchasing such things. Since you like it, I'd be honored to show you the other things. Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei were dumbfounded. It sounded like a hidden mission had been activated. Without any hesitation, he let the other party lead the way forward. However, Raleigh was obviously willing to go because the bamboo in the residence was really delicious. After walking for more than half an hour, they finally arrived at a huge open space. In the open space stood a few large buildings that looked like thatched cottages. These buildings were several thousand square meters wide and a height of several tens of meters. The fat merchant proudly opened the first warehouse. City Lord, look, these are our wild rabbits. Lu Chen looked over. The rabbits that he had killed for 1,000 years were all here. Even the way he had stacked them when he took them out was the same as before. They had not changed at all. Naturally, these rabbits would never go bad in the warehouse. The fat merchant was still chattering proudly on the side. I bet you've never seen so many rabbits. These are all low-priced rabbits that I bought from a silly boy. Enough. Lu Chen could not listen anymore. If it were not for the fact that the other party was his subordinate and an NPC, he would have sent this man back to the resurrection point. However, if the fat merchant was not embarrassed by this way of taunting the main character, the only one who would end up being embarrassed was Lu Chen. Although the fat merchant could recognize Lu Chen, he could tell that Lu Chen was unhappy. He quickly shut his mouth and led Lu Chen to the next warehouse. Look, this is the refined iron I bought from someone. When Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei saw the pile of refined iron, they were stunned. These refined iron must be at least hundreds of thousands of tons here. Originally, Lu Chen was still thinking about how he could forge weapons with only craftsmen and no metal, but he did not expect this problem to be solved this quickly. This fatty was not bad. Lu Chen looked at the fat merchant with satisfaction in his eyes. The fat merchant looked a little depressed. It was difficult for me to collect these refined iron. I collected them from different people, 1 kilogram by 1 kilogram each. Lu Chen quickly comforted him. Thank you for your hard work. However, before he could finish, he said, I really want to find that SD*PID kid who sold the rabbits though. I know that he has many things, and it's easy to deceive him. Lu Chen's face instantly darkened again. He finally could not hold it in anymore and reached out his hand to pat the other party's head. Shut up. From now on, you're only responsible for leading the way, and you're not allowed to speak. The fat merchant did not know what he had done wrong, but he could only obediently do as he was told. One warehouse after another was opened. Medicine storehouse, cultivation storehouse, clothing storehouse. Everything was impressive, but it was more shocking when he saw the gold coin warehouse. Chen could not hold it in any longer. With such a huge mountain-like warehouse, there should be at least a few million in there. Previously, Chen was quite miserable. He only had a total of 1,000 gold coins on him. Now that he suddenly became a millionaire, it actually felt somewhat unrealistic. These are all mine? The fat merchant placed his right hand in front of his left chest. With a smile on his face, he bowed slightly. Respected city lord, these are all your wealth. Chen's breathing became somewhat intense. He felt like he was about to faint. Chen could already imagine his happy life as the city lord. However, he also understood that these gold coins could not all be used by him. After all, the expenditure of White Fog City should be taken into consideration as well. He confirmed once again to make sure. Is there any use for these gold coins? Yes, we need to pay the salaries of the class-changing masters and craftsmen, as well as the construction of the city. Chen licked his lips, his eyes filled with excitement. Then what about the rest? The fat merchant replied, I'm afraid that for the rest of it, it'll be up to you, city lord. Huh, what do you mean? Chen felt that something was not right. City lord, this money is not enough to sustain the city. I hope that you can earn more money to support our White Fog City. What the dash? The word F***CK almost came out of Chen's mouth as he gasped in despair. Chen was about to curse out loud when he heard the fat merchant's words. What the H**LL did the fat merchant mean by that? He thought that after becoming the city lord and obtaining glory, he would be able to obtain higher combat power and more resources. Now, he was being told that after becoming the city lord, he would have to think of how to earn more money to support tens of thousands of people, or even hundreds of thousands of people every day. What's the difference between this and working as a common laborer? Working as a laborer would at least only be needed to support himself. As a city lord, he would have to handle the supply of the entire city. Is there still time for me to step down as the city lord? He subconsciously looked at the privilege of being the city lord on his interface and instantly dispelled the thought. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. I have a mission for you. When the fat merchant heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. Anything you desire, city lord. From now on, you don't have to stay in White Fog City. You can go to bigger cities to develop and increase your wealth. The fat merchant happily accepted the order. All right, thank you, city lord. Then can I take a portion of these resources as capital? Don't even think about taking it. Chen immediately refused without thinking. What a joke. He was already poor to the point of being in poverty, yet he still wanted to take money from White Fog City? Right now, as long as you can withstand the test given by me, there will naturally be rewards in the future for you. Of course, it wasn't necessarily forbidden for you to take away the capital, but that way, the rewards would be greatly reduced. You can decide for yourself the path you wish to take. The fat merchant was in a difficult position. He probed, City Lord, can I ask what the reward is? Chen revealed a mysterious smile. Don't worry, the value of the thing I want to reward you will definitely far exceed the contribution you will make to White Fog City. Then, Chen looked at the fat merchant with a charming smile. His face revealed an extremely human-like expression. It was extremely complicated. After a long while, the fat merchant finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. All right then, I've decided. I won't take any of the things here with me. City Lord, don't worry. I will definitely contribute to White Fog City handsomely. Chen smiled and nodded his head, but his heart was finally at ease. He did not expect this fat man to be so loyal to White Fog City. Not bad, he thought to himself. Then, the fat businessman bowed deeply and disappeared in front of Chen. Lan Weiwei, who had not said anything, asked curiously, What are you going to give him? Chen reached out his hand and rubbed Lan Weiwei's head. Well, we'll talk about it when the time comes. But the next time I see him, I'll have to ask him how he teleported here without a trace. Fortunately, the fat merchant had long left. Otherwise, he would have regretted his decision. Not only had he not prepared the reward, but he also wanted to learn a skill from him. After that, Lu Chen returned to the place and directly summoned the Saint Blacksmith he had previously recruited. A tanned and muscular middle-aged man with a relatively short stature instantly appeared in front of him. Although he looked like a dwarf, in terms of strength, an average warrior was considered inferior to him. Tang Lei is of service. Lu Chen looked at the NPC. Name: Tang Lei. Race: human. Class: Saint Blacksmith. Level: 88. Vitality: 13,639. Strength: 12,456. Agility: 2,454. Intelligence: 8,567. Attack power: 5,535. Defense: 6,420. Magic defense: 1,836. HP: 82,351. MP: 8,322. Skills: Great Forging, 100 Forging Hammer Technique. Grade: S. The Saint Blacksmith named Tang Lei did not have an outstanding attack power, but his physique and strength were indeed outstanding. Only with this kind of super strong physique could one forge a truly high-grade weapon. Lu Chen took out the sky-piercing mirror. This dilapidated gold-grade weapon was enough to withstand an attack of 100 million combat power. It had to be repaired. Tang Lei took the sky-piercing mirror and examined it carefully. Fortunately, if the person who attacked this sky-piercing mirror back then was a little stronger, I'm afraid it would have been completely damaged. City Lord, I can repair this, but I'm afraid the cost would be too much to bear. Lu Chen felt his heart ache a little. However, he made a decisive decision. How many gold coins do you need? Go to the storeroom and get it. Fix it as soon as possible for me. Tang Lei revealed a simple and honest smile. City Lord, don't worry. I'll be able to fix this mirror by tomorrow. Then, he turned around and left. Lu Chen looked at the information on his interface and was very satisfied. His attack power was definitely the strongest among the players of the second world. Even Xiaobai, who had just revealed his strength, would not be stronger than him. However, what troubled him was that his body was not strong enough to withstand such a high-intensity battle. He could not even physically withstand his strongest attack. Otherwise, when he had unleashed a critical attack, Xiaobai would not have been able to block his attack even if he had the sky-piercing mirror. The so-called invincible body protection of a spiritual expert was only aimed at the attacks of ordinary acquired experts. He was not one of them. Therefore, the most important thing now was to quickly improve his physique. At this moment, a complicated magic array suddenly appeared in the hall. A moment later, the Sword Saint was teleported into the hall, along with a few other people. At this moment, the man who walked and looked confident, the shining golden sword in his hand, which was inlaid with many gemstones, made his whole look menacing. One look, and one could tell that it was extremely powerful. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at the NPC's interface again. As expected, Atz's combat power had increased tremendously. Name: Atz. Race: human. Class: intermediate sword saint. Level: 80. Vitality: 5,571. Strength: 5,365. Agility: 5,465. Intelligence: 4,521. Attack: 135,462. Defense: 2,846. Magic defense: 3,942. HP: 81,545. MP: 78,422. Skills: limitless. Ratings: he can become a great swordsman class change master now. The original Atz's only had a rusty iron sword. Now that it had been replaced with an unknown grade weapon, his combat power had almost doubled. This basic combat power really made Lu Chen a little envious. Thank you, City Lord, for your help. It has allowed my combat power to increase manifold. Next, I will do my best to carry out my duties in this city. Oh right, the few people who appeared beside me are my good friends. They are also willing to work for you. As long as you are willing, they only need to be paid by gold coins. Lu Chen looked at the other few people. Their attack power and level were not as good as Atz's. However, they also had the ability to become a swordsman class change master. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with their set of skills. This was because the next few days, the entire White Fog City would be welcoming hundreds of thousands of players to become a swordsman class change master. If he were to rely solely on Atz's to become a swordsman class change master, he would probably be so overworked that he would pass out within 3 days. However, one more person meant one more mouth to feed. These few swordsman class change masters would definitely not be cheap. No wonder Fatty had repeatedly told him that he had to make money. Lu Chen's head was slightly aching from all the losses. Fortunately, the initial method to earn money was going to be available soon, and that was to open up White Fog City. Anyone who wishes to enter the city, pay up. Anyone who wishes to eat hares, pay up. Anyone who wishes to sell potions, pay up. Anyone who wishes to change their classes, pay up, pay up, pay up. If his city was developed enough, he could use trade to increase taxes. However, he did not have that condition at the moment. As long as everyone wanted to improve their strength, they had to change their class, so this method of earning money was quick and easy. Lu Chen silently apologized to the players in his heart. Just as Lu Chen was thinking about these things, Atzes opened his mouth and said, "City Lord, I see that you haven't changed your class yet. Do you need to change your class?" Ding. Congratulations on triggering the class change condition. You have a class change scroll. Would you like to use it? At this moment, Lu Chen finally remembered that every time he looked at the interface, his attention was focused on his combat power. He had always neglected this section. This class change scroll had been given to him by the old village chief of the novice village when he was selling rabbits. He had actually forgotten about it till now. Thinking of this, Lu Chen stretched out his hand, and a class change scroll appeared in his hand. Of course, I want to change my class. If he succeeded in changing his class, not only would his combat power be increased, but his body's endurance would also be greatly increased. Moreover, this was an intrinsic increase in his basic attributes, not the external armor equipment. This kind of upgrade was immeasurable in terms of its worth. Atzes took the scroll and looked at it carefully. He then looked at Lu Chen with baffled eyes. Finally, he frowned. "City Lord, this scroll of yours is different from ordinary scrolls. It's very precious. It can skip different levels of a class change. City Lord, you have long been a sword god. Therefore, with this scroll, you can skip the intermediate level and directly become the highest level sword god there is. However, I am only a sword saint. The highest I can do is help you change your class to a sword saint. Although, I can use a certain method. The next time you meet a sword god to change your class, you don't need to show the scroll again. You can directly change your class to become a sword god." Lu Chen was very satisfied with this condition. When he agreed, Atzes opened the scroll. The moment the scroll was opened, a dazzling light burst out. Atzes immediately held the sword in his hand and chanted an extremely complicated and profound incantation. Then, he pierced the sword through the scroll. The light of the scroll instantly dimmed and disappeared. In the next second, Lu Chen's body began to emit light. The light gradually brightened and eventually completely submerged Lu Chen. The entire process lasted for a full 15 seconds before the light gradually disappeared and entered Lu Chen's body. At this moment, Lu Chen felt that his body had experienced unprecedented growth and power. It had also undergone immense change. Especially when the light appeared, his entire body seemed to have been cleansed and transformed. He could feel that his combat strength had greatly increased. Moreover, his constitution had also undergone a huge change. His endurance was also absolutely vastly different from before. If the maximum attack speed that he could withstand under the sword god state was more than 70 times, then now he could withstand 100 times without any side effects. It would be absolutely impossible for him to be in a state of extreme weakness like he was when he fought with Xiao Bai. Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked at his interface again. Name: Morning Mist. Level: 30. Class: Sword Saint, now able to change class to War God. Titles: Sword God, Hidden, Shield God, Hidden, Axe God, hidden. Blade God, hidden. All-round Master, hidden. Vitality, 4,800. Strength, 3,356. Agility, 4,381. Intelligence, 3,812. HP, 48,030. MP, 28,000. Attack, 44,860. Attack speed, 25. Defense, 2,050. Magic defense, 1,500. Reputation, 3,000. Everything he worked towards finally paid off. Recruiting Atzes was definitely the right choice. Although he had been given the opportunity to enter the sword pool, it was definitely more worth it for Atzes. If he had known this would happen, he would have sold everything he had to recruit a sword god class change master. Moreover, his level had risen by another 5 levels. Atzes was an intermediate sword saint. Since he had the sword god title, his level was now even higher than Atzes's, and he had become a high-level sword saint. While Lu Chen was immersed in his joy, he did not know that the outside world was in an uproar. Because both Wolf Valley and Bear Ridge had been destroyed by Lu Chen, more and more players had to find other methods to find White Fog City. Because White Fog City had yet to open, everyone was trapped in the white fog, unable to enter the city. What's going on? Why hasn't Morning Mist opened up White Fog City? I'm not sure. Could it be that he is harvesting everything in the city alone? Impossible. The Morning Mist is already the city lord. Everything belongs to him. What's there to harvest? Can you quickly let us in? I really want to change my class as quickly as possible. I'll try to find a way to contact him. I can't hold it in any longer. I really want to go in. Have you heard of it? There are people from overseas countries who have already attacked a new city. They are undergoing the test of the city guardian generals right now. At this time, entertaining dinosaur appeared again. That's right, there's actually someone who's more well-informed than me. It's said that the person in charge of the city lord's test is a Western dragon. Huh? What Western dragon? How can those things be called dragons? They're clearly just lizards. Some players were unconvinced and ridiculed by this statement. That's right, our Eastern dragon is the only real deal. Those in the West can only be classified as lizards with 2 tiny wings. How did the West progress so quickly? Morning Mist, the best in the entire server, has only been a city lord for a few days. Which faction is that player from that can be compared to our very own Morning Mist? Where's entertaining dinosaur? Why isn't he talking? Quick, quick, quick. Entertaining dinosaur, come out and tell us. Feeling the adoration of the crowd, entertaining dinosaur was very pleased. He happily spoke again. This isn't a secret. It's just that the news hasn't reached our country yet. It's already popular all over the internet abroad, though. That mighty force is from the Western Castle. The Western Castle? Isn't that where Xiaobai escaped? Entertaining dinosaur nodded his head in approval before speaking again. That's right. The Western Castle besieged a silver boss. As long as you capture this boss, you can enter the city to accept the challenge. The person to accept the challenge had long been decided. It was a foreigner. But who would have thought that when Xiaobai went online to the second world, he actually killed that silver boss with one strike. Now, this means that he is now at the top of the food chain in Western Castle. So the last-minute replacement made Xiaobai the city lord of Giant Lizard City. The players became excited. Giant Lizard City? See, I told you. That's not a giant dragon at all. Those who are not of our race have different thoughts. Don't Westerners understand what's going on here? Why did they let Xiaobai become the city lord? This feeling of being sought after by everyone was something entertaining dinosaur really liked. He patiently explained to everyone as he calmed them down. Have you forgotten what the Guardian General of White Fog City said back then? The stronger the challenger is, the higher the reward will be. They are doing this to maximize the benefits. Entertaining dinosaur analyzed the situation further before he spoke once again. From the looks of it, Xiaobai seems to have already gained their trust. That means that this traitor has long been colluding with those guys from the Western Castle. The players were instantly filled with righteous indignation. I knew that those people from the White Alliance weren't good people. Don't hurt us, please. When I joined, I didn't think that they would be like this. Well, fortunately, I was smart enough to quit the White Alliance a long time ago. D***nit. If I had known that the Shao family people were such traitors, I wouldn't have joined them. Back then, I shouldn't have listened to their nonsense and ganged up against Morning Mist. How many times have you died? Can you stop reminding me of the pain? Just as everyone passionately discussed, a voice suddenly boomed out, and it made everyone stop. Stop talking. White Fog City is open. F***CK. White Fog City is finally open. I need to hurry up and change classes. Don't get in my way, everyone. I want to be the first to enter. Get lost. I want to be the first to enter. I want to be Morning Mist's lackey. Thousands of people fought, one after another as they made their way. However, the really smart ones did not even say a word and immediately made their way. Many people even immediately ran to their gaming pods when they heard the news. In the second world, when Lu Chen gave the order to open the city, the fog around White Fog City gradually rose into the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white fog, which had originally trapped all the players inside, slowly floated up into the sky and turned into a sky full of white fluffy clouds. With that, an extremely lofty city with a vast area stood before everyone's eyes. The outer walls of the city stood tall and looked extremely sturdy. The ancient castles within the city were lined up, row by row. Although they were not as modern-looking as those in the main world, the simple and unadorned aura it showed instantly shocked everyone on the spot. It's finally appeared, White Fog City. Everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. The one and only White Fog City that everyone has been waiting for over a month has finally appeared. They could change their classes. They could buy equipment. Those who did not have money could use their luck to find a miracle, and the other players could comfortably spend their money. Countless players appeared and rushed towards White Fog City in an incomparably crazy manner. Among them, some players shouted, "The F***CK, who are those people in front? How are they so ahead of us? What the H***LL? I see a group of people ahead too." When the city opened, they even immediately ran towards that direction as they knew about the plan all along. The F***CK. What's going on? Are they Morning Mist friends? Was that why they knew the news in advance? How could Morning Mist have any friends? The strong don't need friends. That's right. Back then, remember when Xiao Chuan tried to get Morning Mist to join the White Alliance? Look at what happened to Xiao Chuan now. The entire Xiao family is gone. His grandfather has even gone overseas to seek refuge. That's right. Only the direct descendants of the Su family and the Gu family are friends with Morning Mist. Do you think Morning Mist would simply make friends with commoners? If it wasn't for the fact that the other party took the initiative to look for Morning Mist, I'm sure Morning Mist wouldn't even know who they are. Keep your F***king voice down. You're talking about the Gu family and the Su family behind their backs. Do you wish to die? Aren't you afraid that their subordinates will hear you and kill you? Beside them, a pair of handsome men and beautiful women's faces were flushed red. The person who had spouted nonsense just noticed their strange behavior and asked with half curiosity and half concern, "Hey, what's wrong with the two of you? We only ran for a few kilometers. How are you so flushed already? Is running really that hard?" The handsome man hurriedly waved his hand and stuttered for a long time without saying anything. Instead, he sped up and rushed forward. The two people just now were the direct descendants of the Gu family and the Su family, Gu Yiming and Su Ziyuan. When they heard what the other players said, their faces burned terribly. However, they understood that what those two people said just now was not wrong at all. With Lu Chen's strength, they were simply not qualified to be friends with him. These words sounded very cruel, but it made sense. A strong person did not need friends. After they furthered their distance between the others, Gu Yiming and another two players whose pacing were similar to him could not hold back their laughter. Gu Yiming could not be bothered with them because he understood that these people were the top warriors of the Dragon Country. The reason why these people reacted so quickly and set off as soon as they appeared in the White Fog City was that they had long known that Lu Chen would definitely return to the second world after solving the problems in the real world. It was only a matter of time before the White Fog City was opened. Therefore, ever since Lu Chen and Xiaobai fought that battle, these people had been paying close attention to Lu Chen's movements. When they heard that Lu Chen had entered the game pod, they immediately entered the game pod as well and waited for White Fog City to appear at any time. Everyone rushed toward White Fog City excitedly. 3,000 meters, 100 meters, 800 meters, 300 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Finally, the first wave of players arrived at the gate of White Fog City. Almost all of them were members of the Dragon Team and the direct descendants of the major families. However, just as they were about to enter into White Fog City, the city guards at the gate stretched out their long spears and blocked their way. These city guards were all ordinary NPCs. Their low combat power was also very low. However, no one dared to barge in because this was Morning Mist's territory. Not far from the group of soldiers, there was a lazy-looking middle-aged man lying on a deck chair with his eyes closed. He seemed to be sunbathing. When everyone looked at that old man, they were immediately attracted by his attributes. Name: Haid. Race: human. Class: Advanced Sword Saint. Level: 24. Vitality: 871. Strength: 125. Agility: 1,465. Intelligence: 1,521. Attack power: 8,462. Defense: 846. Magic defense: 742. HP: 7,545. MP: 8,422. Skill: Berserker's Fury / Rating B. Class: Swordsman / Changemaster. This caused many people's eyes to turn fervent. This was a swordsman / Changemaster. Gu Yiming himself even felt a little excited. He opened his mouth and asked, "Excuse me, can we enter White Fog City now?" The soldier replied, "White Fog City is open, but everyone who wishes to go in has to pay an entrance fee." Hearing the soldier's words, some people were unhappy. Did the city not belong to the second world? Why did they have to pay to enter? At this time, many players in the distance had already ran over. Some of them could not wait any longer. Some of the players in the main world were gangsters. At this moment, they tried to cause trouble and clamored on the outside. What right does he have to earn the city fees? As the city lord of this city's second world, how dare Morning Mist rob us of our cash? That's right, everyone should enter this city as they please. The treasures inside belong to whoever finds them. What right does Morning Mist have to monopolize them? Don't tell me that just because he has the strength, he can do whatever he wants. True, this is unfair. We should be allowed to enter this city as we please. We want to go in and change classes. If they stop us from entering, then we'll have to force our way in. However, these players dared not to barge in. It was as though they were all bark and no bite. After all, there were too many players that were currently waiting outside the city right now. Could it be that Morning Mist dared to offend the entire Dragon Country and kill everyone? Just like that? Haid, who laid on the chair, lazily basked in the sun as they fought. When he heard that a player was going to barge in, he lazily opened his eyes. For some reason, at this moment, everyone felt a chill rise up their backs. Haid slowly stood up. His eyes sharpened as he swept his gaze over the few players who had clamored in the crowd. When these few players' gazes met with Haid's, they instantly felt as if their souls were about to leave. Especially more so for the player who had complained the loudest. His entire body was drenched in sweat. "What did you just say?" Haid asked, enunciating each word. Although his voice was not loud, everyone could hear it clearly. It was just a short sentence, but it made everyone present feel a bone-piercing chill. The complaints and chatter from earlier instantly disappeared. However, although the last player who shouted was covered in sweat, he looked at the thousands of surrounding spectators and mustered up his courage to repeat himself. "I said, why don't we force our way in? Do you think you can snatch our money just because you have money and power? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have power?" This player was not a fool. There were already thousands of others surrounding outside the city. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of players who were still rushing here from behind. Soon, there would be tens of thousands of players at the entrance here. He did not believe that Lu Chen would dare to kill everyone. After all, everyone in the Dragon Country was here. If he really went on a killing spree, then he would not be able to survive in the Dragon Country alone. Moreover, that player had nothing to lose. He had no money after all. Maybe this opportunity could turn his life around and make him rich. As soon as he said this, the other players at the side had also mustered up their courage and clamored again. Open the door, yes, open the door. Otherwise, we won't go in and see how this white fog city develops. Hearing someone chime in, the player who had been the loudest earlier gained confidence and had a smug look on his face. However, his smile did last even a second. Hade instantly unsheathed his sword. In a flash, his head was directly taken off. At the same time, the heads of the other players who chimed in also fell at the same time. All of this happened in an instant. Most of the players did not even see how he attacked. Only a few strong players understood that his opponent was using a sword aura to kill people. In the blink of an eye, he had used more than 10 slashes. 1 slash per person. Immediately after, Hade's originally cold eyes returned to a lazy look, and he returned to the chair and sat down. The weapon was put back into its scabbard and placed on the ground. Everything returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. Other than the few extra heads on the ground, of course, after a few seconds, the corpses disappeared and returned to the resurrection point. Hade picked up the straw hat at the side and covered his face to block the glaring sunlight. A muffled voice came from under the hat. Since you can't solve the problem of theirs, then solve the problem of the troublemakers. Everyone was full of questions. Hade continued, "There's something I have to say." Everyone quickly perked up their ears to listen. As the strongest NPC at the city gate, what Hade might say could be beneficial to entering the city. With the strength that he has, he can indeed do whatever he wants. Everyone was somewhat speechless. But don't worry, White Fog City will not take your money for no reason. It's just that White Fog City is already City Lord Morning Mist's private property. The White Fog City Lord had previously instructed that if one wanted to enter the city, each player had to pay 10 gold coins. According to the order, first come, first served, one had to queue up. 10 gold coins was not a small amount. In real life, it would be $100,000. Everyone, prepare your identity verification information. We have to check them one by one when you enter the city. After saying that, he continued to bask in the sun and did not speak again. For a full half a minute, no one dared to move. After a long time, a player finally mustered up his courage and decided to enter the city. The soldiers guarding the city were very responsible and carefully inspected him. From his identity information to the equipment he was carrying, everything was checked. It was similar to the security checks in the main world. However, this meticulous inspection was destined to be slow. The entire process actually took 3 to 5 minutes. Seeing that the first person had safely entered White Fog City, the others also began to accept the security checks with ease. However, what made everyone annoyed was that the security check could only check 2 to 3 people at a time, and each person needed 3 to 5 minutes. If this continued, they would probably have to wait until the end of their lifetime before they could enter the city. Finally, someone could not hold it in anymore, but he did not dare to lose his temper. He could only ask the city guard politely, "May I ask if we can finish the security check as soon as possible? We are very excited and eager to enter." The soldier replied coldly, "If you think it's too slow, you can take the VIP passage next to me." As he spoke, he pointed to a small door with a golden border. Although it was not big, the entire door was covered with a golden border. One look and one could tell that it was filled with the aura of an aristocrat. This time, everyone was stunned. There was actually such a method to enter? Morning Mist must be very good at making money. When they saw the VIP passage, many players who had money to burn immediately swarmed over. One had to know that time was money in this place. The earlier one entered, the faster one's strength would increase. At this moment, many players stomped their feet on the ground in frustration. They regretted selling the gold they had earned in order to improve their lives in the main world. When the people who wanted to walk through the VIP channel arrived, there was also a group of soldiers there. However, the attitude of the soldiers here was obviously not as cold as the previous soldiers. Instead, they were full of smiles and were very enthusiastic. "Welcome, everyone. May I ask if you're going to enter the city?" Among these people who came to the VIP channel, the first to bear the brunt was a member of the Dragon Team. These members of the Dragon Team had good physiques. With their alertness as soldiers, they were always able to seize the initiative. Lu Chongping, who was standing in the lead, could not hide the excitement on his face. He hurriedly nodded and said, "That's right. I want to enter the city quickly. Can you help me with the procedures immediately?" "Of course. Please pay 30 gold coins to enter the city." The soldier extended his hand with a smile on his face. 30 gold coins. That was $300,000. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. Gold coins were not easy to gather, and these players had to fight a lot of monsters to gather a large sum. How many items would they have to sell to get 1 gold coin? Ordinary players only carried copper and silver coins. Due to the entrance fee being 10 gold coins, 60 to 70% of players could not enter. Even those who had gold coins, many of them had exchanged them with real-life money. Normal players would not be able to make much money fighting monsters. As the best fighter in the second world, Lu Chen only had around 2,000 gold coins. In the Dragon Team, there were only a few people who could gather 30 gold coins. Lu Chongping was a little troubled. "We don't have any gold coins. Can we exchange it for things?" The city guard replied, "Of course you can. The pawn shop is right next to here. You can take your treasures and pawn them off. There will be people there to evaluate the items and exchange them for gold coins." Everyone was stunned. This Lu Chen was extremely good at making money. At this time, a member of the Dragon Team said with a bitter face, "Leader, why don't you take the VIP passage? The few of us will take the normal passage. After all, we don't have that much money." These members of the Dragon Team did have money, but they needed it to support their finances in the real world. When they came to the game, even if they wanted to get better, they would need to use it to buy equipment to increase their strength. Spending it here would be a waste. Lu Yuan was also a little dissatisfied. This Lu Chen really is a money grubber. He's a crooked businessman, I tell you. Lu Chongping let out a long sigh. Although, I'm sure he has his own difficulties. How about this? I'll take the VIP passage with those who can afford it, and the other members of the Dragon Team will take the normal channel. After saying that, just as the others were about to leave, the city guard suddenly called out to them, "Wait, are you all members of the Dragon Team?" Lu Chongping was stunned. "That's right. How did you know about us?" The other members of the Dragon Team looked at each other in dismay. These NPCs should not know about their existence. The Dragon Team was an army from the main world. How could these NPCs know about it? Since that's the case, then you can't use the VIP channel. Lu Chongping raised his eyebrows. His expression turned sour. "Why can't we use the VIP channel? We can pay 30 gold coins." However, what surprised him was that this soldier became even more enthusiastic, his face full of smiles as he immediately explained to defuse the situation. "You've misunderstood. The city lord has instructed that all members of the Dragon Team, as well as members of the Gu family, the Su family, and the Dark Knight Guild, can use the Super VIP passage at the other side." When everyone present heard this, their eyeballs almost fell out of their eye sockets. There was a Super VIP passage? This ridiculous method of earning money was really astounding. Could it be that Morning Mist studied finance in the main world and specialized in scamming people's cash? The players that lined up in the normal passageway were also stunned. "I guess it's true. You can really do whatever you want with money." The others also echoed. "I'll stick to having 10 gold coins per entry. Thank you very much." That's right. Morning Mist sure knows how to run a city. He doesn't cheat the poor. Lu Chongping trembled when he heard that. The VIP passage was already 30 gold coins. Would that not mean he would be ripped off by the Super VIP passage? Lu Chongping hurriedly waved his hand. No, there is no need to be so polite. We insist on taking this VIP passage. It's already 30 gold coins here. We really can't afford to take the Super VIP passage. We don't have that much money." The other members of the Dragon Team nodded repeatedly and smiled bitterly. At this moment, in the Super VIP passage far away, a few soldiers trotted over. These soldiers were actually all made up of squad leaders. Their service attitude was even more extreme than everyone here. Although they were strong, their attitude was simply comparable to the service staff of a high-end restaurant. They enthusiastically dragged the members of the Dragon team into the Super VIP passage. As they brought them along, they said, "Normally, the entrance ticket to the Super VIP passage cost 100 gold coins." Everyone was speechless when they heard that. That was too much, was it not? $1 million. Only the rich could truly afford to fork up such an amount. After all, this was only the entrance fee. The soldier continued on, "However, the members of the Dragon team don't need the entrance fee. This is something that the city lord has deliberately emphasized." Upon hearing this, the members of the Dragon team were instantly overjoyed. "See, I told you that Chen is a good guy, right?" "That's right. I've always thought that Chen is a good guy." *T. You did not want him to join the Dragon team. I remember that you were the one who called him the loser back then. *T. I'm definitely a loyal fan of Chen. If anyone dares to say anything bad about Chen in the future, I'll be the first to fight him to the death. At this moment, Lu Yuan's expression finally brightened up. It was all thanks to Chen that she was able to save her gold coins. At the same time, she thought to herself if she should go easy on him the next time she spies on him. Even Lu Yuan herself did not realize that her attitude toward Chen had changed drastically. Gu Yiming and Su Ziyuan were still waiting in line at the entrance of the VIP channel. Although they heard that they could go to the Super VIP channel for free, they did not move at all. They continued to line up at the VIP channel as if they did not hear anything and walked toward the entrance along with the crowd. They were not rich, nor did they like to line up. When they entered White Fog City, many players were talking about how they took the initiative to ask Chen to be their friend. Although it was not an embarrassing action, they were still a little embarrassed. In order to avoid such a thing, they continued to line up and stop talking. "Hey, Gu Yiming, Su Ziyuan, come here. You can also come to this passage for free." Thinking that the direct descendants of these two big families were also Chen's friends, she kindly reminded them. However, the next moment, her face flushed red. Why did it feel like she was a hostess that was entertaining guests when they arrived? Gu Yiming and Su Ziyuan were originally walking forward by themselves and did not bother about other things. When they heard Lu Yuan shouting at them, the other ordinary players looked at them. Gu Yiming thought to himself, "This is bad." The reason why his people were lining up here was because there were many players who were ridiculing him. As a direct descendant of the Gu and Su families, they even took the initiative to stick to Chen for benefits. Although he understood that for a player like Chen to be able to talk to him was definitely an honor. In the second world, the family background of people was not important. However, when he thought about how there were several players discussing this matter beside him, he felt somewhat embarrassed. So they decided to keep a low profile and hurry over. Even if they spent 30 gold coins, it was just a drop of water in the ocean for them. However, now that Lu Yuan had directly exposed their identities, it made them feel a little awkward. They could only walk towards the Super VIP passageway with shame. At this moment, a member of the Dragon team walked out from the group. "Excuse me, I want to become a swordsman. Can I ask that swordsman outside at the entrance to help me?" The soldier nodded and said, "Of course you can. Lord Hade is here to help everyone become a swordsman." As soon as he said that, many members of the Dragon team swarmed toward Hade. These members of the Dragon team used all their might to be the first to reach that old man. Their current speed was even faster than when White Fog City first appeared. There were already tens of thousands of players surrounding the entire White Fog City. If they were even a little slower, they would not be able to get a spot. The eyes of the other players were swarmed with jealousy. Although they saw that Hade was a swordsman class change master, they still subconsciously thought that Hade was just a general guarding the city. They did not expect him to help everyone change their class. They too surrounded Hade not far away and said, "Sir, please help us change our class." Hade lay there calmly. However, his heart raced anxiously. The reason why he had his hands on the city gate was firstly to protect order. Secondly, it was to attract more customers than other class-changing masters. After all, even in the second world, one had to have money to buy equipment. Everyone was a worker who would not want to earn more. However, he had just killed players to warn the others, so everyone was stunned. No one dared to come to him. Now that the members of the Dragon team had taken the initiative to look for him, He did not pretend to act coy anymore. He stood up and asked, "Do you have a class advancement scroll?" The members of the dragon team had long prepared these basic items. Those who wanted to become swordsmen immediately took out their class advancement scrolls. Hay did not make haste. He immediately took out his sword and drew a simple incantation. The next second, flames appeared out of thin air on the scroll. As the scroll burned and disappeared, a trace of sword aura gradually appeared on the body of this dragon team member. At the same time, his bodily functions had undergone earth-shattering changes. His attack power, in particular, increased fivefold. Moreover, with the support of a swordsman class, he could deal 3 times the critical strike. Class change completed. This member of the dragon team became the first player to successfully complete the class change. Of course, Chen, the avaricious city lord, would not be counted as one of them. Not long after, all the members of the dragon team who wanted to become a swordsman successfully completed their class change and became a swordsman. This made many other players envious. They did not even line up and directly ran over to Hade. They cautiously probed, "Sir Hade, can you help us to complete our class change? I have a scroll here too." Meanwhile, the other players who had used their class change scrolls were even more anxious. "Sir Hade, we don't have any class change scrolls. What should we do?" When Hade saw so many players coming to him, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up crazily. He pointed at the pawn shop in the distance and said happily, "Everyone, don't be anxious. Those who don't have any class change scrolls can go to the pawn shop to exchange for class change scrolls. However, the scrolls are limited. There are only 100,000 of them per day." Lu Chongping opened his mouth in surprise and mumbled softly, "This kid even learned how to sell a limited number of scrolls per day? He must have learned how to play money-making games when he was younger." However, he did not know that Lu Chen was feeling helpless as well, because the craftsmen in the city were already making all kinds of props day and night that he had to pay for. Hade continued, "Those who have scrolls can look for me to change their class, but the prerequisite is that you must first obtain the qualifications to enter the city. This is the rule. Even I can't change it." This made the faces of the players who excitedly came to change their classes fall once again. They originally thought that they would be able to change their class here, and then turn around and start farming monsters. This would save them the money to enter the city. Earning $100,000 would take about 2 to 3 years for an average worker in the real world to have. These people would never get the chance to go in. After all, their main goal was to be able to change their class to increase their combat power and improve their lives in the main world. They were not clear about the changes that had occurred in the world. For ordinary people, the purpose of entering the second world was to improve the quality of life in the main world. To eat their fill, wear warm clothes, buy a house, marry a wife, that was all. This was the happiness epitome of ordinary people, and it was also what Lu Chen had once thought. However, in this era that was about to erupt, it became the burdened sorrow of ordinary people. The players had no choice but to go back and queue up to enter the city. When the time came, they would look for Hade to change their class. Now, everyone's motivation to queue up to pay was even higher. At this moment, Hade was overjoyed. It must be known that the vast majority of these players wanted to become swordsmen. If they wanted to change their class, not only would they need scrolls, but they would also need to give him gold coins as a reward. Even those super VIPs were no exception. In less than an hour, Hade had earned a lot of money. There were also quite a number of people in the dragon team who chose to enter the city to look for other class change masters. At the very least, those who had been snipers in the main world would definitely choose to become marksmen. The number of people in the city increased, and the city became more and more prosperous. Ding. White Fog City population +1. Ding. White Fog City population +10. Ding. White Fog City population +1. Ding. White Fog City population +30. Ding. White Fog City population +1. Ding. White Fog City population +10. Ding. White Fog City class change number +1. A series of notifications appeared in Lu Chen's mind. He opened the interface excitedly. White Fog City. City level, bronze. Population, 14,305. Available positions, Magister, Holy Light, Paladin. Assets, 3,004,680. City defense, 1,003,921. Magic defense, 1,003,921. City HP, 1,000,2936. City garrison, 10,000. City array, none. As expected, as the population and garrison increased, the defense of the entire city also increased greatly. Not only were the assets increasing, but the defense and HP were also increasing. No matter from all aspects, it was beneficial to everyone. Chen looked at his White Fog City Lord title once again. White Fog City Lord. Type: City Lord title. Level: 2. Vitality: plus 800. Strength: plus 800. Agility: plus 800. Intelligence: plus 800. Special effect: the attribute bonus of the title will increase according to the prosperity of the city. As expected, the prosperity of White Fog City increased the attribute bonus of his White Fog City Lord title, and the power he gained became even stronger. Although it could only be used in White Fog City, one had to know that White Fog City could be summoned at any time and placed to fight alongside him. This kind of fighting method was simply heaven-defying. At this moment, Chen had already thought about how great he would be when White Fog City maxed out with players and power. At this moment, Chen also thought about whether this White Fog City could be summoned to the main world or not. If it was possible, when he faces Xiaobai next time, he could directly summon White Fog City. With all sorts of buffs on himself, he would be able to push Xiaobai to the ground and destroy him in a spiffy way. Speaking of which, seeing that White Fog City was moving towards the right track, his heart finally calmed down. If everyone really was not willing to spend money to enter the city, then he would have suffered a huge loss. Since he did not need to worry about the matters in White Fog City anymore, he could go out and farm monsters. Having not killed monsters for a long time, Chen's hands were becoming a little itchy. It was time to kill a silver boss. The first thing he remembered was the territories of the 6 silver bosses around White Fog City: Wolf Valley, Bear Ridge, Snake Pond, Bat Cave, Masgrave, and Tiger Mountain. Apart from Wolf Valley and Bear Ridge, there were 4 other places that had not been cleared: Lan Weiwei, Snake Pond, Bat Cave, Masgrave, and Tiger Mountain. Do you know these places? Chen asked. At this moment, Lan Weiwei, who had silver hair that reached her waist and snow-white skin, blinked her sapphire-blue eyes. She thought for a moment before replying. Actually, I don't know much about the other places. The only place I'm in charge of is the Wolf Valley. The 6 of us Siler bosses won't go to the other party's territory. Otherwise, a war will break out. However, I know that the Tiger Mountain strength should be the strongest. Although each of the 9 tigers aren't as strong as me, they were born from the same womb. They have a tacit understanding with each other and have special skills. They're very difficult to deal with. There's a giant snake that's always entrenched at the bottom of the snake pond. He's the oldest among all the silver bosses, at least 5,000 years old. It was said that he was a silver boss because he had tried to transcend his tribulation and transform into a flood dragon. He didn't succeed, though. Instead, his cultivation regressed, and he had become the weakest existence. He has been at the bottom of the pond for many years. He had been recuperating and relying on the water to nourish his body. However, he had not challenged any of the bosses in many years. It's likely that he hasn't recovered from his injuries. As for the Bat Cave, I know that it's a huge cave that is more than twice the size of my Wolf Valley. Plus, the cave there was complex, and there are countless bats in it. Most importantly, there's no light in there at all. Even for us wolves, it was difficult to see what was going on inside. Oh, also, the bats are extremely poisonous. Once they go crazy, they would crazily rush towards the enemy, the infrasound waves that made it impossible to guard against. The number of bats could overpower an individual's attack easily. In addition, they are the only race that can fly. Therefore, they are born with an unparalleled defensive ability and are invincible. After Chen heard Lan Weiwei's analysis, he nodded slightly. Then, he asked, "What about the mass grave?" At the mention of this place, Lan Weiwei's eyes were obviously filled with fear. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Chen was a little confused. Lan Weiwei nodded. The mass grave is the most mysterious and bizarre place. Although I've been to the other 4 places many times, I've been to that place. It's not just me that has never been there. The other 4 silver bosses have never been there either. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. Lan Weiwei could be seen as a relatively powerful existence among these bosses. Even when she mentioned the 9 tigers, she was not the least bit afraid. However, when talking about the mass grave, she was extremely hesitant. Weiwei, what else do you know about the mass grave? Lan Weiwei calmed herself down. Finally, she said, the mass grave isn't just filled with human corpses. Most importantly, the other 5 regions' past bosses have been visited by the mass grave's silver boss before they died and got replaced. Hearing this, Lu Chen's pupils constricted. One had to know that Lu Chen had spent a lot of experience fighting both Lan Weiwei, who was an ancient ash wolf, and the boss of Bear Ridge. Especially when he was fighting the ancient ash wolf. If he had not obtained the undead title, he would have long since returned to the resurrection point. Now, there were actually countless dead silver bosses lurking in the mass grave. The mass grave had been around since ancient times. For 10,000 years, who knows how many powerful monsters and even powerful bosses have accumulated there. Even though these dead existences might not be as powerful as they were when they were alive, they could still retain powerful skills from when they were alive. Moreover, after becoming a member of the mass grave, their attack methods would probably be abnormally strange. Even if one were powerful, they would still be in danger when faced with an endless stream of strange enemies with strange antics. Moreover, after so many years of its existence, who knew how many other strange things could be nurtured inside? Lan Weiwei continued, when I was very young, I once heard a rumor from an elder. In their grandfather's area, although the mass grave was very dangerous, there would still be some powerful ancestors who would go in to explore the area, trying to obtain opportunities. However, 10,000 years ago, a huge black dragon suddenly fell from the sky and directly fell into the mass graves. Since then, the mass grave's aura began to become terrifying and violent. There was even a top human mighty figure who once fell there. However, no one knows what kind of strength that mighty figure had when he was alive. Hearing Lan Weiwei's analysis, Lu Chen thought for a moment before deciding on a place. Then, let's go to Tiger Mountain first. Lan Weiwei was slightly startled. Shouldn't we go to the Snake Pond first? Although she had to go past the other boss's territories, in her opinion, they should first kill the simple ones and place the powerful ones last. Lu Chen smiled slightly. This morning, I saw Lu Yuan. She told me that the old B***starred Xiaobai is already preparing to accept the City Lord's challenge in the West. In that case, our advantage in power might not be big enough. Therefore, we should continue to build on our strength. The 9 silver tigers will just become our stepping stones. If we kill them, the reward should be even more generous, right? As he said that, he led Lan Weiwei to Linda, the Grand Mage, so that he could bring Raleigh with him. Although Linda was studying Raleigh and was a little displeased that she was suddenly interrupted in her experiment, she also knew the priority of the matter. Raleigh seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden as he crawled onto Lan Weiwei's body. His speed was so quick that it did not match his figure at all. It was obvious that he had been tortured here. Then, he arrived at the teleportation array in White Fog City. The teleportation array was different from teleportation scrolls. The scrolls were one-time use, and the teleportation distance was extremely long. They would become useless after use. However, the teleportation array could not teleport players far away. Fortunately, it was permanent, and a certain amount of magic would be used each time. The 2 of them and the panda stood on the teleportation array. Then, it emitted a dazzling purple light. Immediately after, the light slowly contracted, as if it had condensed into a liquid, outlining the complicated and mysterious patterns of the array bit by bit. When the last stroke of the magic array pattern was finished, they instantly disappeared from White Fog City. The 2 people and the panda felt dizzy. Their vision was a little blurry, and when they regained consciousness, they were already in a jungle. Before they could take a closer look, a fierce-looking tiger with black and yellow stripes charged at them with a loud roar. The moment they landed, they knew that the location they were sent to was not the best place to be teleported to. They were immediately attacked before they could even fully open their eyes and gain their bearings. However, when faced with the tiger that suddenly attacked them, the two of them did not panic at all. Lan Weiwei's expression changed from her baby face to a cold expression as she slashed out with her claw. A phantom-like wolf claw flew out directly and hit the tiger's chest. The sound of bones shattering could be heard when she slashed it out. The fierce tiger's chest bone had been smashed into pieces. Minus 8,000. It was an instant kill. A red number appeared in the air. What the F***? At this moment, exclamations could be heard from their surroundings. Lu Chen turned his head to find the source of the noise. 5 or 6 people had actually crawled out from the bushes. What the F*** is going on? We've been lying in ambush here for half a day, and this tiger has already been killed? Where did you two come from? Why did you fight the monster? Did you come to this area first? The 3 or 4 of them were obviously angry from the kill steal. They had been lying in wait here for a long time, just to take down this tiger. Lan Weiwei was a little stunned. Before this, the others were either afraid of her or looked at her with disapproval. This was the first time someone had been so aggressive and responsive with the way they spoke to her. Most importantly, it was odd that the reason for the blame was because she had killed such an ordinary wild monster. Lu Chen looked at the tiger's corpse that lay there. There were still many wounds on its body. However, he could tell at a glance that these wounds were not alarmingly serious. To the tiger, it could probably be just a little scratching itch. It seems that the journey was going to be a little complicated. For a moment, he could not tell whether these players were planning on catching the tiger, or the tiger was deliberately luring these people to take the bait and eat them. After all, he could tell that these people's vigilance was too low. He looked at the tiger lying on the ground again and took a deep breath. As expected, the most high-end hunters often appeared as prey. Lu Chen looked at the people around and was speechless. Are you guys here to team up and fight small monsters? You guys are pretty weak though. Or are you here to be food to the monsters? The first player to jump out and criticize Lan Weiwei had an unconvinced look on his face. What right do you have to make fun of us? We're all rookies. What right do you have in saying you're much better than us? Lu Chen opened his mouth slightly, but he did not think of how to respond to him. After all, he was currently seen as being pretentious. At this moment, 2 players who had not spoken all this while gathered together and whispered while the rest had to stare down. Why does this person look familiar to me? Yeah, I feel like I've seen that silver-haired girl before. I feel like I've seen her somewhere. Hey, remember the video I shared a few days ago? Is it them? Once these words were said, everyone looked at Lu Chen carefully again. Their eyes went from doubt to panic, then to shock, and finally to horror. Sage *T. Isn't he Morning Mist? I think so. The beauty next to him seems to be the ancient Ash Wolf King who fought the Shao family in the video. What? Holy F *King H*T. No way. Did we seriously just start a fight with the only and only Morning Mist? Is this the end for us? This is the end. Now we have to return to the resurrection point. The person who had jumped out to scold Lan Weiwei and Lu Chen at the beginning was a little dumbfounded. He would have never expected the legendary Morning Mist to appear in such a place. In his opinion, he thought that he would never meet such a top-tier player in his lifetime. Now that he had angered the other party, he knew that he was probably doomed. However, he was very single-minded. After all, he had been in the second world for so long and did not actually have any equipment. Returning to the resurrection point was not a loss to him. Thinking of this, he stood taller and mustered up his courage. There was some fear in his eyes and a little fanaticism as he spoke. Morning Mist, my name is Lu Yang. I have worshipped you for a long time. Can you give me an autograph before you kill me? Lu Chen was slightly taken aback by his words. How could this kid be thinking of such a thing right now? However, before he could respond, the other 5 players ran over in unison. Morning Mist, I'd like your autograph too. When the 5 players heard the first player who requested it, they all cursed in their hearts. F***CK. If I had known that this would happen, I would have definitely rushed out to ask for an autograph first. Lu Chen looked at the players in front of him. Initially, he could not tell that they were young because their faces were dirty. Now that he was closer, He realized that they all seemed to be just a bunch of high school students. The levels of these people were really too low. One was level 3, one was level 2, and the rest were all level 1. These players were just ordinary players and just noobs. Lan Weiwei looked at this group of confused high school students and could not help but laugh. Lu Chen also smiled helplessly. Who said I wanted to kill you guys? I won't argue with you guys if you hurry up and leave now. Plus, I'd advise you guys to go to Wolf Valley or Bear Ridge instead. This group of high school students were curious. Why? When these teenagers heard that Lu Chen did not have any intention of killing them, they were a little excited. Although they were little trash who often resurrected, they had finally reached Tiger Mountain. None of them wanted to start from scratch. After all, every time they died, there would be a day of weakness. However, they still asked curiously, "Are you going to Tiger Mountain to kill those 9 tigers?" Lu Chen replied, "These tigers have a much higher combat power than yours. You can't beat them at all. Even if you stay here, you'll be courting death. And today, we're here to kill those 9 silver tigers. I reckon that the mountain will be in chaos today. If you're not careful, you'll die here." The others looked troubled as they frowned. After all, they had been here for a long time. If they turned around and went to another place, it would probably take them another 2 or 3 days to reach their destination. More importantly, once the 9-Tiger Mountain became chaotic, they might not even be able to leave the mountain and would immediately return to the resurrection point. They still had this bit of self-awareness. They did not want to go back. Lu Yang mustered up his courage and said, "Morning Mist, if we go down, we'll probably be killed too. After all, it's too dangerous for us to go down the mountain alone. Once you start fighting, all the wild beasts will probably run down the mountain. At that time, we'll be dead for sure. Don't worry, we won't fight you for experience points." Lu Yang stretched out his right hand and patted his chest, indicating that he would not lie. After listening to Lu Yang's words, Lu Chen felt that it made sense to not go down the mountain right now. However, when he heard the other party's final promise to him, Lu Chen opened his mouth slightly, not knowing what to say for a long time. This youth really dared to say such words to him. With their ability, even if they wanted to fight for gaining XP with him, they would probably die at least 800 times at the base of Tiger Mountain before going up. However, he did not want to discourage these youths. The words in his heart circled a few times before he finally replied, "Your courage is commendable." He found these kids rather pleasing to the eye, so he did not say anything else. He turned around and headed straight to the center of the Tiger Mountain. When Lu Yang saw that Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei did not reject him, the 6 of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. They hurriedly ran in Lu Chen's direction and took the initiative to act as guards. Moreover, their division of labor was very clear. Lu Yang and another player stood a dozen meters in front of Lu Chen to scout the way. There was also a person on each side of the team, constantly observing movements on both sides. The last 2 people had to cover the rear 10 meters away for flanks. This setup made them look like they were Lu Chen's bodyguards. However, only Lu Chen knew that these high school students were bound to be useless, because every time a wild monster appeared, Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei would be the first to notice it. Fortunately, the 2 of them were skilled and brave, so they did not take these students' carelessness to heart. Usually, some monsters would not bother attacking and would go about with their lives. If it did not come, the group would not take the initiative to kill it. After all, the level of these monsters was too low, so they could not gain much EXP. However, Lu Yang and the others were different. Every time, they would almost reach the range of the monster's attack and would want to rush forward. There were even a few times when they were only a few meters away from the monsters before they shouted loudly. Sometimes, Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei were too lazy to attack. If Raleigh encountered a monster with low combat power, he would run over and slap them to death. Then, he would drag the monster's corpse over to claim credit. He then took the bamboo shoot from Lu Chen's hand and continued munching on it. Whether he knew it or not, even Raleigh was more useful than these 6 players. Lu Chen felt that this arrangement did not help at all. It felt like an overpowering god bringing a newbie to the top. After a while, he could not help but speak up. "If you find any more wild monsters, just go up and attack. Don't be afraid. If there's any danger, I'll help you take care of it." In this way, Your battle experience will be greatly increased. When Liu Yang and the others heard this, they were so happy that their hearts were about to burst. They could get a little experience points by forming a team with him. Of course, Liu Chen only wanted to quicken the journey. To them, it was too much. In a short while, Liu Yang had already risen to level 5. The weakest among the others was also at level 3. Everyone was so excited about the prospects of leveling up this quickly. However, they knew that this was only a one-time opportunity. Increasing their combat power was the way to go. Now that they basically had the protection of a so-called god, it could be said that the entire Tiger Mountain was at their beck and call. Even if the 6 of them were to fight the 9 tigers, they would not hesitate to charge forward and do it. With Morning Mist around, the 9 tigers would not stand a chance. Plus, the ancient Ash Wolf King had already become Morning Mist's woman. Morning Mist was clearly giving them a chance to increase their strength and battle experience. Hearing such a good thing happen, the eyes of the player at the left, right, and back of the party turned red with envy. Because the wild monsters basically appeared at the front, they also wanted to increase their experience and battle strength. Although they wanted to kill these monsters, they would be exhausted holding the back and sides. However, they could increase their combat EXP if they were up front. As time passed, their combat power, experience points, and levels would all increase rapidly if they all fought together. Liu Chen saw through their thoughts and smiled. You guys go to the front. Kill the monsters with them. After hearing this, these players jumped and ran to the front. The corners of their mouths almost reached their ears. Thus, these players began to fight with the wild monsters. Once a wild monster appeared, these players would swarm over, relying on their numbers to kill the other party. However, when they really faced a powerful monster, they were helpless. However, along the way, Lan Weiwei had completely shocked them. No matter what level of wild monsters came up, Lan Weiwei, this seemingly cute girl, only used one move to defeat them. Every single attack made these 6 players admire her strongness even more. Minus 2,000, minus 3,800, minus 6,600, minus 12,200. Each attack she did caused them to fall into deep thought. They could only deal 2,000 damage. However, Lan Weiwei could deal more than 2,000 damage, but it was not necessary because the monster only had 2,000 HP. This feeling was the same as meeting a straightest student in school. There were even a few times when they saw monsters with higher levels and had activated a certain level of intelligence. When they saw Lan Weiwei, they were so scared that they ran with their tails between their legs. When they ran, they even peed all over the ground. The main reason was that Liu Chen and Lan Weiwei had intentionally hidden their auras to avoid scaring the monsters away in order to train them. The 6 of them swarmed forward, but the monster could not be bothered with them. Its gaze was as if it was telling the students that it was full and did not want to eat anymore. However, when Lan Weiwei quietly walked up to it and suddenly revealed her terrifying aura, the tiger was immediately scared to death. The few of them had been fighting the monster for half an hour, but in the end, they were not as effective as the other party who showed up. Could this be the legendary saying, if you do your best, you might not even be as good as others? This incident kept happening again and again. However, this did not make them feel the slightest bit of frustration. Instead, it inspired them to learn from Liu Chen and Lan Weiwei. Finally, when they had killed 400 to 500 monsters, the strongest silver tiger in the mountain could not hold it in any longer. If this continued, all of his monsters would be slaughtered, and they would be left with nothing. Without these monsters to stop them, what would the other players fight with? Most importantly, if it was just players killing monsters, they might not care too much. However, when the ancient Ash Wolf King, Lan Weiwei, as a silver boss of another territory, took the initiative to attack them, this represented a challenge. This challenge enraged them to no end. They had to accept it. Following 3 loud roars, the tiger mountain trembled 3 times. All the other animals on the mountain seemed to have heard their natural enemies. They all lay on the ground trembling, their heads buried in the ground, not daring to move at all. When all the monsters heard the roar, they instantly received a berserk buff. All their attributes, including their combat power, instantly doubled. Originally, there were still many players farming monsters below. Seeing that the monsters were about to be grinded to death made them excited, but when these three roars appeared, their HP instantly recovered by more than half, completing the counterattack. For a moment, the cries of countless players rang out from Tiger Mountain. Following that, all the three tigers ran in the same direction. That was precisely where Lu Chen was located. At this moment, three fierce tigers that were as big as tall buildings suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. They crazily roared and spewed out terrifying auras from their mouths. Their entire body was covered in yellow and black stripes. Only their forelegs were covered in white fur. These tigers seemed to contain a trace of white tiger bloodline. Looking at the information of the three tigers before them, it shocked them. Fire Tiger. Level 16. Silver Boss. HP 80,000. Attack 5,000. Defense 800. Magic Defense 80. Skill Raging Flame. Injury Transfer. Raging Flame. The exclusive skill of the Fire Tiger. It will have different effects depending on the awakening of the bloodline. When the Fire Tiger lets out a furious roar, its entire body will be covered in flames of heat, nearly 3,000 degrees. Its attack and defense will become doubled. The duration will be until the end of the fusion period. Any enemy that gets covered in flames would receive 500 magic damage per second for 20 seconds. There is even a chance to awaken the bloodline and complete the transformation. Cooldown time is 6 months. Injury Transfer. The injuries of the 9 fire tigers could be transferred to each other and shared. The injuries could also be transferred to one fire tiger while the rest of the fire tigers remain at their peak condition. Mysterious Skill. Unknown. One could tell that the level of the fire tiger was not high. It was only level 16, far inferior to the level 20 wolf from before. However, the most powerful skill of this fire tiger was Raging Flame. If he was not facing an enemy with high agility like the gray wolf, that 1-minute incident would probably be enough to grind some enemies with high defense to death. However, it could be seen from this that the fire tigers were indeed stronger than the ancient ash wolf. If they were at the same level, Lan Weiwei might not be a match for these fire tigers. After all, the white tiger was one of the top 4 divine beasts. These fire tigers had a trace of bloodline. It might even be stronger than the ancient ash wolf. However, even so, it was not a problem for the current Lan Weiwei. Lan Weiwei's talent had always been far superior to ordinary monsters. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for her to become a powerful presence in the 6 territories. Now, Lan Weiwei had already become the ancient Ash Wolf King. The bloodline in her body had been gradually awakening. In addition, her level was much higher than these fire tigers, so these 3 fire tigers were not a big match for her at all. When the 2 parties confronted each other, Lu Yang and the others did not rush forward to court death like before. Instead, they consciously retreated behind Lu Chen. Only Raleigh did care about what was going on. He found a frog on the ground and this little fellow started to follow it around. Speaking of which, Raleigh was indeed a lucky creature. When they were in the Xiao family, the entire Xiao family was wiped out, but Raleigh was not injured at all. Even when Xiao Bai attacked them and the house had been torn down, the corner that Raleigh hid in did not collapse. This could only be explained by luck. After so many battles today, Lu Chen had clearly discovered that many fire tigers were clearly keeping their distance away from Raleigh. However, they would rather sneak up on Lu Chen from afar than hurt Raleigh. This made Lu Chen extremely envious knowing that he had the claw and fight to survive. Raleigh, on the other hand, was just a giant panda playing with a frog on the ground. Yet no one dared to disturb that little fellow. Is there any justice left in this world? Even though 3 fire tigers appeared in front of him at once, Lu Chen had no intention of making a move. It was not just because these ordinary tigers were too low-leveled and unnecessary. It was also because this battle belonged to the battle between the leaders of 2 silver territories. Although Lan Weiwei was a cute girl, this battle played a role in her dignity. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Chen should not need to intervene. Lu Chen looked at the fire tiger's interface. That skill, Injury Transfer, was indeed a helpful skill. It was similar to how he and Lan Weiwei shared HP together. In other words, although the fire tiger only had 80,000 HP, If Lan Weiwei wanted to kill any of them, she would have to take 720,000 HP off the opponent at the end of the day. From the looks of it, the fire tigers were in existence with high attack and defense. Moreover, he was still trying to figure out the last skill of the fire tigers. What kind of skill would appear as an unknown? He looked at Lan Weiwei with a puzzled gaze. Lan Weiwei shook her head in reply. When she fought with the 9 tigers, she had never seen the 9 tigers use their special skill. If there were any, it would be that the 9 tigers were extremely well coordinated. It was as if the 9 of them were thinking the same thing. Chen nodded. Normally, a tiger could give birth to many cubs. With the strength of their parents, they could grow into adults. However, as the saying went, 2 tigers could not live on the same mountain. Therefore, it was strange that the 9 fire tigers could exist in the mountain at the same time. However, Chen and Lan Weiwei were not the only ones who felt strange. The 3 tigers looked at Lan Weiwei's interface and revealed a human-like expression of surprise. Ancient Ash Wolf King. Owner: Morning Mist. Name: Lan Weiwei. Intimacy: 165. Level: 33. Attack: 28,000. Increases by 50% when transformed into the Ancient Ash Wolf. Increases by 50% with Moonlight buff. Increases by 50%. HP: 150,000. Increases by 50% when transformed into the Ancient Ash Wolf. Increases by 50% with Moonlight buff. Defense: 1,200. Increases by 50% when transformed into the Ancient Ash Wolf. Increases by 50% with Moonlight buff. Magic defense: 1,200. Increases by 50% when transformed into the Ancient Ash Wolf. Increases by 50% with Moonlight buff. A total of 1,600. Skills: Demonic Flame, Frost Domain, True Form Transformation, Ash Wolf's Fury, Moonlight's Blessing, Soul Tracking. Demonic Flame. The Ancient Ash Wolf King spits out terrifying demonic flames, causing 8,000 physical and magic damage per second to the enemy in front of it. Frost Domain. Creates a Frost Domain, slowing down the enemy's attack speed and casting speed by 50%. True Form Transformation. When transformed into the Ancient Ash Wolf King, all attributes increase by 50%. Ash Wolf's Fury. The Ancient Ash Wolf King awakens the sleeping bloodline in its body, greatly increasing its own attributes, and has a chance to obtain an additional skill. Moonlight's Blessing. Under the moonlight, all attributes increase by 50%. Soul Tracking. When this skill is used, it can leave a mark deep within the target's soul. It can track up to 3 people. The mark will remain for 3 months. This skill can be shared with the owner. This little girl is actually the Ancient Ash Wolf? How did she become the Wolf King? Not only is she the Ancient Ash Wolf King, but as a little girl, she had the fighting capacity to make earth-shaking moves. The 3 tigers were shocked, and it made them want to kill her even more. Not only will the fire tigers level up, but they would also have a better chance of knowing her secrets. 3 tiger roars and a wolf roar were heard. Lan Weiwei and the 3 fire tigers were already engaged in battle. However, Lan Weiwei did not need to transform into her real body at all. She could rely on her own combat strength to not fall into a disadvantageous position. Her swift phantom wolf claws and the raging flames that were released from the roars clashed together, creating a monstrous formation. The 2 sides fought back and forth. Although Lan Weiwei's agility and attacks were very high, she was unable to kill either one of them in one hit. Every time Lan Weiwei attacked, she could only deal 28,000 damage. Minus 28,000. Minus 28,000. Minus 28,000. Minus 28,000. A string of red numbers floated in mid-air. These 3 fire tigers worked closely together. One was responsible for attracting Lan Weiwei's attention, while the other was responsible for attacking. The thinnest one was extremely fast and was responsible for sneak attacks. Their division of labor was extremely clear, and the timing of their attacks were very precise. As long as Lan Weiwei attacked one of the fire tigers, the other 2 would either pounce on her or spit fireballs from their mouths to attack from a distance. Although their attack power was not that high, it still made Lan Weiwei feel a little constrained. What was more annoying was that when Lan Weiwei's attack landed on the fire tigers, even though one of the fire tigers was hit, all of the fire tigers would start to lose HP. Lan Weiwei's attack, minus 28,000. The 3 fire tigers all attacked, minus 3,111, minus 3,111, minus 3,111. The most frustrating thing was that Lan Weiwei's attack could only deal 28,000 damage. The opponent instantly spread the damage to the other 2 fire tigers, only losing over 3,000 HP in one hit. This was nothing compared to their 80,000 HP. Even though she had sent the 3 fire tigers flying time and time again, the opponent was able to pounce on her again with almost full HP. However, what made her somewhat puzzled was that this time, they actually did not activate their Raging Flame skill. Chen, who was at the side, noticed something unusual. The 3 fire tigers seemed to be looking in his direction, intentionally or unintentionally. Their eyes were still filled with fear. Chen's attack power was almost twice that of Lan Weiwei's. Moreover, judging from his equipment, he was probably very powerful. Chen felt that the reason why they did not use their ultimate skill was because they were on guard against him. However, as the 3 fire tigers' injuries gradually increased, their HP also continued to drop. When their HP dropped to a quarter, the other fire tigers finally could not hold it in any longer as it let out a loud roar. Clouds followed the dragon. Tigers followed the wind. A gust of strong wind appeared from all directions and rushed into the center. With Lan Weiwei and the 3 fire tigers standing at the center, it seemed like a tornado was forming. Then, in less than 10 seconds, 6 fire tigers came whistling from their surroundings. Some of them were drowsy, as if they had just woken up. Some of them had blood on the corners of their mouths, as if they were eating. The 6 fire tigers had different forms, but they appeared at the same time during a crisis. Chen felt that something was not right. This was too abnormal. As the saying went, there was no room for 2 tigers on a mountain, unless they were a male and a female. Moreover, a normal birth should be both male and female. However, these 9 fire tigers were actually all males, and they even lived together in harmony on this mountain. It was too strange. Moreover, although each fire tiger had different forms, their combat abilities were all the same, and their parameters were all the same. This made this whole situation very strange. The moment these 6 fire tigers appeared, they instantly joined the battle. For a moment, the battle situation instantly heightened in stakes. Fireballs flew all over the sky. Meanwhile, Lan Weiwei's Wolfclaw attacks continuously caused damage to the 9 fire tigers. Despite her high attack and high agility, it was already a little difficult for her to deflect them. Although the fire tigers had an advantage in numbers on their side, they did not collide with each other. On the contrary, they cooperated very well. Their attack power was powerful. Moreover, they attacked from many angles. Even Lan Weiwei had no way to dodge all of them. Even if Lan Weiwei wanted to attack one of the fire tigers at close range, the other fire tigers would find loopholes from all sorts of angles and launch sneak attacks. After a while, Lan Weiwei was also slightly injured. However, Lan Weiwei was no longer the ancient Ash Wolf King from before. Her combat strength was indeed much stronger than the 9 tigers, so 9 tigers' HP continued to drop. Before long, the 9 tigers' HP bar had already bottomed out. More than 700,000 HP was forcefully hit by Lan Weiwei until a bit was left. In one more minute, these 9 tigers would be completely wiped out by Chen. Chen was very satisfied. Not only was taking in this beauty Lan Weiwei very pleasing to the eye, but her combat power was also so strong that it saved him a lot of trouble. This was no different from hacking and leveling up. It was awesome. However, at this moment, 9 tigers finally felt that Lan Weiwei's strength was far beyond their imagination. The number was simply not enough to bridge the gap in strength. They quickly exchanged glances with each other. After that, they made a decision at the same time and pounced on the largest fire tiger. The following scene completely shocked Chen and Lan Weiwei. Lu Yang and the others watched with their eyes wide open. When the other 8 fire tigers touched the largest one, it looked like snow touching fire as they directly merged into the body of the fire tiger. Meanwhile, the remaining fire tiger rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura it emitted became more and more terrifying the more it merged with the others. When Liu Yang looked at the information on the tiger's interface, his scalp immediately went numb. Ancient Fire Tiger. Level 30. Silver Boss. HP 1,440,000. Attack 90,000. Defense 14,400. Magic Defense 1,440. Skill Raging Flame. Injury Transfer. Raging Flame. The exclusive skill of the Ancient Fire Tiger. It will have different effects depending on the awakening of the bloodline. When the fire tiger lets out a furious roar, its entire body will be covered in flames of heat, nearly 3,000 degrees. Its attack and defense will become doubled. The duration will be until the end of the fusion period. Any enemy that gets covered in flames would receive 9,000 magic damage per second for 360 seconds. There is even a chance to awaken the bloodline and complete the transformation. Cooldown time is 0. Injury Transfer. The injuries of the 9 fire tigers could be transferred to each other and shared. The injuries could also be transferred to one fire tiger while the rest of the fire tigers remain at their peak condition. 9 tigers to 1. The 9 tigers were born from the same womb. They have a telepathic connection with each other and possess the white tiger bloodline. During critical moments, they could combine into one and temporarily become an ancient fire tiger. They would merge their powers into a single fire tiger and double the powers. Lu Chen's heart thumped when he saw these attributes. This ancient fire tiger not only possessed the strength of 9 tigers, but all its attributes were also doubled. Its attack power of up to 90,000 was already more than 3 times that of Lan Weiwei. Even Lu Chen himself had more than doubled it. The difference was too huge, especially that magic attack of 9,000 points. It was simply ridiculous. Even if the HP of Lan Weiwei and Lu Chen were added together, it would not be enough for the other party to burn for 20 seconds. On the other hand, the other party's skill could last for 360 seconds. If Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei were tied together, even 10 of their lives would not be enough. Moreover, the cooldown time of this skill had no time limit. As long as the ancient fire tiger that was formed from the fusion did not disintegrate, this skill would continue to exist. This was even higher than the attributes that Lan Weiwei had, and she was the ancient Ashwolf King. Lan Weiwei's face turned just a little pale. After all, although Lan Weiwei was still in the process of awakening, she still possessed the ancient Ashwolf King's bloodline. However, now, she seemed to be at a disadvantage. This was indeed the White Tiger bloodline. Even if it was just a thread of difference, it was still able to surpass the ancient Ashwolf King's bloodline. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable to her, Lan Weiwei could no longer hold back her strength. With a long howl, she directly transformed into the ancient Ashwolf King. True Form Transformation. When transformed into the ancient Ashwolf King, all attributes increased by 50%. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky, and the moonlight nourished her body. Moonlight's blessing. Under the moonlight, all attributes increase by 50%. Under these 2 enhancements, the ancient Ashwolf King's attributes also doubled. However, even so, it was still inferior to the ancient fire tiger. The fire tiger roared, and even Lu Chen felt a tremor. At the sidelines, Lu Yang and the others were already at a loss. However, even at this moment, they still did not escape, which made Lu Chen commend them for their bravery. The ancient Ashwolf King took the initiative to strike first. With incomparable speed, it directly leaped into the air. Under the moonlight, a pitch-black shadow of a wolf crossed under the moon. In the next moment, the ancient Ashwolf King suddenly opened its mouth. A purple ball of light formed in its mouth and gradually expanded. Then, it directly formed a pillar of light that charged at the ancient fire tiger. Sky-piercing demonic flame. The ancient Ashwolf King spits out a terrifying demonic flame. Demonic flame. The ancient Ashwolf King spits out terrifying demonic flames, causing 8,000 physical and magic damage per second to the enemy in front of it. The ancient fire tiger howled in pain, and it tried to dodge, but its speed was far from enough to dodge the ancient Ashwolf King's attack. The 13,000 physical and magic damage landed on the fire tiger's body, and for a full 10 seconds, it depleted 130,000 of its HP. It was a very powerful attack. However, it was only a fraction of the opponent's HP. The ancient fire tiger was furious. It raised its head and spat out fireballs at the ancient Ash Wolf King in the sky. Raging Flame. The exclusive skill of the ancient fire tiger. It will have different effects depending on the awakening of the bloodline. When the fire tiger lets out a furious roar, its entire body will be covered in flames of heat, nearly 3,000 degrees. Its attack and defense will become doubled. The duration will be until the end of the fusion period. Any enemy that gets covered in flames would receive 9,000 magic damage per second for 360 seconds. There is even a chance to awaken the bloodline and complete the transformation. This skill could be maintained forever and is a passive skill. Countless flames suddenly emerged from its body, enveloping it. Even though Lu Chen was more than 100 meters away, he could still feel the scorching heat. These countless fireballs were like suns being shot out, illuminating the entire deep forest. The ancient Ash Wolf King's actions were extremely swift and violent. It jumped left and right, avoiding most of the attacks. However, the ancient fire tiger was ultimately more powerful. 2 of the fireballs had hit the ancient Ash Wolf King. Instantly, 18,000 HP decreased from the ancient Wolf King. Then, the ancient fire tiger charged forward, and the 2 towering beasts immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The ancient fire tiger tried to bite the ancient Ash Wolf King continuously, and its 2 front claws jumped up high, trying to hit the ancient Ash Wolf King. The ancient Ash Wolf King dodged left and right, relying on its high agility to dodge the damage. The ancient fire tiger was extremely smart. Once it engaged in close combat, it would use its powerful attack power to hurt the ancient Ash Wolf King, and once it engaged in a long-range battle, it would spit fireballs wildly. The Ash Wolf King was at a disadvantage and immediately howled to the moon. Lu Chen immediately understood that Lan Weiwei was asking him for help. Lu Chen did not say anything else. With a thought, a golden title instantly appeared above his head. Bow God. Bow God. Your understanding of bows has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a bow-type weapon, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow with your level. Accurate arrow. When you use a bow-type weapon, your attack is set to hit. Armor breaker. When you use a bow and arrow-type weapon to attack, you will dispel 90% of the target's armor. Lu Chen immediately took out a bow from his backpack and loaded 7 arrows at once. 7-star succession. You can shoot 7 arrows at once, and your attack power will be increased by 500%. Based on Lu Chen's current attack, each arrow could deal 44,860 damage. A total of 7 arrows would give more damage. In an instant, it reached 1,570,000 points. Fire. This 1,570,000 attack point was enough to directly kill this ancient fire tiger. The ancient fire tiger felt its hair stand on end, and a chill ran down its spine. In the next moment, the originally tall and mighty ancient fire tiger suddenly split into 9 and became a 9 ancient fire tiger again. Lu Chen's 7 arrows hit one at the same time, and its HP was instantly reduced to 0. The ancient Ash Wolf King killed one with its claw and another one with its mighty bite. The 3 fire tigers' HP was reduced to 0. However, in the next moment, the 3 ancient fire tigers actually stood up once again. Then, the HP of each fire tiger decreased once again. Lu Chen immediately understood that regardless of whether it was his or the Ash Wolf King's attacks, they could only kill the fire tiger that was currently being attacked. Once it escapes the attack, other fire tigers would absorb the HP of the attacked fire tiger and reappear. This kind of skill was very similar to the situation between him and the Ash Wolf King. However, Lu Chen did not stop at all. He shot out another 7 arrows. This time, the ancient fire tigers finally reacted. They merged together again and shot out fireballs consecutively. However, in order to offset Lu Chen's arrows, they needed more than 10 fireballs. This arrow was only enough for the ancient fire tiger to shoot out 5 or 6 more attacks. This time, more than half of the arrows landed on the ancient fire tiger. The ancient fire tiger only had less than 1/3 of its HP left from this hit. The ancient fire tiger was shocked and furious. It directly charged at the ancient Ash Wolf King without hesitation. Ash Wolf's Fury. The ancient Ash Wolf King awakens the sleeping bloodline in its body, greatly increasing its own attributes, and has a chance to obtain an additional skill. At this moment, the ancient Ash Wolf King had already activated its Wrath of the Ash Wolf's Fury, increasing its attributes once again. Then, it activated its Moonlight's Blessing. Moonlight's Blessing. Under the moonlight, all attributes increase by 50%. The ancient Ash Wolf howled at the moon, causing 8,000 magic damage per second to enemies under the moonlight for 50 seconds. This also dealt significant damage to the ancient Fire Tiger. Seeing the ancient Fire Tiger charge forward, the ancient Ash Wolf had prepared for such a move to occur. It immediately unleashed its strongest attack, Demonic Flame. However, this attack missed, because at this moment, the ancient Fire Tiger suddenly changed its direction, avoiding the attack and charged towards Lu Chen. It was a diversion. This ancient Fire Tiger not only had extremely high combat strength, it was smart as well. At this moment, the ancient Ash Wolf King had no time to stop the charging attack. However, this also caught Lu Chen somewhat unprepared. The ancient Ash Wolf King was anxious and directly released its other skill, Frost Domain. Frost Domain creates a Frost Domain, slowing down the enemy's attack speed and casting speed by 50%. Once this domain was activated, the Fire Tiger's speed instantly decreased by half. Lu Chen did not dare to hesitate and directly took out an arrow. Shattered Stars. You can shoot a powerful arrow that ignores all the defense of the target, and it will definitely land a critical hit, causing 10 times the penetrating damage. This arrow was enough to deal over 400,000 damage in one go. The ancient Fire Tiger, who was slowed down, definitely had no chance to dodge now. This Shattered Stars skill carried a terrifying aura as it shot straight towards the Fire Tiger. The power of this arrow caused the surrounding air to continuously distort around it. The Fire Tiger was unable to dodge in time. It could only continuously spit out fireballs from its mouth as a counterattack. However, the Frost Domain had a huge impact on the Fire Tiger's attack speed. The last time Lu Chen used the 7-star succession, the ancient Fire Tiger had only spat out 6 fireballs. Now, at such a close distance, after passing through the ancient Ash Wolf King's Frost Domain, it could not. Minus 400,000. A shocking red number appeared above the Fire Tiger's head. With a world-shaking explosion, the ancient Fire Tiger was killed by Lu Chen's attack. Lu Yang and the others were stupefied. After all, they had a total of 6 players. Facing an ordinary Fire Tiger, they had to use all of their abilities to deal only a little damage. However, when Lu Chen was facing a silver boss, not just 9 bosses, but a boss with doubled attributes, he could still defeat the enemy in one move. As expected, some people could defeat things even in their sleep. As expected of the only Morning Mist. Looking at the equipment dropped by this ancient Fire Tiger, everyone was even more dumbfounded. If the equipment that Lan Weiwei had dropped from killing monsters had made Lu Yang and the other 6 jealous, then the equipment that had dropped from this boss was truly amazing. However, when they saw the equipment that this boss dropped, their eyes turned green with envy. If they were given this equipment, their strength would at least be 3-fold. Other than the silver boss, they could kill the rest of the monsters as they pleased. However, facing so many pieces of equipment, they did not even have the thought of snatching it. They knew that if they dared to make a move, they would meet a fate far worse than this ancient Fire Tiger. They vaguely remembered the fear of the 10,000 members of the White Alliance being destroyed by Morning Mist. However, Lu Chen was not in the mood to check his equipment because the ancient Ash Wolf King let out a sad cry and fell to the ground. Even the aura of the wolf was declining rapidly. Lu Chen quickly checked the interface of the ancient Ash Wolf King. Ancient Ash Wolf King. Owner: Morning Mist. Name: Lan Weiwei. Intimacy: 180. Level: 37. Attack: 32,000. Increases by 50% when transformed into the ancient Ash Wolf. Increases by 50% with Moonlight buff. Increases by 50%. HP: 35,619. Increases by 50% when transformed into the ancient Ash Wolf. increases by 50% with Moonlight buff. Defense, 1500, increases by 50% when transformed into the Ancient Ash Wolf, increases by 50% with Moonlight buff. Magic defense, 1600, increases by 50% when transformed into the Ancient Ash Wolf, increases by 50% with Moonlight buff. Skills, Demonic Flame, Frost Domain, True Form Transformation, Ash Wolf's Fury, Moonlight's Blessing, Soul Tracking. Demonic Flame. The ancient Ash Wolf King spits out terrifying demonic flames, causing 18,000 physical and magic damage per second to the enemy in front of it. Frost Domain. Creates a Frost Domain, slowing down the enemy's attack speed and casting speed by 50%. True Form Transformation. When transformed into the ancient Ash Wolf King, all attributes increase by 50%. Ash Wolf's Fury. The ancient Ash Wolf King awakens the sleeping bloodline in its body, greatly increasing its own attributes, and has a chance to obtain an additional skill. Moonlight's Blessing. Under the moonlight, all attributes increase by 50%. Soul Tracking. When this skill is used, it can leave a mark deep within the target's soul. It can track up to 3 people. The mark will remain for 3 months. This skill can be shared with the owner. Ash Wolf's Howl. The exclusive skill of the ancient Ash Wolf. It will have a different effect as the bloodline awakens. When the Ash Wolf howls at the moon, it will deal 12,000 magic damage per second to enemies under the moonlight for 60 seconds. After experiencing this battle, Lan Weiwei's level had risen by 4 levels. Her combat power, defense, and others had all received a huge increase. Even the Ash Wolf's howl skill, whether it was the damage points or the duration, had increased. It was definitely a good sign to work towards. Oddly enough, her HP seemed to be constantly decreasing. -5,000, -5,000, -5,000. Every second, her HP decreased by 5,000. By the time Luchan checked on Lan Weiwei's condition, Lan Weiwei's HP had decreased by another 15,000. She only had around 20,000 HP left. If not for the Moonlight's Blessing, she would have died long ago. Lu Chen instantly understood that Lan Weiwei had accidentally touched the flames on the ancient fire tiger's body, and that was why her HP kept dropping. Based on Lan Weiwei's current injuries, she would lose all her HP in less than a minute. Moreover, this condition would even affect him through the pet contract, causing his HP to drop as well. At this moment, Lu Chen was at a loss. He watched as Lan Weiwei's health bar decreased bit by bit. However, Lan Weiwei looked at Lu Chen without a trace of resentment in her eyes. There was only reluctance in her eyes. If she was just an ignorant young girl before this, then at this moment of near death, the young girl's heart had finally awakened. At this moment, a voice sounded in Lu Chen's ear. A golden title appeared above his head again. Your medical proficiency has been raised to the highest level. You have obtained the title, Medicine God. Medicine God. Your understanding of medical skills has reached an unfathomable level. When you use medical skills, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow along with your level. Negative elimination. When you use the Medicine God title, you will be immune to all negative effects of your own body. When you use medical skills on others, there is a 90% chance of helping others to be immune to all negative effects. Herb bonus. When you plant herbs, the growth rate of the herbs will be 20 times faster than the original speed. The medicinal effects of the herbs will be increased tenfold. Continuous healing. The effect of your healing is outstanding. When you use your skills, you can cast a continuous healing on yourself. The healing time is 30 seconds. The healing effect is to recover 2% to 30% of your HP every second. When you use it on others, the effect will be reduced by half. This title was definitely very useful. Previously, other than the title of Undead, all the other titles were used to increase combat power. However, the effect of the Undead title was only to increase the probability of not dying. However, this title, Medicine God, could definitely increase his combat power by a lot. After all, this was equivalent to having a mobile HP buff. Once he uses it, he would be able to constantly recover his HP. Especially the first skill, Negative Elimination, which could heal his teammates at any time. Right now, he was basically a high-attack, high-defense assassin with medical support. He could practically be omnipotent at this point. This was undoubtedly a great thing. However, now was not the time to be in awe at this newfound title. At this moment, Lan Weiwei only had a little bit of HP left. Lan Weiwei's HP continued to drop. Minus 5,000. Minus 5,000. Minus 5,000. Minus 5,000. 4 seconds later, Lan Weiwei's original 300,000 HP in her true form was now only left with over 1,000 HP. She was in grave danger. Lu Chen did not dare delay things any longer. With a thought, a golden title appeared above his head. Medicine God. Following that, a negative elimination was cast on Lan Weiwei. In the next moment, a green light shot out from Lu Chen's hand and enveloped Lan Weiwei's entire body. The flame that was faintly attached to her body disappeared in an instant. Lan Weiwei's HP finally stopped decreasing. Then, Lu Chen once again cast a skill. Continuous healing. Continuous healing. The effect of your healing is outstanding. When you use your skills, you can cast a continuous healing on yourself. The healing time is 30 seconds. The healing effect is to recover 2% to 30% of your HP every second. When you use it on others, the effect will be reduced by half. At this moment, an even brighter green light entered Lan Weiwei's body again. Plus 22,500. Lan Weiwei's HP immediately increased by 22,500 points. 15% of her own HP recovered. Plus 1,500. Plus 7,500. Lan Weiwei's HP recovered at a speedy pace. Her complexion and condition were also rapidly improving. The scene before their eyes once again exceeded the understanding of Lu Yang and the others. Was everyone playing the same game? Could it be that she was playing a fake second world game? In less than 10 seconds, Lan Weiwei's condition had almost completely recovered. Lu Chen helped her up, and the two of them looked at the equipment dropped by the ancient fire tiger together. Demonic Flame Incineration. When you use a Bao-type weapon, all your attacks will have the Demonic Flame Incineration effect. It will cause the enemy to continuously lose health for 3 seconds, which is equivalent to receiving 3 times the damage. Note: this skill has the effect of both physical and magic attacks. This skill was the same as the ancient fire tiger used on Lan Weiwei, only the duration was shorter. However, when the ancient fire tiger used this skill, opponents would only lose 9,000 HP every second. However, Lu Chen's attack power was several times higher than that. Therefore, it was still considered a win. In addition, when he used Shattered Stars, it will now have the additional effect of Demonic Flame. That was equivalent to a full 30 times of his attack power. If he were to face this ancient fire tiger again, Lu Chen would directly beat in an instant. One had to know that the Shattered Stars skill ignored the defenses of opponents. The damage that it dealt would all be considered true damage. If he had attacked Xiaobai back then, this arrow would have taken care of him in a blink of an eye. Not to mention running away, he would not even be able to leave any remnants of bones behind. Lu Chen was a little excited as he looked at the equipment that had dropped. Congratulations, you have killed the 9 silver bosses. You have received a reward of 9,000 gold coins. Both Lu Chen and Lu Yang loved this reward. To Lu Yang, this was a total of $90 million. If he went out, he could be considered a rich man in a big city. If it was a small town, he would definitely be the richest. If Lu Yang received this 9,000 gold coins, he would directly exchange it for money. He would not need to play the game anymore. He would just buy 30 apartments and collect rent every day. When Lu Chen saw the gold coins, his burden lightened. As the city lord, many ordinary players said that he was extremely greedy. However, only he knew what he truly had to do. Every morning when he opens his eyes, tens of thousands of craftsmen, farmers, and all kinds of craftsmen come to him for support. God knows what would happen if his White Fog City ran out of money. Although this 5,000 gold coins was not too much, it was not enough either. With a sigh, Lu Chen looked at the last treasure that dropped. This item looked a bit strange. It was actually a drop of milky white liquid that was floating in the air. It was constantly emitted a mysterious aura, and within the round drop of liquid, there was a faint roar of an illusory white tiger. White tiger soul essence. contains a trace of the ancient divine beast white tiger's bloodline, can be consumed by tiger creatures. After consuming it, it can increase one's own training. Special effect. Once consumed, it can improve one's physique. In future training, one can have the possibility of evolving into a divine beast white tiger. This was a bountiful battle. Seeing this, even Lan Weiwei could not help but praise the items. After all, Lan Weiwei had gone through such a tough battle to defeat the ancient Ash Wolf King and obtain the ancestral bloodline. However, if it was a tiger creature that obtained this white tiger soul essence, it could gradually awaken the white tiger bloodline, and its future cultivation speed would be far beyond imagination. Otherwise, these 9 ancient fire tigers would not have been so powerful. Right as Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei were about to put away the drop of white tiger essence, a chubby, furry hand suddenly reached out. It snatched the drop of white tiger essence away. Lu Chen turned his head and saw that the person who snatched the drop of white tiger essence was Raleigh. Before anyone could react, Raleigh swallowed the drop of white tiger essence in one gulp. Raleigh moved as fast as lightning. Before anyone could react, not only did he eat the white tiger essence, he even burped like a champion. Lu Chen's heart ached. The white tiger essence was eaten by Raleigh just like that. He was worried that the white tiger's attributes were incompatible with Raleigh as he was a panda. Even level Lan Weiwei dared not to devour it so easily. Would there be any side effects from Raleigh eating it? However, reality proved that they were overthinking things. As Raleigh ate the white tiger essence, a golden title lit up on Raleigh's head once again. Luck bonus. The ancient panda has activated the luck bonus skill. The white tiger soul essence has been transformed into the ancient iron beast soul essence. The ancient panda Raleigh has obtained an ancient iron beast soul essence. The ancient iron beast bloodline in his body is gradually awakening. There is a certain chance for him to obtain a new skill. When Liu Yang and the others saw this scene, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. The F***CK. This works too? That's not right. This doesn't make sense. Is there something wrong with your brain? Are you trying to apply scientific explanations in the second world? What you said makes sense. I can't refute it, but why do I feel that something is wrong? I thought that Morning Mist was of a different plane, but now it seems that this giant panda is way above him. UID*OT. Look carefully at the panda's information panel. Holy F***CK. This ancient panda's information panel has changed again. How did his combat power increase again? Why is he so much higher than us now? As soon as he said that, everyone immediately looked at Raleigh's information panel. Ancient panda. Owner. Morning Mist. Name. Raleigh. Intimacy. 130. Level. 15. Attack. 2,500. HP. 120,000. Defense. 20,000. Magic defense. 20,000. Skill. Luck bonus. Luck bonus. With Heaven's blessing, there is a high chance of avoiding disaster, turning a bad situation into a good one, and averting a disaster. Provides a luck buff for 60 seconds. Has a certain chance to be immune to all negative effects and damage. Everyone was shocked when they saw Raleigh's transformation. Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei had fought for so long. But why did it feel like Raleigh was the one who had improved the most? Was the world this unfair? Apart from eating bamboo shoots, gnawing on bamboo, and catching little frogs, this little fellow had leveled up just like that. Was there any justice in this world? At the same time, a few players who had not been paying close attention to Raleigh's information panel finally noticed something strange. No way. No way? This ancient panda is like Lan Weiwei. Both of them are Morning Mist pets. Where did Morning Mist get so many top-tier pets? I want one too. Who doesn't want them? They're so special. Look at you guys. You guys only want ordinary pets? I'm different from you guys. My dream is to be Morning Mist's pet. You're amazing. You have an impossible dream. This is ridiculous. I never thought that I would be jealous of a panda one day. The world has changed. People either want to be other people's pets or have lame pets. At this point, they all looked at Lu Chen with different emotions in their eyes. It made Lu Chen's hair stand on end. Liu Yang realized that after a short period of time, Lu Chen's attributes had all been maxed out under the blessing of his title medicine god. However, Lu Yang and the others were already numb to such things. In less than a day, everything that Lu Chen had done was a godly skill in their eyes. At this moment, the improvements that Lu Chen had obtained in this battle were finally revealed. Name: Morning Mist. Level: 35. Class: Sword Saint, now able to change class to War God. Titles: Sword God, Hidden; Shield God, Hidden; Axe God, Hidden; Blade God, Hidden; All-Round Master, Hidden. Vitality: 6,800. Strength: 6,356. Agility: 5,381. Intelligence: 4,612. HP: 63,030. MP: 66,000. Attack: 68,860. Attack speed: 29. Defense: 4,250. Magic defense: 2,500. Reputation: 3,010. Lu Chen had definitely made a huge profit from this. Among the information on the interface, other than the small increase in reputation points, the rest had increased by a lot, especially more so for his attack power, which had increased by almost half, to over 20,000 points. All of his stats had also increased by 10% to 50%. Moreover, his level had also increased by 5 levels. It should be known that the further one leveled up, the harder it would be. Lu Chen's 5-level increase far surpassed Lu Yang and the others. Going to Tiger Mountain and battling the boss was truly worth it. Lu Chen, Lan Weiwei, and Raleigh, the two of them and one beast, had gained great advancements. Moreover, their skills had also been further improved. Lu Chen noticed that Raleigh's luck bonus increased its ability to turn misfortune into good luck. This was a new characteristic that he had obtained after obtaining the ancient Iron Beast bloodline. Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei looked at each other with eyes filled with joy. For a moment, the atmosphere actually felt a little different. Morning Mist, you're really... Just when the atmosphere on Lu Chen's side started to turn chipper, a discordant voice suddenly interrupted them. Lan Weiwei's heart was filled with displeasure. Her gaze was ice-cold when she heard it. She turned her head and stared at Lu Yang. What are you doing? Lu Yang shivered when she asked. This big-eyed girl in front of him actually looked menacing. He quickly turned his eyes to Lu Chen and said, I've recorded everything that happened to Morning Mist. I want to put this video into my live broadcast account. Want to take a look? Lu Chen weighed the 9,000 gold coins in his hand and thought to himself, it's too slow to earn money just by fighting monsters and leveling up. If I can put my battle video online and let everyone reward me, I'm sure my income will increase. Most importantly, although the reputation value was not useful right now, Lu Chen felt that this was likely to be more important than gold coins in the future. He said to Lu Yang, Sure, but how do we split the reward? Lu Yang never expected Lu Chen to agree so easily. He waved his hands excitedly and said, Morning Mist, I don't want a single cent of this money. All the income belongs to you. Although Lu Yang was only a junior high school student and was a noob in the second world, he was able to gather 5 people to fight monsters with him on the mountain. Moreover, he had been with Lu Chen for so long without being despised. There was definitely something unique about him. He knew very well that to be able to obtain the exclusive battle video of the one and only Morning Mist, especially at such a close distance, it was definitely the only one in the world in terms of rarity. One had to know that the video of Morning Mist's battle in the past was never this close range. Moreover, that kind of trash video quality was almost completely grainy. One could imagine how much of a reaction the world would elicit when this video gets released. Nothing could be compared to being able to be by the side of Morning Mist's battles, though. Just by standing by his side and gaining experience points, he had been able to level up so quickly. This was a benefit that many people could never dream of. Was this not just a cheaper version of a contracted pet? Lu Chen shook his head slightly. Although this battle video was his, if Lu Yang really operated the entire short video account, he would probably have to expend a lot of energy. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but if it went on like this, the other party might be dissatisfied. So, it was better to settle the score now. How about this? Let's split it with a ratio of 9 to 1. Do you have any objections? Lu Yang was ecstatic. He had no objections. This 10% was at least a few 100,000. Thank you, Morning Mist. Liu Yang's actions made the other 5 extremely envious. He even graciously hugged onto Morning Mist's thigh. Who was Morning Mist, should someone ask? Well, he was the most powerful person in the entire second world. No one could surpass him. The other players could not let Liu Yang monopolize such a good thing. They quickly rushed over to express their stance. Morning Mist, we too want to follow you. We have video accounts that can post your videos too. Liu Chen shook his head. Only Liu Yang alone can release the video. When he said this, the other 5 players' faces were filled with disappointment. However, Liu Chen's next sentence rekindled their hope. Your level is not low anymore. If you still want to follow me, you can go to White Fog City and report to Hade. Just say that I sent you all and gave you all permission. They asked curiously, Morning Mist, aren't you going back to White Fog City? Liu Chen smiled. Aren't there still 3 silver boss territories that haven't been cleared yet? I'm planning to go to the other 3 places and clear them all together. When Liu Chen said that he was going to farm the other 3 silver bosses, Liu Yang and the others had mixed feelings. Liu Yang was thinking that he might never be able to achieve Morning Mist's leveling speed in his entire life. However, the other 5 beat their chests and stomped their feet in their hearts. Why could they not be as shameless as Liu Yang? If they could have possibly been the one to follow him. However, Morning Mist had also arranged a good deal for them. It was already very difficult for ordinary people to become swordsmen, but they were actually able to directly acknowledge Hade as their master. This was something that they had never dared to hope for. At the same time, Liu Yang had already uploaded the video of Liu Chen and Lan Weiwei fighting the 9 tigers. As the fusion between the second world and the main world slowly merged, players could now use their phones in the second world. So this video was immediately seen by countless citizens. The enthusiasm of all the citizens were instantly ignited. Damn, why is Morning Mist starting to clear dungeons again? I'm really annoyed. While Morning Mist is frantically grinding monsters over there, I've queued up for an entire day, but I still haven't changed my class. Have you guys noticed that Morning Mist has already changed his class, but the person he changed his class to is actually a sword saint? What? He's actually a sword saint. As far as I know, we can only change our class to become swordsman. Above swordsman is sword soul, and above sword soul is sword saint. Isn't that right? There are already thousands of players who have already changed their class. As far as I know, there are only 3 or 5 people who have become sword souls. They're the direct descendants of the dragon team and those from the big families. You're being much too arrogant. It's one thing for Morning Mist to harvest our gains, but he doesn't need to personally take charge of them. Comparing different people from different classes would just infuriate us more. Don't spout nonsense. I heard from Hade just now that all the expenses in the city are provided by Morning Mist. It's said that this bit of income can't make up for the expenses of the whole of White Fog City. If it weren't for Morning Mist, do you think we would still have a chance to change classes now? No way. I didn't know he had to do so much. If the great Morning Mist was really a greedy person, wouldn't he have sold the teleportation scrolls back then? You should know that the highest price was a few billion each, and the 3 scrolls in his hands could become $3 to $5 billion. That makes sense. Alright, stop talking. Hurry up and watch the video. I saw a few tigers on Tiger Mountain just now, and they were all silver bosses. There are only 3 fire tigers I see on screen right now, so it's not that bad. But this silver-haired girl is really powerful. She's actually able to fend off 3 silver bosses by herself. Silver-haired girl. You probably didn't watch the battle video from a few days ago, right? What video? I don't think I did. I've been in the game pod every day for the past month. Once I return to the main world, other than eating and going to the toilet, I'll hurry back and farm more monsters. The silver-haired girl you're talking about isn't a player of our game. She's the ancient ash wolf from Wolf Valley. She was originally on the same level as the silver bosses from Tiger Mountain. Later on, she followed Morning Mist and became the ancient Ash Wolf King. Wouldn't she have an easy time fighting these 3? When everyone saw that Lan Weiwei was not at a disadvantage fighting the 3 fire tigers, they got more excited. When Lan Weiwei suppressed the 3 silver-tier ancient fire tigers, everyone cheered on. They were even happier than when they themselves defeated a boss. In an instant, everyone's reaction was the same as Lu Yong and the others. I also want a pet like Lan Weiwei. I can go to the battlefield during the day, drop her off, and go to bed. Hey, you're thinking too much. Lan Weiwei is the ancient ash wolf that Morning Mist got. You probably have to work hard to even kill a level 5 wild dog. Don't tell me you want to rely on a wild dog to do your bidding. If I have a pet like Lan Weiwei, I'll follow her, let her fight monsters, and level up myself. Just as everyone was envious of Lu Chen having a pet like Lan Weiwei, the other 6 ancient fire tigers suddenly jumped out. When the others saw that 9 tigers actually came from an ancient fire tiger, everyone was shocked. The pressure that this ancient fire tiger gave off made people shudder through their phone screens. Isn't he amazing? I feel that he's much stronger than an ordinary silver boss. He's even stronger than the ancient ash wolf. I remembered that the White Alliance wanted to attack the Tiger Mountain boss back then. Now that I think about it, even if Morning Mist didn't destroy the White Alliance back then, they would have still died to the Tiger Mountain bosses. Yeah, I'm sure they'd do badly. D*MN. This ancient fire tiger's combat power is way too strong, especially since the flames on its body can last for 360 seconds. If it were me, I'd definitely die. Let alone 360 seconds. I can't even last a second with an attack of 9,000 points. That's so scary. Last time, I wanted to find a few friends to farm a silver boss. Now, it seems that no matter how many players go, we'll just be sending these players on a silver platter to the boss. The Bao God title has appeared again. He even shot 7 arrows in one go. His combat power is too strong. I'm so jealous. I want to fight monsters with Morning Mist as well. Me too. I'm so desperate that I'd be happy to even become one of Morning Mist's leg hairs. This silver boss was killed by Morning Mist. F***CK. He died in just one hit. When Lu Chen used Shattered Stars to kill the ancient fire tiger, the entire place went into an uproar. Morning Mist being able to kill a silver tier lord from Bear Ridge was already very impressive. However, this battle had once again refreshed their understanding of Morning Mist. As everyone wanted to see just how many benefits Morning Mist would receive and how many pieces of equipment he would drop, the video suddenly came to an end. This scene greatly disappointed many players. It was obvious that the next moment would be the best. It made their hearts itch in wanting to know more. Who the H*LL recorded this video without showing its end? Does he even know how to make a video? Exactly who recorded it? If anyone has any clues, let me know. I'll give them 10 gold coins for the end of the video. I too want to know who recorded it. Also, I want to know if he still needs people to record the video. I'm a cameraman in the main world. Who the H*LL recorded this? This video is getting too popular. I'll give them 200 gold coins for the ending. So what if you give them 200 gold coins? If I give them 5,000 gold coins, wouldn't that be insulting Morning Mist? I want to support Morning Mist as well. All of you, pay up. If you don't, you're not from the Dragon Country. As soon as these words were said, in an instant, hundreds of thousands of other players shouted. When Lu Chen said that he was going to farm the other 3 silver bosses, Lu Yong and the others had mixed feelings. Lu Yong was thinking that he might never be able to achieve Morning Mist's leveling speed in his entire life. However, the other 5 beat their chests and stomped their feet in their hearts. Why could they not be as shameless as Lu Yong? If they could have possibly been the one to follow him. However, Morning Mist had also arranged a good deal for them. It was already very difficult for ordinary people to become swordsmen, but they were actually able to directly acknowledge hate as their master. This was something that they had never dared to hope for. At the same time, Lu Yong had already uploaded the video of Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei fighting the 9 tigers. As the fusion between the second world and the main world slowly merged, players could now use their phones in the second world. So this video was immediately seen by countless citizens. The enthusiasm of all the citizens were instantly ignited. Damn, why is Morning Mist starting to clear dungeons again? I'm really annoyed. While Morning Mist is frantically grinding monsters over there, I've queued up for an entire day, but I still haven't changed my class. Have you guys noticed that Morning Mist has already changed his class? but the person he changed his class to is actually a sword saint. What? He's actually a sword saint. As far as I know, we can only change our class to become swordsman. Above swordsman is sword soul, and above sword soul is sword saint. Isn't that right? There are already thousands of players who have already changed their class. As far as I know, there are only 3 or 5 people who have become sword souls. They're the direct descendants of the dragon team and those from the big families. You're being much too arrogant. It's one thing for Morning Mist to harvest our gains, but he doesn't need to personally take charge of them. Comparing different people from different classes would just infuriate us more. Don't spout nonsense. I heard from Hay just now that all the expenses in the city are provided by Morning Mist. It's said that this bit of income can't make up for the expenses of the whole of White Fog City. If it weren't for Morning Mist, do you think we would still have a chance to change classes now? No way. I didn't know he had to do so much. If the Great Morning Mist was really a greedy person, wouldn't he have sold the teleportation scrolls back then? You should know that the highest price was a few billion each, and the 3 scrolls in his hands could become $3 to $5 billion. That makes sense. All right, stop talking. Hurry up and watch the video. I saw a few tigers on Tiger Mountain just now, and they were all silver bosses. There are only 3 fire tigers I see on screen right now, so it's not that bad. But this silver-haired girl is really powerful. She's actually able to fend off 3 silver bosses by herself. Silver-haired girl. You probably didn't watch the battle video from a few days ago, right? What video? I don't think I did. I've been in the game pod every day for the past month. Once I return to the main world, other than eating and going to the toilet, I'll hurry back and farm more monsters. The silver-haired girl you're talking about isn't a player of our game. She's the ancient Ashwolf from Wolf Valley. She was originally on the same level as the silver bosses from Tiger Mountain. Later on, she followed Morning Mist and became the ancient Ashwolf King. Wouldn't she have an easy time fighting these 3? When everyone saw that Lan Weiwei was not at a disadvantage fighting the 3 fire tigers, they got more excited. When Lan Weiwei suppressed the 3 silver-tier ancient fire tigers, everyone cheered on. They were even happier than when they themselves defeated a boss. In an instant, everyone's reaction was the same as Liu Yang and the others. I also want a pet like Lan Weiwei. I can go to the battlefield during the day, drop her off, and go to bed. Hey, you're thinking too much. Lan Weiwei is the ancient Ashwolf that Morning Mist got. You probably have to work hard to even kill a level 5 wild dog. Don't tell me you want to rely on a wild dog to do your bidding. If I have a pet like Lan Weiwei, I'll follow her, let her fight monsters, and level up myself. Just as everyone was envious of Liu Chen having a pet like Lan Weiwei, the other 6 ancient fire tigers suddenly jumped out. When the others saw that 9 tigers actually came from an ancient fire tiger, everyone was shocked. The pressure that this ancient fire tiger gave off made people shudder through their phone screens. Isn't he amazing? I feel that he's much stronger than an ordinary silver boss. He's even stronger than the ancient Ash Wolf. I remember that the White Alliance wanted to attack the Tiger Mountain boss back then. Now that I think about it, even if Morning Mist didn't destroy the White Alliance back then, they would have still died to the Tiger Mountain bosses. Yeah, I'm sure they'd do badly. D*MN. This ancient fire tiger's combat power is way too strong, especially since the flames on its body can last for 360 seconds. If it were me, I'd definitely die. Let alone 360 seconds. I can't even last a second with an attack of 9,000 points. That's so scary. Last time, I wanted to find a few friends to farm a silver boss. Now, it seems that no matter how many players go, we'll just be sending these players on a silver platter to the boss. The Bao God title has appeared again. He even shot 7 arrows in one go. His combat power is too strong. I'm so jealous. I want to fight monsters with Morning Mist as well. Me too. I'm so desperate that I'd be happy to even become one of Morning Mist's leg hairs. This silver boss was killed by Morning Mist. F***CK. He died in just one hit. When Liu Chen used Shattered Stars to kill the ancient fire tiger, the entire place went into an uproar. Morning Mist being able to kill a silver tier lord from Bear Ridge was already very impressive. However, This battle had once again refreshed their understanding of Morning Mist, as everyone wanted to see just how many benefits Morning Mist would receive and how many pieces of equipment he would drop. The video suddenly came to an end. This scene greatly disappointed many players. It was obvious that the next moment would be the best. It made their hearts itch in wanting to know more. Who the H*LL recorded this video without showing its end? Does he even know how to make a video? Exactly who recorded it? If anyone has any clues, let me know. I'll give them 10 gold coins for the end of the video. I too want to know who recorded it. Also, I want to know if he still needs people to record the video. I'm a cameraman in the main world. Who the H*LL recorded this? This video is getting too popular. I'll give them 200 gold coins for the ending. So what if you give them 200 gold coins? If I give them 5,000 gold coins, wouldn't that be insulting Morning Mist? I want to support Morning Mist as well. All of you, pay up. If you don't, you're not from the Dragon Country. As soon as these words were said, in an instant, hundreds of thousands of other players shouted. When Chen said that he was going to farm the other 3 silver bosses, Liu Yang and the others had mixed feelings. Liu Yang was thinking that he might never be able to achieve Morning Mist's leveling speed in his entire life. However, the other 5 beat their chests and stomped their feet in their hearts. Why could they not be as shameless as Liu Yang? If they could have possibly been the one to follow him. However, Morning Mist had also arranged a good deal for them. It was already very difficult for ordinary people to become swordsmen, but they were actually able to directly acknowledge hate as their master. This was something that they had never dared to hope for. At the same time, Liu Yang had already uploaded the video of Liu Chen and Lan Weiwei fighting the 9 tigers. As the fusion between the second world and the main world slowly merged, players could now use their phones in the second world. So this video was immediately seen by countless citizens. The enthusiasm of all the citizens were instantly ignited. Damn, why is Morning Mist starting to clear dungeons again? I'm really annoyed. While Morning Mist is frantically grinding monsters over there, I've queued up for an entire day, but I still haven't changed my class. Have you guys noticed that Morning Mist has already changed his class, but the person he changed his class to is actually a sword saint? What? He's actually a sword saint. As far as I know, we can only change our class to become swordsman. Above swordsman is sword soul, and above sword soul is sword saint. Isn't that right? There are already thousands of players who have already changed their class. As far as I know, there are only 3 or 5 people who have become sword souls. They're the direct descendants of the dragon team and those from the big families. You're being much too arrogant. It's one thing for Morning Mist to harvest our gains, but he doesn't need to personally take charge of them. Comparing different people from different classes would just infuriate us more. Don't spout nonsense. I heard from Hay just now that all the expenses in the city are provided by Morning Mist. It's said that this bit of income can't make up for the expenses of the whole of White Fog City. If it weren't for Morning Mist, do you think we would still have a chance to change classes now? No way. I didn't know he had to do so much. If the Great Morning Mist was really a greedy person, wouldn't he have sold the teleportation scrolls back then? You should know that the highest price was a few billion each, and the 3 scrolls in his hands could become $3 to $5 billion. That makes sense. Alright, stop talking. Hurry up and watch the video. I saw a few tigers on Tiger Mountain just now, and they were all silver bosses. There are only 3 fire tigers I see on screen right now, so it's not that bad. But this silver-haired girl is really powerful. She's actually able to fend off 3 silver bosses by herself. Silver-haired girl. You probably didn't watch the battle video from a few days ago, right? What video? I don't think I did. I've been in the game pod every day for the past month. Once I return to the main world, other than eating and going to the toilet, I'll hurry back and farm more monsters. The silver-haired girl you're talking about isn't a player of our game. She's the ancient Ashwolf from Wolf Valley. She was originally on the same level as the silver bosses from Tiger Mountain. Later on, she followed Morning Mist and became the ancient Ashwolf King. Wouldn't she have an easy time fighting these 3? When everyone saw that Lan Weiwei was not at a disadvantage fighting the 3 fire tigers, they got more excited. When Lan Weiwei suppressed the 3 silver-tier ancient fire tigers, everyone cheered on. They were even happier than when they themselves defeated a boss. In an instant, everyone's reaction was the same as Lu Yong and the others. I also want a pet like Lan Weiwei. I can go to the battlefield during the day, drop her off, and go to bed. Hey, you're thinking too much. Lan Weiwei is the ancient ash wolf that Morning Mist got. You probably have to work hard to even kill a level 5 wild dog. Don't tell me you want to rely on a wild dog to do your bidding. If I have a pet like Lan Weiwei, I'll follow her, let her fight monsters, and level up myself. Just as everyone was envious of Lu Chen having a pet like Lan Weiwei, the other 6 ancient fire tigers suddenly jumped out. When the others saw that 9 tigers actually came from an ancient fire tiger, everyone was shocked. The pressure that this ancient fire tiger gave off made people shudder through their phone screens. Isn't he amazing? I feel that he's much stronger than an ordinary silver boss. He's even stronger than the ancient ash wolf. I remember that the White Alliance wanted to attack the Tiger Mountain boss back then. Now that I think about it, even if Morning Mist didn't destroy the White Alliance back then, they would have still died to the Tiger Mountain bosses. Yeah, I'm sure they'd do badly. D*MN. This ancient fire tiger's combat power is way too strong, especially since the flames on its body can last for 360 seconds. If it were me, I'd definitely die. Let alone 360 seconds. I can't even last a second with an attack of 9,000 points. That's so scary. Last time, I wanted to find a few friends to farm a silver boss. Now, it seems that no matter how many players go, we'll just be sending these players on a silver platter to the boss. The Bao God title has appeared again. He even shot 7 arrows in one go. His combat power is too strong. I'm so jealous. I want to fight monsters with Morning Mist as well. Me too. I'm so desperate that I'd be happy to even become one of Morning Mist's leg hairs. This silver boss was killed by Morning Mist. F***CK. He died in just one hit. When Lu Chen used Shattered Stars to kill the ancient fire tiger, the entire place went into an uproar. Morning Mist being able to kill a silver tier lord from Bear Ridge was already very impressive. However, this battle had once again refreshed their understanding of Morning Mist. As everyone wanted to see just how many benefits Morning Mist would receive and how many pieces of equipment he would drop, the video suddenly came to an end. This scene greatly disappointed many players. It was obvious that the next moment would be the best. It made their hearts itch in wanting to know more. Who the H*LL recorded this video without showing its end? Does he even know how to make a video? Exactly who recorded it? If anyone has any clues, let me know. I'll give them 10 gold coins for the end of the video. I too want to know who recorded it. Also, I want to know if he still needs people to record the video. I'm a cameraman in the main world. Who the H*LL recorded this? This video is getting too popular. I'll give them 200 gold coins for the ending. So what if you give them 200 gold coins? If I give them 5,000 gold coins, wouldn't that be insulting Morning Mist? I want to support Morning Mist as well. All of you, pay up. If you don't, you're not from the Dragon Country. As soon as these words were said, in an instant, hundreds of thousands of other players shouted. Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei walked in front. Raleigh played an 8 as he rolled forward. Only Lu Yong had to run around. As he ran, he started the live stream with his phone and introduced it to everyone in detail. Everyone, it's time to take a closer look. The snake in my hand is called the short-tailed viper. It's a type of small poisonous snake. It's the most widely distributed and most numerous type of poisonous snake around the entire snake pond. Its attack power isn't high, so killing this kind of snake won't earn a lot of points. However, it is suitable for beginners to practice killing them first. However, if you're an advanced player, it's not advisable to provoke this kind of snake. There are simply too many of them. Not only do they earn less, but they also frequently pounce and bite after being attacked. It's a little difficult to deal with for the long run. If I were to use my skills to kill this snake, it would be a waste of time. Following which, Lu Yong turned his body and pointed at the camera that zoomed in on the top of the tree. He saw an extremely thin and small snake on the top of the tree. However, its color was particularly bright. It kept baring its fangs at him. At a glance, One could tell that it was a small snake with extremely high attack power. Everyone, pay special attention to this snake. Can you see the green in its eyes? It's very green, right? Everyone, remember, the weirder the color, the faster you die. Although you may not know, you must have heard of these snakes because they look like bamboo leaves. They often hang themselves around the branches of the trees. They especially like to live in the bushes near the cave. And along the way, I don't know if you have noticed, but you won't be able to see it. Now that the sky has turned dark, they are active, circling around. This is because they're more active during rainy days. You can't see them on a sunny day, and they're the most active in the evening and at night. When you come here, you must not light a fire, because these bamboo leaves-looking snakes will jump at the fire. But if it's a flashlight, then there's no such problem. You must pay attention to these points I'm talking about. Don't accidentally return to the resurrection point. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, hundreds of thousands of people were watching Liu Yang's live broadcast. Everyone was very interested in this new type of live broadcast. Not only was it interesting, but most importantly, it was equivalent to a real-time game guide. One had to know that this was not an ordinary game guide, but the live broadcast of Morning Mist. If it was someone else's live broadcast, it might not have any reference value. But how could it be wrong to learn from Morning Mist? The only and only Morning Mist livestream was even more valuable than the Dragon Country's official livestream. The comments shot like bullets in the live stream room as it frantically refreshed itself. That's strange. After entering the snake pond, why didn't Morning Mist and Lan Weiwei fight the monsters around? You can't use logic on Morning Mist. His level is much higher than ours. There's no need to kill all these small monsters. What the streamer said was true. Killing these tiny monsters is pointless. That's right. Can't you see? Even those small snakes with low IQ were easily killed by Liu Yang and Raleigh. Even Lan Weiwei didn't have to do anything. Right. The streamer was right. In just a short while, they killed hundreds of them. Haha, that's right. The streamer's level is too low. For Morning Mist, he could breathe on them and they'd probably die. I want him to breathe on me too. Liu Yang has already leveled up 2 to 3 levels in just a short while. He's so lucky to be following Morning Mist to level up. Look at Raleigh. He seems to be entangled by a large snake. Is he going to die? Please don't let anything happen to him. I think you're thinking too much. Morning Mist and Lan Weiwei aren't taking it seriously at all. Liu Yang saw that there was an argument happening in the comments section. He quickly aimed the camera at Raleigh in the distance. He must garner their attention for the hot topic. Liu Yang kept pushing the focus of his phone to make the video on Raleigh's side clearer. Everyone, the python in front of you is already an adult python. Look at him. He's more than 7 meters long. Its level is already higher than Raleigh. Although it's not poisonous, its combat ability is very strong. If it's an ordinary venomous snake, even though you will continue to lose HP after taking a bite, as long as a serum is injected in time, you won't respawn at the resurrection point. However, if you encounter a python, you have to run quickly. Otherwise, once you're entangled, it will be very difficult for you to break free. However, everyone, you won't have to worry about Raleigh. I've been following Morning Mist for a day. We discovered that basically no monsters would take the initiative to attack Raleigh. Even if there were, they would die inexplicably. Yesterday, when we came down from Tiger's Mountain, a tiger tried to ambush Raleigh. In the end, it slipped and fell off the cliff. Raleigh's luck is heaven-defying, and his defense is extremely strong. He is definitely a lucky beast. Let's put it this way, even if something happens to me, nothing will happen to him. While he was explaining, Roll had already opened his big mouth and taken a bite off the python's body like he was biting onto a bamboo shoot. Minus 8,000. Minus 8,000. Minus 8,000. Minus 8,000. Liu Yang was shocked that every bite of Raleigh's could deal 8,000 damage. As he bit the python's nearly 40,000 HP was instantly destroyed. The players in the live broadcast room were just as shocked. What the H*LL? Isn't this panda's attack power at 2,500? How did he deal 8,000 damage? I saw the 8,000 HO drop notification just now. Could it be a critical hit each time? This ancient panda's luck is too heaven-defying. 1 or 2 critical hits is fine, but he actually managed to deal a critical hit every single time. Awesome. I'm impressed. I've changed my mind. I don't want Morning Mist to breathe on me. I want Roly to breathe on me. Why is life so unfair? Even Morning Mist pets are awesome. It's one thing if he has Lan Wei Wei, but he actually has such a heaven-defying lucky bonus walking along with him. They had no idea at all. They were not the only ones surprised by Raleigh's many critical hits. This was also the first time Lucien had seen it. Although Raleigh had fought some ordinary monsters in the past, those that dared to provoke him were mostly low-level monsters with very low intelligence. Basically, Raleigh could kill them with one attack. However, this giant python was a cold-blooded animal, so it did not have a strong sense of danger, nor could it sense or feel Raleigh's luck. To be exact, other than Lucien, Raleigh was probably the second luckiest being. Of course, the outcome was also very tragic. On the other hand, other than losing a few hairs on its body, after killing the giant python, it spat out all of the snake's blood in disgust. Then, as if nothing had happened, it dug out the bamboo shoots and began to eat them again. However, some sharp-eyed people finally realized that the number of snakes here was not only incomparable to those in the previous Silver-tier territories, but their numbers were also very small. Occasionally, one could even see the bodies of the snakes that were about to disappear. Even Lu Chun realized that there were many players along the way. Many low-level players had already entered the deeper areas of the snake pond. Logically speaking, with their abilities, they could only wander outside the snake pond. Hence, if there were no accidents, there should be experts at farming the snake pond. That meant that they were a step too late. However, as far as Lu Chun knew, no one had the ability to reach the deepest areas of the snake pond this quickly. Who were these people? On the other side, the team under the First Elder was making progress deeper in. The operation is codenamed Dragon Slayer. Although they knew that the silver boss that they were going to fight this time was only a snake, it was still one of the top-tier bosses. Becoming a Dragon Slayer was not an exaggeration. Hosey, get ready. When everyone is in position, you will be in charge of luring the giant python out of the snake pond. The person known as Hosey was a scout in the real world, responsible for observing and attracting enemies. Qinlai, have you reached the high point on the south side? Once the giant python appears, you must immediately shoot. Got it. Qinlai was currently dressed in disguised clothing. Although he had come to the second world, his instincts as a sniper allowed him to put on this set of ugly but professional clothing. No problem. Han Xiong, after Hosey lures the silver boss out, Hosey will immediately retreat. Therefore, for the giant python's low attack, you must withstand the attacks with your shield. As long as you can knock him out with this one hit, we will be able to kill this silver boss. Han Xiong was originally the heavy machine gunner in this team. He was in charge of suppressing the firepower and protecting his own people from attacking. Therefore, it made sense for him to suppress the attacks of the boss right now. Okay, boss, no problem. I specially wore 3 pieces of defense equipment today. Hiding behind the trees nearby, a burly man with a body as strong as an iron tower smiled honestly. Zhang Ming, once you start fighting later, your support is very important. Maintain your condition well. If your condition declines, you can take medicine. If you don't have enough medicine, you can call for our support. Understood. Zhang Ming in the distance. He took out 3 bottles of health potions from his backpack and directly consumed them. The next second, his aura rose. Although Zhang Ming was the person with the lowest combat strength in the entire team, his impact was very great. Not only could he slow down the enemy, but he could also increase the combat strength and endurance of his teammates. To put it bluntly, he was a supporter. The captain hid behind a huge reef. He held a very large machete in his hand. He was ready to explode at any time and kill the python with one strike. Everyone was in their positions. Hosey immediately put on his diving equipment and jumped into the snake pond. Although his equipment was excellent, Hosey felt a bone-piercing chill as soon as he entered the water. He could clearly feel that there seemed to be a pair of cold eyes staring back at him in the entire pond. This feeling made him feel as if there was a knife placed at his back. However, as a top-notch Special Forces soldier, he adjusted his emotions in less than 3 seconds. Then, he quickly found a dark spot and hid himself well. After repeatedly observing the surrounding situation and making sure that there was nothing abnormal, he continued to swim down the cold pond. From the surface, the pond looked like a small lake. However, as Hosey dived deeper and deeper, it became narrower and narrower. What shocked him even more was that there seemed to be some high-level weapons on the ground every once in a while. Clearly, there had been some experts who tried to farm monsters here a long time ago, but were killed instead. As the name suggested, Hosey was thin and agile. In just a short while, he swam down a few hundred meters. However, it seemed that this distance was far from enough. The snake pond seemed to be bottomless. After a full half an hour, he felt that he had already reached a distance of more than 1,000 meters at the bottom of the pond. Finally, he saw a huge python that was as thick as a log and more than 100 meters long entrenched itself in the pond. Each of its scales was as big as a plate. The flow of water at the bottom of the pond was very slow. This huge python seemed to be in a deep sleep. Every time its body moved unintentionally, it would cause the scales to rub against each other. The friction was as sonorous and ear-piercing as metal, showing its extremely strong defense. This was especially true for this silver boss. The faint protrusion on its forehead indicated that it would probably really turn into a dragon given more time. This was completely in line with the information the Dragon Country had obtained. At this moment, the information of this giant python finally appeared in front of him. At this moment, he had no choice but to take out the crossbow he had prepared beforehand and fix it to the rock wall. This crossbow was capable of unleashing an attack power close to 10,000 points. This was an extremely rare one-time use silver tier weapon that his party had obtained before. This was also one of the reasons why his party had dared to attack a silver boss. After all, this 10,000 point attack not only took away 1/7 of the boss's HP, but also the boss's defense. Most importantly, such a powerful attack would definitely infuriate the boss and agitate it. That way, it would be easier to kill it. In a flash, Hosey finished setting up the crossbow. He then pulled out a rope from his body and tied one end to the trigger of the crossbow. He then placed the other end into his hand and swam upstream. After swimming for a few hundred meters, Hosey finally found a distance that was enough for him to retreat and allow the silver tier python to not discover his identity. Hosey carefully pulled the rope. Then, he mustered all the strength in his body and pulled back with all his strength. Boom! It was clearly just a crossbow firing, but it sounded like a cannon. Even from a few hundred meters away, and it was underwater, Hosey felt that it was deafening. Then, he heard the roar of the giant python. This roar was not like the sound of an ordinary snake sticking out its tongue. Instead, it sounded like the roar of an ox. To be exact, it was similar to the roar of a dragon. Hosey was a little dizzy from the explosion and the roar. However, he did not have the time to rest. That was because he could see that the giant python at the bottom of the pool suddenly pointed its tail at the bottom of the pool. The entire snake was edged like a sharp sword. The moment the snake straightened its body, it had already moved 100 meters out of thin air. Hosey was greatly shocked. He pushed up with all his strength. His entire body was like a cannonball as he charged towards the surface of the water. The people outside the snake pond heard the sound of an explosion and the mighty roar. When Hosey resurfaced, they were too shocked to react. However, soon after, they saw Hosey shoot out of the water like an arrow. He reached the highest point and began to fall. When everyone looked at the surface of the water, it was as if two huge searchlights were shooting into the sky. It was getting closer and closer to the surface of the water. They were sure that it was the python's eyes that glowed. Then, the giant python shot out of the water like a pillar. It opened its bloody mouth, which was 6 to 7 meters wide, and faced the falling Hosey. Hanxiong, Qinlai. Hosey roared desperately. He believed that the two of them must have been prepared since the whole team trusted their lives with their teammates. Before Hosey finished his words, the boss roared and shook the entire snake pond. Then, a figure that was like an iron tower rushed out and charged at the python without any fear. It was Qin Xiong. Under the gaze of the entire squad, he was obviously bravely making his way to save his teammate. He pressed forward. There was someone who was one step faster than Qin Xiong. It was the sniper Chen Lai who was at the highest point. That arrow hit the giant python right in the left eye. One sniper and one ironclad tanker, both of them were serious targets. Another painful roar sounded. The giant python first closed its eyes in pain, then it was sent flying by Qin Xiong. Houzi was saved. -3,000. -2,000. Two red numbers appeared above the giant python's head. Although it was not serious enough to significantly lower its HP, the attack on its eyes made it blind on one side. Qin Xiong's fierce collision made its head dizzy. Its body, which was hundreds of meters high, fell to the side. When the giant silver python fell to the side, it hit the ground and shook the earth, causing waves of water. Almost at the same time, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind a reef, holding a broadsword. When he lifted it up, the radiance of the broadsword suddenly burst out, ready to attack. It was the captain. "Ha! Take this." In order not to disturb the silver-tier giant python, the captain only let out a low shout with his broadsword and slashed at the giant python. -12,000. A string of red numbers appeared directly above the giant python's head. The giant python's HP was reduced by another fifth at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Chen Lai, who was far away, did not stop shooting arrows at all. He kept firing arrows one after another. -3,000. -3,000. -3,000. -3,000. Meanwhile, Houzi, who had already landed on the ground, was also extremely fast on his feet. The moment he landed on the ground, he used both his hands and feet to run to the side of the giant python and began to stab it. -2,567. -3,104. -1,043. Han Xiong was even fiercer. As he had 3 pieces of defensive equipment in his backpack, he did not even have the time to change his equipment. He directly puffed out his chest and crashed into the body of the giant python again and again, producing loud bangs. -4,300. -2,839. -1,539. Due to using too much of his strength, his face turned red, but there was still no sign of him giving up. Zhang Ming, who was hiding in the forest far away, shot out beams of green light at his teammates. He held 2 potions in each hand, and from time to time, he would quickly consume the potion. It was obvious that he was going all out. After suffering a series of attacks, the python finally reacted when its HP was reduced to 1/3. It immediately tightened its 100-meter-long body and tried to strangle all of them together. However, the captain and Houzi were very agile, so the big python could do nothing to them. Han Xiong knew that he was slow and clumsy, so he directly rammed into the big python's tail and used the reaction force to send himself flying. After using his powerful armor to protect himself, he went back up to avoid the python's ultimate skill. It had to be said that these players' reactions were considered fast, and their battle awareness was high. Moreover, they had been together for a long time, so they had a good tacit understanding. Although the python's combat power was off the charts, under the strangling net formed by these 5 people, there was no room for resistance. However, the ancient python did not give up on resisting. Instead, it continued to fight back bravely. It used its tail to whip the 3 people, and it stuck its head out to attack them with its teeth. If it were any other player's party, such a blow would definitely be effective. However, this party's combat power was so strong. More importantly, their equipment was of good quality. In fact, these equipment were gained through their powerful financial strength. They beat the ancient python till it finally breathed its last breath. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the silver boss, ancient python. Please check your equipment. The party of 5 was exhausted. However, when they saw the equipment all over the ground, their energy surged. However, before they could pick up their equipment, the system voice rang again. Ding! Due to the silver boss, ancient python being killed, the hidden gold boss has been triggered. Ding! Due to the silver boss, ancient python being killed, the hidden gold boss has been triggered. Once it's killed, you will receive a reward. When the notification sounded, all the party members stopped celebrating. Instead, they felt chills down their spines. Then, A deep and long groan came from the snake pond again, as if it was a spell from the ancient times. The horror. Soon after, the entire snake pond began to tremble. In fact, the entire forest around the snake pond began to tremble uncontrollably. Originally, when the silver boss appeared, the other snakes had already scattered and fled. At this moment, they did not even dare to move. One after another, they threw themselves on the ground. It was as if they were bowing to an entirely strong and powerful existence. This was an act of absolute submission. It was a suppression from their bloodline, a tremble that was deeply engraved in their ancient genes. Run! The captain of this party was the first to react. Then, he let out a deafening roar. No one would be ecstatic over a gold rank reward. All that was left was the fear of death. Although they had previously thought that they were definitely stronger than Lu Chen, when they saw the battle between Lu Chen and the ancient fire tiger, they were very clear in their hearts it would be difficult to do better than Lu Chen. However, they do not admit defeat. They will never submit to him. Although it was only a level of difference between a silver and gold boss, they still ran. As soon as the captain gave the order to retreat, all of the team members ran out of the snake pond with all their might. They did not even have time to pick up the equipment dropped by the silver boss. Before they could even take a few steps, they heard a loud bang as if something had exploded. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Xiaotian for resurrecting. Level restored to level 1. Equipment cleared. Do you wish to proceed with the novice quest? Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Ming for resurrecting. Level restored to level 1. Equipment cleared. Do you wish to proceed with the novice quest? Ding! Congratulations to player Qin Lai for resurrecting. Level restored to level 1. Equipment cleared. Do you wish to proceed with the novice quest? Ding! Congratulations to player Han Xiong for resurrecting. Level restored to level 1. Equipment cleared. Do you wish to proceed with the novice quest? Ding! Congratulations to player Ho Zi for resurrecting. Level restored to level 1. Equipment cleared. Do you wish to proceed with the novice quest? The 5 players were dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, the 5 members of the party cursed in unison. They were instantly killed by a gold boss. Zhang Ming's face was filled with shock as he asked, "Did you guys see that gold boss? I was so focused on running that I didn't even notice what it looked like. I didn't see it. When I heard that the gold boss had appeared, I just turned around and died before I could even run." The party leader, Li Xiaotian. He said in a low voice, "I didn't see it clearly, but when I turned my head slightly before I died, I could only see a shadow." Everyone was silent. It was one thing to be instantly killed, but the most important thing was that the gold boss's combat power could actually send Han Xiong away. After all, he was wearing 3 pieces of defensive armor. The most shameful thing was that the 5 of them did not even see the appearance of the gold boss. After all, the strength of their party was not weak. Yet they still had just been insta-killed by a gold boss. As compared to the silver boss, everything went smoothly. Right after, once the gold boss appeared, they were insta-killed in just 3 seconds. It was too depressing. F***CK. What kind of a place was that? Isn't this a silver boss territory? Why was there a gold boss? Hosey could not stop cursing. At this moment, the captain was gasping for breath due to shock. He said intermittently, "Do you guys still remember what Liang said about Lan Weiwei in the live broadcast? That kid talked too much nonsense." I didn't remember what they said. I was too focused on killing monsters and leveling up. I didn't pay much attention to it. On the other hand, as Ho Zi was a scout, he observed carefully. Lu Yang seemed to have said that Lan Weiwei was originally an ancient ash wolf. When Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei entered a secret realm of the Wolf Valley together, they defeated the ancient ash wolf king. That's why Lan Weiwei advanced. Li Xiaotian nodded slightly. That's right. That's why it's very likely that there's a secret realm or a more powerful boss behind the silver bosses. However, I think that even the ancient Ash Wolf King that they killed back then is far inferior to this gold-level boss. After all, Lu Chun had only been around level 20 after encountering Lan Weiwei back then. And this gold boss was definitely something that even Lu Chun would not be able to defeat in the past. Zhang Ming, who had been in a daze the whole time, finally said after a long while. It took so long to clear the snake pond. Was everything for nothing? A hint of awkwardness filled the air. Everyone was silent. In order to successfully clear the silver boss in the snake pond, they had prepared for a whole week. This time, they had spent tens of millions of dollars. After all, when Lu Chen became the city lord of White Fog City, they had only spent this money to prove him wrong. However, in the end, they had actually returned to level 1. How were they going to explain everything when they got back? Before they killed the silver boss, they had already made a report to the higher-ups of the Dragon Country. The news of their victory had already been sent back. The higher-ups of the Dragon Country had even sent cheers to congratulate them. It was simply a social death. The 5 of them stayed at the resurrection point for a full 10 minutes. Only then did Li Xiaotian break the silence. Everyone, destroy your communication devices. The others were stunned at first. Then, with tacit understanding, they took out all their communication devices at the same time. Their phones, radios, and so on were smashed to pieces on the ground. It was impossible for them to reply to the higher-ups if they had no communication devices. They would never reply to a letter for the rest of their lives. If this news gets spread out, they would become a joke in front of all the First Elder's subordinates for the rest of their lives. The leader, Li Xiaotian, spoke with a defeated expression. Let's go. Everyone, go and kill 3 rabbits. They understood that Li Xiaotian was bringing everyone to farm monsters from level 1. When they had achieved a certain level, they would contact the higher-ups again. They would rather not suffer the actions of the First Elder than return as level 1 newbies. In the vicinity of the snake pond, Lu Chen did not pay too much attention to the commotion as he continued walking towards his destination. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the snake pond. Lu Chen's eyes widened. What's going on? Why is there silver equipment all over the place? Looking at the silver equipment dropped by the 5-stack party, Lu Chen was delighted. Python Fong Dagger. Increases attack power by 100%. 30% chance to ignore opponent's defense and deal real damage to the enemy. Python Spirit. Normal defense is 1,000 points. Maximum defense can reach is 5,000 points. This item cannot be used after the maximum defense is reached. Cooldown time is 1 month. Python Strength Potion. When consumed, permanently increases vitality by 2,000 points. Increases attack power by 10,000 points. Looking at these 3 pieces of silver equipment, Lu Chen's heart busted with joy. Although the first 2 pieces of equipment were not very useful to him, the third piece of equipment was something that no one could ignore. It felt even better when it came to picking up equipment for free. How amazing! However, Lu Chen had a lot of doubts in his mind. Who had killed the silver boss? Since these pieces of equipment were actually silver, it meant that someone must have killed the silver boss here. Oddly enough, even if they had successfully killed the silver boss, they did not take the equipment. Was it because they did not like the equipment here? Something was not right. Not just for one the equipment, even Lu Chen, who was covered in both legendary and epic equipment, did not dare underestimate the equipment dropped by a silver boss. There was also a potion that could permanently increase one's attribute points. Where did these players go? Brushing it aside, Lu Chen walked straight to the 3 pieces of silver equipment. He thought for a moment before throwing the first 2 pieces of equipment to Lu Yang. Lu Yang hurriedly took the Python Fong Dagger and the Python Spirit, feeling a little dazed. I'll give these 2 items to you. You'll be following me around. You need to increase your strength as well. Otherwise, you'll become a burden. Hearing Lu Chen's casual words, Lu Yang was extremely shocked. After all, these were silver equipment. How could he possibly hope for Lu Chen to give it to him? If this thing were to be sold, it would be worth at least tens of millions, right? How could these money-making equipment be given away so easily? Was this the imposing manner of Lu Chen? Lu Yang's heart was instantly moved to tears. At this moment, he was finally certain. He was galled to be shameless enough to follow Lu Chen. This was definitely the best choice he had ever made in his life. In the future, if Lu Chen told him to go east, he would not go west. If he told him to jump, he would ask how high. Even if he was asked to become cannon fodder, he would not say a single word. Lu Chen did not pay attention to this drama queen. Instead, he walked straight to the 3rd silver grade treasure and picked up the items. He could not wait any longer and consumed the potion. In the next moment, a cool liquid was poured into his throat and then into his stomach. His entire stomach felt slightly cold. In less than 3 seconds, the potion was dispersed to his entire body through his limbs. Lu Chen could clearly feel that his strength was increasing. Then, he clenched his fist and punched the huge rock next to the snake pond. With a bang, the huge rock exploded and many debris flew into the snake pond. One had to know that this rock that broke weighed at least 10 tons, and Lu Chen did not even use much strength to destroy it. This huge rock was made of granite with the sturdiest hardness. However, Lu Chen still did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he looked at the center of the snake pond, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He did not know if it was an illusion, but when the pieces of granite fell into the snake pond, the pond water seemed to dip toward the center. This feeling was as if the pond water was like a contracted pupil. This feeling was too strange. Lu Chen flipped his palm and struck out. This time, it was not aimed at the snake pond, but at Lu Yang. Lu Yang was sent flying dozens of meters away by this palm strike. Although he was dumbfounded, he believed that Lu Chen would not harm him for no reason. Lan Weiwei also understood Lu Chen's intention and quietly moved out of the snake pond. She also took a few steps back. Lu Chen turned around with his back facing the pond and nonchalantly picked up a rock from the side of the pond. This rock weighed at least a ton, but he lifted it lightly and tossed it into the air. Then, he threw it towards the center of the pond. The speed was so fast that it hit the center of the pond in the blink of an eye. However, what happened next made Lu Chen even more convinced that there was definitely something wrong with the pond. The snake pond seemed to blink and quickly closed into a line from both ends, forcefully withstanding the 1 ton of attack. This 1-ton rock was sent flying 1 meter into the snake pond. Something was strange. A loud roar was emitted from the snake pond, forming a huge shock wave that shook the entire snake pond. Bouts of water spurted everywhere. The water turned into thousands of sharp swords that shot out in all directions. It was extremely destructive. A golden title suddenly appeared above Lu Chen's head. Shield God. Your understanding of the shield has reached an unfathomable level. When you use any shield, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow along with your level. Indestructible. When you receive damage, you will be immune to 90% of the damage. Shield Backlash. Return 90% of the damage you receive to the enemy. Shield Spirit. You have a 1% chance to be immune to all damage. Minus 2,000. A string of red numbers floated above Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. With the protection of the Shield God, he had already filtered out 90% of the damage. Yet, the monster was still able to deal 2,000 damage to himself. This meant that the opponent's attack had reached about 20,000 points. If this kind of damage was applied to an ordinary player, one hit could instantly kill more than half of the members of the White Alliance. One had to know that the splash was an AoE skill. If not for the shield that he had just activated, along with the protection of Lan Weiwei, even as the ancient Ash Wolf King, Lan Weiwei would not be able to withstand a few attacks with over 100,000 HP. At the same time, the golden bottom of the pond actually blinked like an eye again. In the next moment, there was actually a direct charge towards the surface of the pond. A huge golden-looking snake that was hundreds of meters long that had 3 eyes on its head directly rushed out of the pond and swam in the sky. However, it was clear that it could not fly in the air for a long time. In just a few seconds, it landed on the ground again and coiled around the snake pond. It raised its head high and hissed with its tongue. It glared at Lu Chen and the others viciously. At this moment, the information of the 3-eyed looking snake finally appeared before Lu Chen. 3-eyed golden dragon. Level 40. Gold. HP 3,040,000. Attack 250,000. Defense 64,400. Magic defense 31,440. Water control. The exclusive skill of the 3-eyed golden dragon. It will have different effects depending on the awakening of its bloodline. It creates a water domain and controls the water within the domain. It can control the blood in the body of a living creature. There is a certain chance to directly extract the enemy's HP and replenish it on one's own body. At most, it will be 1/3 of the enemy's total HP. It can only be used once in a single battle. There is even a chance to awaken the bloodline in the body and complete the transformation. Lu Chen looked at the three-eyed golden dragon's first skill. This skill was very similar to his Bloodbath Blade God skill. Bloodbath Blade God. When your enemies exceed 100 amount, your attack will become an area of effect damage of 100 meters. 50% of the damage will be converted into your HP. However, Bloodbath Blade God had a higher requirement for the number of enemies to reach was 100. However, the skill of the three-eyed golden dragon did not have such a requirement. Moreover, this skill seemed like an instant kill kind of attack. If the opponent only had less than 1/3 of his HP left, then this skill of the three-eyed golden dragon would be able to directly kill the opponent. Following that, Lu Chen looked at the other skills of the three-eyed golden dragon. Crazy Dragon Breath spits out a dense fog filled with poison, covering an area of 1 square kilometer. Any enemy who inhales the poison would lose 1,000 HP every second, lasts until the enemy dies. This attack skill of the three-eyed golden dragon did not have a high attack power, but it had a large area of attack and a very long duration. Even if someone withstood 1,000 points of attack, their HP would gradually be worn away. Golden Gaze. The three-eyed golden dragon is an ancient mutant. It was originally a three-eyed golden python. A few hundred years ago, it received the heavenly tribulation and became a three-eyed golden dragon. Its third eye was the horn of a dragon. When the giant python uses this skill, it could freeze the opponent for 1 second. Within that 1 second, all of the opponent's defense will be lost. Can only be used twice per day. When Lu Chen saw the third skill of the three-eyed golden dragon, he was stunned. F***CK. This was a godly skill. Initially, he thought that the first skill of the three-eyed golden dragon was already very powerful. However, when he saw the third skill, he was stunned. The combat power of this gold boss was 250,000. If someone was immobilized for a second, which player would be able to withstand 250,000 damage? Not to mention a human player. Even the ancient Ash Wolf King that had 300,000 HP after using its true form would die. If the three-eyed golden dragon had first used a water control skill, then pinned it, and then used a 250,000 point critical hit, anyone would instantly die. This level 43-eyed golden dragon was ridiculously strong. It did not use any of its skills to increase its attack power, but these 3 support skills were simply too powerful. Looking at its high physical and magic double resistances, no one in the entire White Fog City and the surrounding area could withstand this fight. Lu Chen even wondered if Sword Saint Atzes could defeat this three-eyed golden dragon if he came over. If it were the 5-man party under the First Elder's command, they would probably cry when they saw the three-eyed golden dragon skills. They had thought that the silver boss was the boss that was the strongest in the snake pond. They had not expected the three-eyed golden dragon to be the true master. Moreover, it had successfully transcended its tribulation a long time ago. All it had done was wait for the silver boss to die, the female python, to transcend its tribulation. The reason why they had been killed before they had even seen the true master was because of the three-eyed golden dragon's third skill. It was simply too tragic. The sky was not completely dark yet, and the moon had not appeared. However, Lu Chen could not care about this at all, and directly activated his skill, Ancient Wolf Transformation. Ancient Wolf Transformation. You can summon a full moon regardless of the terrain and climate when howling to the sky. It will also deal 500 light attribute magic damage to enemies under the moonlight every second. In the next moment, Lu Chen's body rapidly expanded and transformed into a small mountain. He looked like a tall, ancient wolf. He raised his head and roared towards the sky. A war. A bright purple moon appeared in the sky. Clearly, in front of the golden dragon's powerful dual defense, this 500 points of light magic damage per second had no effect on it. However, Lu Chen could rely on the moonlight emitted by the moon to obtain the power of moonlight. Moonlight buff, you have already obtained the power of the ancient Ash Wolf. When you are in battle, you can use the power of moonlight to activate the power of Ash Wolf. Every time you consume a little of the moonlight that you have stored, you can increase your attack power by a little. The increased attributes will not be retained forever, and will disappear after the battle ends. Following that, Lu Chen used his third skill, Moon God's Blessing. Moon God's Blessing. You have been blessed by the Moon God. You can use the moonlight to recover your status and remove negative attributes. When you fight under the moonlight, you will receive a battle strength buff. The specific buff will increase with the user's affinity with the moonlight. Current affinity, 85. You will receive a 65% attack bonus in battle. Light attribute magic resistance, plus 70%. Note: when the affinity reaches a certain value, additional special effects will be unlocked. You can now store 150,000/150,000 moonlight. At this moment, Lu Chen's moonlight had already been fully stored. Adding the 65% combat buff, his combat power had already reached 130,119 points. However, that was not enough. A golden title appeared above Lu Chen's head again. Sword God. Sword God. Your comprehension of the sword has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a sword-type weapon, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow along with your level. Sword Intent. When you use a sword-type weapon, it will burst forth with sword intent, and your attack power will increase to 700%. Lu Chen's combat power increased by 7-fold again, reaching 910,000 combat power. However, this little bit of combat power was far from enough. Compared to the 3,040,000 HP of the three-eyed golden dragon and the over 100,000 double resistance, it was still far from enough. After all, once the other party used the third skill, he would definitely die. White Fog City Rise. White Fog City. The city gates that weighed over 10,000 tons let out an ear-piercing sound as they slowly closed. F***CK. What's going on? Can't we enter? Stop messing around. I want to go in. What's going on now? Are we no longer allowed to change classes? Hade. What's wrong with White Fog City? Hade looked at White Fog City, which was gradually closing its gates, and his gaze became slightly serious. This is the City Lord summoning White Fog City. The City Lord has met his match. Everyone stop your entry. All the residents of White Fog City, return to your houses. White Fog City is about to go to war. When the heavy city gates rumbled and closed, White Fog City, which spanned tens of thousands of miles, actually began to shake violently. Then, it shook up from the ground, rose up to a height of 1,000 meters, and slowly moved in the direction of the Snake Pond. At the same time, Liu Yang's live stream room finally began to broadcast what was going on. Liu Yang looked at the players who instantly poured into the live broadcast room, and his eyes were instantly stunned. In just a few seconds, more than 1 million viewers had come in. This was absolutely an unprecedented battle. In the novice village, each of the members of the team held 3 rabbits in their hands, and they had long faces. Zhang Ming swallowed his pride and asked with a heavy face, "Do we still need to hide it from the higher-ups of the Dragon Country?" Captain Li Xiaotian said expressionlessly, "What do you think?" This was definitely a nightmare-level failure, especially since the screen in Liu Yang's livestream room had already been flooded. Back when Lu Chen and the others had discovered the silver-tier equipment that had dropped all over the floor, the screen had already gone out of control. F***CK. How did he find the equipment? F***CK. This is a silver-tier equipment. Why is it just sitting by the pond? Which boss was it from? Something's not right. Could it be that some big shot fought the silver boss until both sides suffered heavy losses and both died? But when did the party appear? Why is there no sign of the party who defeated it at all? I've never heard of anyone who could defeat a silver boss before. Even a few big clans couldn't do it. This is sad. It's one thing for Morning Mist to be strong, but he actually picked up a bunch of equipment for free. Life is unfair. There's nothing to be sad about. If Morning Mist wasn't strong, he wouldn't have been able to reach the center of the Snake Pond. If someone told you that there was silver equipment in the center of the Snake Pond, would you still go? That's true, but I'm more curious about which unlucky person killed the silver boss and then died. I'm really too curious. Look carefully at the live stream. It seems that there are some personal equipment scattered in the distance, and there seems to be a video recorder among them. This is for sure. It's definitely some big shot who killed the silver boss. As long as we open that video recorder now, we'll definitely be able to break down what happened back then. When Li Xiaotian and the others saw this scene, they were so disheartened that they could almost hear their hearts cracking. When they had first used that video recorder, their goal had been to bring the video data inside to the main world's army to the Dragon Country for analysis, so that their other teammates could farm more monsters. Of course, they had their own selfish motives. They wanted to use this video to prove how they had killed a silver boss. This was both for merit and glory. However, at this moment, it became evidence that they had died. Zhang Ming was so embarrassed that his face turned red. "Captain, I'm so ashamed right now I could dig up a hole for myself and hide in it forever." Li Xiaotian's gaze was dull. "I can't take this shame either. Why don't we change our lives to another planet?" Following which, they watched as Lu Chun and the others picked up the equipment dropped by the silver boss and consumed the potion. When they saw that Lu Chun could shatter the rock with one punch, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. All their hard work had been in vain, and they had wasted their efforts on others. Not to mention, when Lu Yang carefully searched through their backpacks and picked out the equipment inside, he felt even more aggrieved. However, what they found the most difficult to accept was that Lu Chen did not even care about any of their equipment and just gave them all to Lu Yang. This was a blatant humiliation. After all, they treated every single item in there as a treasure. Somehow, Lu Chen actually threw them to Lu Yang, who had just reached level 10, like it was trash. Li Xiaotian felt as if his heart was about to break. However, when they realized that the three-eyed golden dragon had charged out and confronted Lu Chen, their hearts felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them, and they instantly felt a chill down their spines. This was the gold boss. Its entire body was covered in gold. Its huge body was far stronger than the one they had killed previously, and even its length was 6 to 7 times longer. Moreover, with just a glance, they could tell that this three-eyed golden dragon was definitely not an ordinary gold boss. Just based on its mutated eyes, they could tell that this was an ancient monster. Although they had failed, they were convinced that they would not have lasted with the gold boss. The existence in front of them was definitely not something that they could match. However, at the same time, they were also mourning for Lu Chun. They did not think that Lu Chun was a match for this gold boss. Although they had always wanted to surpass Lu Chun, they still recognized Lu Chun as far superior. Plus, he was still the mainstay of Dragon Country. If he dies, it will be a great loss to the Dragon Kingdom, which they did not want to see. However, what happened next stunned all 5 of them. The three-eyed golden dragons used the water control skill. That's 20,000 damage. Although they could not see it through the live broadcast, they could accurately feel just how strong the attack was. Deep down, they definitely knew that their own players would not be able to block this move. Most likely, after a wave of attacks, the only one who could survive was Han Xiong, who specialized in defense. However, even if it was him, he would definitely not have a lot of health left. If he took another hit, he would definitely die. This attack would probably hurt Lu Chen very much. The entire party felt that no matter how strong Lu Chen was, his defense would not be much stronger than Han Xiong's. However, a terrifying scene appeared. That incomparably terrifying water control skill actually only dealt 2,000 damage to Lu Chen. They even discovered that the decrease in Lu Chen's HP was almost negligible. They were shocked. Just what kind of monster was Lu Chen? He could actually reduce his attack to nearly 90%. And how could his HP be so high? After all, among the players in front of them, even Zhang Ming, who had the highest HP among them, had only around 10,000 HP. When they looked at Lu Chen's HP, they were surprised to find that Lu Chen's HP had already reached more than 60,000 points. This meant that even if the 5 of them combined their HP, they would not have more than half of Lu Chen's HP. High attack, high defense, high HP. They began to doubt their own capabilities. Could their party ever be stronger than Lu Chen alone? One had to know that he even had an ancient Ask Wolf King with 150,000 HP in the distance. Moreover, as the subordinates of the First Elder, they knew very well that once the ancient Ash Wolf King activated its true form transformation, its HP bar would double to 300,000. When Lu Chen transformed into the ancient Ash Wolf and directly summoned the moon, this scene stunned them. This was King illogical. How was this an online gaming world? It was simply a fantasy. After the moon appeared, Chen exited the Ash Wolf state, and a golden title appeared above his head. That was the Sword God. 7-fold critical strike, 8 times attack speed. The morale of the small party had suffered a major blow from it. The 5 players in the small party had not even gone through the class change. They were not even swordsmen, so they could not be compared to the Sword God at all. The most infuriating thing was that Chen had more than one golden title. There were already 3 or 4 known ones. When White Fog City finally rose up from the ground and appeared in the sky above the Snake Pond, it was not only the earth that was shaken, but also their worldview that had just collapsed. The difference between humans was simply too great. It was as if the tacit understanding and experience that they had accumulated through so many years of life and death could not withstand a single blow in front of absolute strength. Was Chen the child of fate? Thousands of meters above the Snake Pond, a huge city that was surrounded by white fog descended and enveloped the Snake Pond. At this moment, the Snake Pond was like a lake in White Fog City. It naturally merged with White Fog City and did not seem out of place at all. It was as if this Snake Pond was supposed to be in White Fog City in the first place. Instantly, a mechanical notification appeared in the sky above White Fog City. Ding! White Fog City has been summoned by the City Lord. When the City Lord is in White Fog City, they can enjoy the special buff of the White Fog City Lord set. In battle, every attack can increase their attack power by 1%. In White Fog City, all damage caused will be increased by 100%, and the attributes will be doubled. In White Fog City, the City Lord will be 99% immune to all damage dealt. The magic damage received in White Fog City will be reduced by 90%. The wearer's magic resistance will be calculated on White Fog City. HP will be shared in White Fog City, and the wearer will recover 100% of their HP every second. Can be teleported to any corner of White Fog City. Skills used in White Fog City will have no cooldown, and the wearer will recover 100% of their maximum mana every second. This series of buffs was transmitted to everyone's ears along with Liu Yang's live broadcast. In an instant, the live broadcast room instantly went silent. It was as if all the players had gone offline in an instant from such an announcement. At this moment, Heiyu, who was in White Fog City, had just completed his class change, and he was very excited. When he heard the reward that belonged to the White Fog City Lord ringing in the sky above White Fog City, his combat power that had just been upgraded by his class change instantly lost its appeal. At a certain moment, Heiyu was even thinking that if he had obtained the scroll back then and teleported directly to White Fog City, would he get to be invisible? However, he was only thinking about it. After all, if he were to become the White Fog City Lord with his combat power, he would have to bring White Fog City with him no matter which boss he attacked. The 5-man team that was still at the resurrection point was petrified. Li Xiaodian said to Zhang Ming numbly, "Zhang Ming, help me pull up the information on White Fog City." Zhang Ming, who was still in a daze, trembled, and he immediately pulled up the information on White Fog City. White Fog City. City level, bronze. Population, 24,305. Available positions, Magister, Holy Light, Paladin. Assets, 3,054,680. City defense, 1,303,921. Magic defense, 1,203,921. City HP, 1,100, 2936. City garrison, 15,000. City array, none. The 5 of them quietly looked at the information about White Fog City. Silence. Complete. Dead. Silence. I remember the system notification saying that the White Fog City Lord will share his HP with White Fog City, right? That's right. So now Liu Chen's HP has reached more than 10 million points, which is even higher than this 3-eyed golden dragon's HP, right? The other team members were silent for a long while before someone finally said, "Not only that, his Shield God title can reduce his damage by 90%. Is there anyone who can King kill Liu Chen?" The entire team fell into a deathly silence once again. In the Dragon Country's high-level meeting room, Everyone looked at the silver tier equipment lying on the ground beside the snake pond and fell silent. At this moment, the first elder who was sitting at the seat of honor had an ugly expression on his face. No one dared to provoke him. Say something. Tell me your thoughts. What the H*LL is the meaning of silence? The first elder had already lost his composure. However, the meeting still had to continue. However, those who dared not make a sound. In the end, it was the third-in-charge chief who came out to mediate the situation. Well, players make mistakes every once in a while. It's normal to fail when facing a gold-tier boss. What? The first elder slammed the table fiercely, and the teacup beside him was knocked over. Was I talking about that? Was I freaking talking about that? I'm talking about Chen. He had high expectations for this party of his. Initially, they thought that if they wanted to defeat this silver-tier boss, they would have a lot of casualties. Even if they were killed by that silver boss in the snake pond, he would still accept it. However, the problem was that this party had won. They won 1 second, but were killed the next. Moreover, they did not even pick up the equipment that had dropped before. This was too shameful. One must know that in the past 2 days, the Dragon Country's first elder had been bragging to everyone here about how strong his party was. Whenever someone asked if the team was confident enough to take the snake pond, the first elder would wave his hand and confirm their strength. However, everyone could see that the corner of the first elder's mouth was crazily twitching right now. This 100-year-old face was hurting too much. How dare the third-in-charge bring it up? The third-in-charge quickly changed the topic. Well, we know some of Chen's skills. We've known for a long time that Lan Weiwei, the pet, had her HP tied with his. This way, Chen's health would be equivalent to more than 300,000 points. As long as the beast didn't die, Chen wouldn't die. Later on, we all saw Chen accept the challenge from the Guardian General of White Fog City and become the City Lord of White Fog City. However, Chen had never used this reward before. Originally, Chen's attack power was the strongest in the world. His only weakness was that his HP was a little low. Of course, this weakness was only relative to his own combat power. Compared to ordinary players, he was still ridiculously strong. However, facing a silver or even gold-tier boss was not enough. But now, we've discovered that he can actually summon White Fog City at any time and place. This can make up for his weakness. At this moment, a high-ranking official suddenly said, "Does this mean that we won't be able to control this Chen? Will he become very dangerous? I'm a little worried how Xiao Bai would react when he gets his city." The first elder, whose face had long turned red, said at this moment, "Never think of controlling a martial artist. The more powerful a person is, the more they have their own thoughts. Only those who have a strong will can become the top warriors. Therefore, never try to control them. If you want him to be our friend, then we must help him as much as we can." Hearing the first elder of the Dragon Country's final decision, everyone nodded. Only the third-in-charge opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated and did not say it. This made the first elder of the Dragon Country a little depressed. He frowned and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hide it from me. I just want to ask about those few pieces of silver equipment. Should we ask Chen for them back? Ask my *S. It's just a few pieces of silver equipment. It's just a few tens of millions. It's not like we can't afford it. If you want to kiss his feet and take them back, then be my guest. I will not drop my ego for this." The third-in-charge chief's expression changed several times when was reprimanded by the first elder. In the end, he suppressed the thought of getting his silver equipment back. It had to be said that even he, who stood at the top of the dragon team, felt a little pressured when facing the Dragon Country's first elder. In order to ease the awkwardness, the chief quickly changed the topic. "If White Fog City can give the City Lord such a huge boost, then I'm afraid the city that Xiao Bai just obtained will have the same effect. It's said that the city over there is even bigger than White Fog City, and there are even some NPCs inside already." As soon as these words were said, they quickly diverted everyone's attention and everyone frowned. Due to the emergence of the second world, even these old players, who were at least 50 years old, began to learn from some of the main world's online games. This helped them greatly in understanding the rules of the second world. As players who set rules in the main world, if they wanted to maintain their position in the world, the first thing they had to do was to adapt to new changes. Now, they were very clear that as a city, having high attack, defense, population, and the number of various craftsmen would have a great impact on the attributes of the city. If Xiaobai's city had a large number of NPCs already, this undoubtedly meant that once Xiaobai's city was taken over, it would have a very high combat strength. If Lu Chen was unable to make up for this gap, they were afraid that he would fall behind. It was precisely because of Xiaobai's existence, as well as the fact that those who had entered the arcane realm had yet to return, that the higher-ups of the Dragon Country had not truly dealt with the members of the Xiao clan. There were too many things at stake here. No one knew when the Zhaos were going to return from the arcane realm, so there was no need to think too much about it. Moreover, there were other experts of the Dragon Country who had entered the arcane realm to restrict their passages. In that case, the only person who could restrict Xiaobai in the main world was Lu Chen right now. Even the First Elder found it difficult to do anything. This was because the First Elder had entered the second world a long time ago, and his level was barely above level 20. Although he was already at the peak of battle strength in the second world, he was a bit inferior to a heaven's favored son like Lu Chen. If Xiaobai had just displayed his strength, the First Elder would have been able to easily take him down. However, if it was now, the First Elder was not confident. Once Xiaobai could also control the city to strengthen himself, then even the First Elder would die without a doubt. The fate of the Dragon Country now depended on Lu Chen alone. The third-in-charge chief also took a deep breath at this time. The crisis we're facing isn't just limited to Xiaobai. As far as I know, other than the ancient fortresses in the west, there are also fortresses in other regions that are ready to accept challenges at any time. In addition, when I visited the Middle East, I accidentally discovered that their pyramid is very likely the secret entrance to the second world. Their country's mummies and pharaohs were the spirits of the dead guarding the entrance, preventing the powerhouses from the other world from coming to our main world. It could also allow some players from that country, who needed experience to enter the second world, increase their strength. The First Elder nodded slightly in agreement. That's right. This isn't old news. Their ancient documents have recorded such things. However, because it was too bizarre, no one believed it. They treated it as a myth or a story used to strengthen the king's power. But I have to say, I once saw a pharaoh on their side a few decades ago. There are indeed many things they've done. They have many abilities that we martial artists do not have. They are also things that current science cannot explain. He took a deep breath and widened his eyes. As a high-ranking official of the country, he often went to various countries to establish diplomatic relations, but he did not know much about supernatural beings or martial artists. Now that he heard the First Elder's explanation, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, then there were probably a lot of powerhouses in the Middle Eastern side. At the same time, he was also a little puzzled. I remember that the pharaoh of the Pyramid Country had disappeared a long time ago. Based on what we know, the last one was Cleopatra. Since then, there has been no more. The First Elder smiled slightly. At that time, there were 4 great ancient civilizations in our world. If the civilization of our Dragon Country could survive, how could the other few perish so easily? The pharaohs of the Pyramid Country did not disappear. It was just that they had come into contact with the second world earlier, so they had a better understanding of this second world. Therefore, they no longer aimed their desires in the original world. The powerhouses who remained in Egypt were like Xiaobai and I, who had not explored the ruins. If one day we discover their powerful presence there should be no accidents. Besides, I have a suspicion. The number of mummies in the pyramids may not be as little as we think. Those mummies are most likely bodies left in our main world, and their consciousness has long become a second world existence. Once their consciousness descends into this world again, they'll probably be very powerful. These were all secrets that had long been spread among the warriors, but they had never been made public to the mean world. It was precisely because these contents were too mystical and easy to cause panic. Now that the second world has descended, these things should also be made public. Even so, this news still caused quite a shock to the high-level officials of the Dragon Country. Was it possible that the country, which had been thought to have declined and disappeared long ago, had now become so powerful that it was unknown? So, were the other two ancient countries that had disappeared among the four great ancient civilizations in the same situation? If so, how powerful could they be now? Not only was everyone in the Dragon Country paying attention to Lu Chen's battle, even the various factions in the world were watching as well. In the Western Castle, Xiaobai had just stood up from his game pod when he turned on the stream. A holographic projection from the stream gave him a feeling as if he was there with Lu Chen. This allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the might of the three-eyed golden dragon in front of him. Is this the gold boss? At this moment, he looked at Lu Chen's information panel once again. The corners of his mouth curled into a scornful smile. Lu Chen, during the time that I was away, did you only improve by a little? It seems that there's no need for us to fight. After a while, your White Fog City will be harvested by me. Perhaps even the Golden Dragon could defeat you before I do. Don't bite. Please don't bite. This is a phone, not a bamboo shoot. In the live stream, Liu Yang was wearing the newly picked up silver equipment as he took back the phone that had been stolen from Raleigh and continued to broadcast the event. Originally, the three-eyed golden dragon had looked down on low-level creatures like Lu Chen. However, when Lu Chen received the City Lord's buff, it could no longer hold it in. The towering head pulled back, and like an arrow leaving the bow, it opened its bloody mouth and charged straight at Lu Chen.